Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 26. Meanwhile, in the magnificent castle at the city's heart, Agravain was poring over a file he had received. This was an unprecedented situation. He was convinced that the outside world was attempting to restrict their understanding of events, which was deeply frustrating to him. The king had commanded them to learn from the outsiders, yet he felt he was failing to meet that expectation. Now, he had received information that was quite troubling. After a quick scan of the pages, he stood and walked toward the throne room. The king needed to be informed. The throne room doors, grand and finely detailed with depictions of Camelot's splendor, opened smoothly as he approached. King Arthur sat on the throne, her posture both regal and relaxed, her gaze distant as if pondering matters far beyond the room itself. "My king," Agravain began, bowing deeply as he neared. "I carry news that may require your immediate attention." Arthur's expression sharpened, and she leaned in closer. "Speak, Agravain. What concerns you?" Agravain held up the folder, advancing slightly. "This was given to one of our knights by the outsiders during their visit. It contains detailed accounts of someone known as Sir Percy of Scandia and a weapon called the Ebony Blade. They assert that this knight was part of Camelot and served at the Round Table." Arthuria frowned as she extended her hand, taking the folder from him. She flipped through it, her expression inscrutable. The tales within were filled with rich details of valor, a cursed sword, and a lineage linked to Camelot's legacy. "Tell me, Agravain, am I a liar?" Agravain trembled under my gaze, and while I didn't fault him for it, I had much to question. "No, your majesty, you are truthful, just, kind, and a noble king," he said, lowering his head, his words thick with respect. "Summon Mordred," I instructed after a pause. "And gather all those not tending to the outsiders." Agravain straightened up, nodding sharply. "At once, your majesty." He turned sharply, his steps purposeful as he exited the throne room to gather the knights. The thought of another knight, one linked to my legacy, to my Round Table, troubled me. Sir Percy of Scandia. The Ebony Blade. These names felt like unwelcome intrusions on my story, my truth. Rising from the throne, I let my cape sweep the stone floor as I moved. The room, grand and daunting, offered no solace. I briefly traced the armrest with my fingers before crossing to the expansive windows overlooking Camelot. Beneath the midday sun, the city sparkled. Its towers stood resolute, yet the weight of the knowledge pressed heavily on me. My knights had spoken the truth. I trusted their memories as much as my own. Yet the world celebrated this Sir Percy. Could I have forgotten someone so integral to my legacy? No, that was unthinkable. My memory held every name, every face of those who shared my table. This tale did not belong here. I was aware that the Marvel universe had its own legends, a distinct Camelot and a different Arthur. In essence, I was like an imposter. Still, I had hoped the differences wouldn't be vast. I knew the truth, but my knights did not, and I desired to spare them from that burden. Now, it seemed that the distance from the truth was widening, and I needed to address it. As I surveyed the city, the thought of these conflicting narratives stirred discomfort within me. I had come to terms with the fact that this Marvel world bore its own myths. Yet, this Sir Percy, this Ebony Blade, crossed a line. Camelot was not simply a city, it represented a legacy, and its true story belonged to me and those who lived it. The notion that some outsider, a fabricated knight, might claim it ignited a fury within me. The doors creaked open, pulling me from my thoughts. Mordred stepped in. "You called, father," he said, a teasing smirk on his lips, though respect lingered in his tone. "Kneel before the throne and wait for the others, Sir Mordred," I said, my voice icy enough to erase his smirk. With Mordred present, I returned to my throne and resumed my reading. One by one, the other knights entered the room. Seeing Mordred kneeling, they joined him, forming rows in silence before the throne. Not all of them, but best theirs around. Soon, most of my knights stood before me. For some, it was their first encounter with me since that initial day I had summoned them to this realm. Sir Gawain, the Knight of the Sun, was among them. His brothers, Gaheris and Gareth, were present as well. Sir Galahad was there, together with Sir Kay and Ector. Picture of Sir Galahad. Lucan, Lionel, and Lamorak also joined the ranks without a word. Sir Bedivere cast a glance my way before kneeling. Tristan surveyed the others first. Picture of Tristan. Sir Percival and Sir Palomedes. Sir Bors the Younger, Sir Dagonet. Lastly, Agravain, the last of Morgan's children, entered, leaving only Sir Lancelot absent. I remained silent as I perused the entire file, the room was still save for the rustling of papers. Finally, after I finished reading and took a moment to reflect, I spoke. "Sir Mordred, I ask that you speak sincerely, do not lie to your king. Tell me about Sir Percy of Scandia, and be truthful, I commanded, gazing down at him. Mordred raised his head slightly, meeting my eyes with a mix of confusion and determination. Father, he began, his voice unwavering yet tinged with curiosity, I know no knight by that name. Sir Percy of Scandia is a stranger to me. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Mordred had many enemies here, and his previous betrayal was not easily forgotten, despite my forgiveness. The way he responded to my question felt deceitful, even though I knew he was truthful. I silently regretted exploiting him, but promised to redeem myself later. Is that so? Let me recount his story, I said, opening the small summary before me. Sir Percy of Scandia, the personal bodyguard of King Arthur, the mightiest knight, often feigned foolishness and cowardice, yet he was actually the Black Knight. As I recounted, I caught glimpses of the listeners, their expressions revealing a shared confusion. He wielded the ebony blade, a sword rivaling the king's Excalibur. My words reverberated through the room, my knights shifting in disbelief. During the Battle of Camelot, Sir Percy arrived too late to save King Arthur from Mordred's attack. With a roar of grief, he used the ebony blade to avenge his king. Mordred looked as if he might leap up and accuse me of lying. Had anyone else spoken, he surely would have. Yet in his dying moments, the mortally wounded Mordred plunged his blade into Sir Percy's back, and on that hill, Sir Percy met his end alongside his king, I concluded. While the story was brief, the provided file largely focused on the modern Black Knight, summarizing the original's tale only slightly. Yet, it was enough to create a palpable confusion in the room, with my knights wrestling to recall this information or resisting the urge to shout. So, Sir Mordred, do you remember him now? Because I certainly don't. I recall wielding the holy lance Rhongomyniad. At that moment, I summoned the lance, its light flooding the room and compelling everyone to avert their eyes. I recall you falling to the sacred light of my lance, or am I mistaken? I prompted him to respond. You're not wrong, father, he replied, his voice strained. I fell to that lance. I remember it clearly. The tale you just shared. It's pure fiction. Tension buzzed in the air. My knights, still kneeling, exchanged hesitant glances but remained loyal to me. Does anyone remember Sir Percy? I asked, as I returned Rhongomyniad to my soul. Or any tales of the ebony blade? Stories of a sword equal to Excalibur. I summoned the holy sword, its calming light settling the atmosphere. The light radiated warmth, banishing negativity, only someone truly malevolent could resist. None of my knights possessed such dark hearts. No sword rivals Excalibur, that story can't be true, Gawain asserted, he who wielded its sister sword, Galatine. Mordred remained silent, though I noted a slight easing of his tension under Excalibur's glow, a soothing presence even for those with troubled histories. Turning to Gawain, I asked, are you certain? He nodded swiftly. Yes, my king. No blade, regardless of its legend, could match Excalibur's purity and power. Even Galatine, crafted as its sibling, stands apart. The other knights murmured their agreement, some shaking their heads at the idea's absurdity. Bedivere spoke next, steady yet firm. If such a weapon existed, we would know. Its presence could not have gone unnoticed in Camelot. I scanned the knights, their loyalty and clarity making me reconsider my stance. And yet, I said, measuredly, the outside world holds a different belief. They tell tales of Sir Percy of Scandia, his bravery, his weapon, and his supposed place amongst us. This story I recounted was brought here by an outsider seeking his idol, the Black Knight. Clearly, the outside world chooses to believe this falsehood, because it is a falsehood. No such knight served me, nor does such a sword exist. I carry the weight of Mordred's death with me to this day. I noticed Mordred and many of my knights lost in their emotions and thoughts at my words. Yet, to the outer world, it seems I did not strike down Mordred, my most trusted guard was not Gawain, who possesses the mightiest sword after mine, nor was Lancelot the most skilled. All accolades go to another man, someone undeserving of them. Even worse, this man's descendants claim the rightful heir to Camelot, a repugnant villain who stains the legacy of us all. Tension thickened in the room with my declaration. Despite their pride and loyalty, the knights reacted strongly to the thought of an impostor usurping Camelot's glory and honor. Mordred's fists were clenched, his expression a turbulent mix of anger and frustration. Father, he snarled, who dares utter such lies? Who dares tarnish your name and this kingdom's legacy? I met his gaze firmly, allowing my words to resonate. Nathan Garrett. A man from the modern era who has falsely claimed this legacy for himself. He is the same individual who attempted to invade the city just nights ago. Mordred's reaction was immediate and explosive. He sprang to his feet, his crimson mana crackling around him like a storm, casting sharp shadows across the chamber. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his fiery gaze fixed on me. Father, he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. This is an insult beyond words. Some impostor not only dares to claim Camelot but also calls himself your closest knight. To say he killed me. His voice cracked with indignation. The audacity. The arrogance. Let me find him, and I'll carve the truth into his very bones. The others, though quieter, clearly shared my feelings. This was a serious insult not just to me but to them and to everything they stand for. To have a villain assume the heirship of Camelot, and for a pretender to steal the glory of Camelot as his own. Stay calm, Mordred. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions, they might lead you astray in battle, I said, slightly regretting that I had dismissed Excalibur so quickly. How can I remain calm? Mordred growled, his crimson mana flaring even brighter. How can I, father, when both my honor and yours are being dragged through the mud by that deluded fool? You will, because your king commands it, I replied, my tone firm and my gaze icy. And indeed, it caused his wave of mana to recede back within him. I understand your feelings, even I am tempted to show him the weapon that truly marked your end. Yet, I restrain myself, and you must do the same. Mordred's fists trembled, and he breathed heavily as he forced himself to kneel again. As you wish, father, he said, his voice quieter but still seething with rage. However, this insult cannot be overlooked. The other knights shifted slightly, the weight of his words resonating with their own silent agreement. Though Mordred's emotions were the most intense, it was evident that this insult affected them all. I scanned the room, declaring, this offense will not go unchallenged, but we must respond wisely, not recklessly. This Garrett thinks he can seize what belongs to us. He will discover the truth. The knights bowed their heads in unison, their determination evident. I had no doubt they stood ready to defend Camelot's honor when called upon. For now, I needed them to remain steady and focused. Agravain, I said, and he straightened slightly. I need you to gather the truth, our legacy, and prepare it for dissemination. Lies must not mislead the outside world. Camelot and all of you are knights of truth and justice, and lies have no place here. Agravain nodded decisively, his expression unwavering. It will be done, your majesty. I will ensure that our true story is shared with the world. I understand your desire to pursue this Black Knight, but I cannot allow it. My words prompted Mordred to open his mouth, but a sharp look from me forced him to shut it again. He will come here, the one who thinks this city and my legacy belong to him. When he returns, Sir Mordred, it's time he learns that his ancestor would not stand a chance against you. Mordred's eyes sparkled with a mix of pride and anger at my declaration, his crimson mana flickering dimly around him. As you command, father, he replied, his voice steady yet filled with resolve. When he arrives, I'll ensure he understands the true power of Camelot's heir. The other knights appeared energized by my proclamation, their sense of purpose reinforced. Gawain, always the voice of reason, stepped forward. Your Majesty, should we bolster our vigilance at the walls? If this Garrett dares to return, we must be prepared. We didn't have more forces, the knights I had summoned were powerful but limited in number. I hadn't wanted to summon a mighty army, feeling that it would cause the outside world to get the wrong idea. However, it became increasingly clear to me that the outside world would likely require more force than I wished for. I nodded in agreement. I will summon more enforcements later, and then you can double the watch. Once he returns, we will find him, and Mordred will have his opportunity to deliver justice. Bedivere, always dutiful, placed a hand over his heart. What about the outsiders within the city, my king? Should we tighten our oversight? Stay vigilant, I instructed, my tone firm. But do not raise undue suspicion. They are here by our grace, and they should leave with only the truth. The knights murmured their agreement, their resolve unwavering. Mordred, however, continued to radiate restrained energy. Father, he said quietly yet intensely, when he comes, I will not let you down. I met his gaze, softening slightly. I know, my son. A twinge of guilt tugged at me for what I was about to do. I would completely undermine the legacy of Sir Percy, who, although a noble knight in the Marvel universe, had left a tainted legacy. His final actions, carrying so much bloodshed that his sword was forever cursed, and the havoc his descendant caused, warranted his erasure. It seemed best for the knights of my round table to assume his mantle. My king, can we trust this information? Sir Tristan asked, breaking the silence of my thoughts. I tapped the armrest of my throne, pondering his words. Earlier, I'd assessed the informant while gazing out the window. I understood why Tristan questioned the validity. After all, we had never received intelligence like this before. Everyone knew the outsiders were attempting to keep us in the dark. This sudden outpouring of information felt suspicious. I understand your doubts. They have their own motives for sharing this, but the information has merit, or at least they believe it does, I explained slowly. They genuinely believe in Sir Percy, which is why they presented us with this information regarding the intruder. They want to test us, to see how we react to someone tarnishing the legacy of one of our own. They are also interested in gauging our strength. They struggle against this Black Knight, Nathan Garrett, and want to see if we can withstand him. I am confident that Mordred can, especially since this man doesn't even wield that ebony blade. Instead, he uses a weapon of his own making, based on technology, not magic. Mordred's voice rang out, still simmering with anger yet tainted with disdain. A man who doesn't even bear the blade that links him to us. And they fear him. Pathetic. His crimson mana flickered briefly with all his frustration. His disdain was clear, and I couldn't fault him. Facing a knight of the Round Table without magic was foolhardy. I doubted even the real Black Knight would prove a match for Mordred, much less this pretender. I dismissed my knights, giving them their orders, while I needed to think. Mordred would no doubt head straight to the nearest training ground, and most others would likely follow, ensuring he was prepared for the impending conflict. I had no idea when this Black Knight would return, but that hardly mattered. He would, of that I was certain, and when he did, he would confront a Mordred far stronger than any in the Marvel Universe. I could be mistaken, but I doubted it. Mordred was formidable, and many beings within the Marvel Universe lacked true strength. Some were undoubtedly fearsome, but they belonged to the ranks of the greatest villains and ancient knights, and this man seemed to fall outside that elite club. Yet, this whole event highlighted how little I understood of the broader Marvel Universe, and even less about this particular one. Who else was out there? The thought made me sigh. I was in dire need of information, but how could I obtain it? My knights weren't adept at gathering such intel, so sending them would likely cause more trouble than it was worth. Furthermore, using the Grail felt inappropriate. I realized it wasn't sufficient to only consider the threats I was aware of, I had to contemplate what other dangers might be lurking. I needed to prepare for the possibility that there could be adversaries with plans against me. Ultimately, all I possessed was strength. While my unmatched knights and my own power could toy with legendary heroes, brute force couldn't solve every issue. So, how was I to address that? I found myself glancing out the window, knowing Phil Coulson was below, representing S.H.I.E.L.D. They had a wealth of information but were rarely inclined to share. Moreover, working with them would be complicated and bothersome. Fury had an obsession with control, and I wasn't about to be controlled. And if he couldn't control me, he would see to defeat me, which made it unlikely that he would help me. Chapter 27. While Arthuria had a headache due to what was happening outside her walls, others had one due to what happened inside them. Once again, the powers of the UK called a high-level meeting to discuss events, ensure everyone was up to speed, and ensure that everyone worked towards the same goal. Christopher Geit, the Queen's own secretary, was the first to speak. "All right, I believe we can begin the meeting now." "Thank you, Christopher." The aged Queen spoke. "We thank you all for your hard work these past 2 weeks. We know how much this sudden event has increased your workloads." "It is our job, Your Majesty," the Prime Minister said. "Well, I will begin then." Jackie Smith, the Home Secretary, stepped up. As Mr. Miliband and Sir Scarlet are also aware of, a foreign journalist has been allowed into the city today, with unrepresented access. This will likely lead to a large amount of new information. Sir John Scarlet, the chief of MI6, took over. "We are working with S.H.I.E.L.D. on that front." Stark backs the journalist, and he forces our hand in allowing her in, but the man holding the camera is S.H.I.E.L.D., and we will get the footage first. David Miliband, Foreign Secretary, nodded in confirmation. "We can, therefore, plan for the information before it comes out and censor to a limit." Des Brown, Secretary of State for Defense, sighed, getting the room's attention. "Stark really twisted our arm. We need his tech, and he doesn't really need our money. You know how he is, caring not for stock price or anything. We do not blame you for this," the Queen reassured. "We have met the man, and he is indeed not easy to deal with," she said while remembering her last meeting with that man. "Yes." Sir Davis King, the chief scientific advisor to the government, couldn't help but agree. "Stark's tech is the best, and if we want a chance to explain what has happened, we need to have access to that. Is there even any chance of this being a technology-based event at this point?" the Queen asked, feeling rather skeptic. "Well, yes, but I do admit, it is unlikely that the event itself was caused by any known or even theoretical technologies," Sir King admitted. Christopher Geit took the word once more. "Why don't we take it slow? Last time there was a meeting like this. Right after the event, a lot of questions couldn't be answered due to not enough time. Can they be answered now?" Everyone turned their eyes to Sir David Kennadini, the senior historian they had invited to share his knowledge. He was joined by Dame Lynn Brindley, the National Librarian and Chief Executive of the British Library. Sir David Kennadini adjusted his glasses, glancing at the expectant faces in the room. "Your Majesty, distinguished colleagues," he began, his voice steady, "I'll provide context where I can. However, I must caution that much about the event remains speculative." Dame Lynn Brindley nodded in agreement. "While we have combed through historical records, myths, and even folklore that might align with what transpired, there is no precedent in our archives that fully matches this phenomenon. Still," Sir David continued, "there are echoes, references to anomalous events throughout history. We must consider the possibility that this is not a wholly unprecedented occurrence, even if its magnitude is beyond anything previously documented. Jackie Smith leaned forward. Can you give us an example of what you're referring to? Even a tenuous connection might help frame this for the public, or at least for us. Sir David hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. I don't believe we can share much with the public, but there are many events in history that show more supernatural aspects. Enough that we can safely assume as such this time. Dame Lynn added. These are events from under the Blitz, accounts of miracles, or even just the event of 1995, though that is more science-based, I guess. Yes, pretty sure we can rule out aliens this time. Peter Ricketts, the National Security Advisor. It was merely a recent example. Dame Lynn defended. When it comes to Camelot and Arthurian legends. David Carradine continued. We have been able to find some things. Though nothing that outright explains this. Why didn't you start with that? Prime Minister Brown said, eager for some answers. Yes, well, we have some historical evidence that Camelot was real, that Arthur was real, and other figures as well, including Morgana Le Fay, who is still likely alive today based on some possible sightings. Could she be behind this? Christopher interrupted. Can't rule it out. Dame Lynn took over. But it seems unlikely. She and King Arthur didn't get along well, and Camelot seems under his control. The Queen couldn't help but sigh. We miss the days when the biggest problem was the Germans. These days, it seems it is one unbelievable thing after the other. If history can't tell us how this happened, can it tell us what to expect now that it has happened? Sir John Scarlett asked. Sir David Carradine straightened in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Only so much can be assumed. Stories and legends are often written to be better or grander than reality. He cautioned. But he continued. We can likely assume that all the knights are somewhat superhuman, possibly little more than the level of Captain America, Arthur possibly slightly higher thanks to Excalibur. The room fell silent as Sir David's words sank in. The idea of a group of individuals with abilities on par with, or even exceeding, Captain America was both fascinating and deeply concerning. Jackie Smith broke the silence. Superhuman knights roaming the modern world. If this is accurate, they could represent either an invaluable asset or a major threat, not impossible to handle, but still difficult. And even more troublesome. Earl Peel, the Lord Chamberlain, finally spoke up. The importance of Arthur and his legend to the people isn't something that can be ignored. A fight against them could bring the legitimacy of the government in question. With how Camelot and King Arthur are outright denying the legitimacy of the government, it is almost a foregone conclusion that we will come in conflict with them, though. Brown said. Yet doing such should be avoided. This is something that should be used to unite the people, improve lives, and enrich the economy. The possibility for tourism alone is enormous. Alastair Darling, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, added. The Queen tapped her fingers lightly on the table, a rare display of the weight of the moment. You are all correct in your assessments. If handled poorly, this situation could spiral into chaos, political, social, and economic. We must tread carefully. Jackie Smith leaned forward, addressing Alastair Darling. Tourism and economic benefits are certainly worth considering, but only if the situation remains stable. If Camelot and Arthur's knights present themselves as an opposing power, any economic advantages will quickly be overshadowed by civil unrest or worse. Earl Peel nodded gravely. Indeed, the symbolic power of Arthur and Camelot cannot be understated. For centuries, Arthur has been seen as a beacon of hope, a figure of unity and strength. If his return undermines the government's authority, it could split the public, those loyal to the crown and those swayed by the idealized image of Camelot. Sir John Scarlett interjected, his tone measured. If Camelot openly denies the legitimacy of the government, we must determine their endgame. How do they intend to act to right what they perceive as wrong? Alastair Darling raised a hand slightly. Before we jump to conclusions about conflict, we should consider the possibility that Arthur's goals are more symbolic than political. He may be seeking to inspire rather than govern. Jackie Smith frowned. Inspiration is all well and good, but symbols have power. If Arthur's message undermines faith in our institutions, Parliament, the monarchy, the courts, that could lead to unrest without him ever lifting a sword. Earl Peel added, and if his knights begin to enforce their own interpretation of justice, they could create a parallel power structure. That would be devastating to the government's credibility, both at home and abroad. Sir John nodded. Our intelligence will focus on identifying their priorities. Are they gathering resources? Establishing alliances? Engaging in actions that suggest long-term planning? We'll need to track their movements closely. The Queen turned to Christopher Gite. And we must also consider how to engage with them diplomatically. If Arthur claims legitimacy through Excalibur or some divine right, we must counter that narrative while acknowledging the cultural weight of his return. Gite inclined his head. Perhaps a private audience with Arthur himself, Your Majesty. If he respects the monarchy as an institution, he may be open to negotiation. It would also send a message to the public that the Crown is proactive in addressing this matter. The Queen's brow furrowed. A private audience may be prudent, but it is not without risk. We must first establish a clearer understanding of his disposition and motives. I will not walk blindly into a negotiation with the men who may see me as an obstacle to his vision. Alistair Darling interjected, if I may, Your Majesty, any engagement with Arthur should also address potential economic benefits. If this situation can be framed as a revival of national heritage, a boon for culture and tourism, it could help stabilize public opinion. Des Brown leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. That's assuming it doesn't escalate into a direct conflict. If Arthur and his knights reject any overtures of peace or cooperation, we'll need contingency plans to protect the public and maintain order. The meeting continued for hours, finally ending when the elderly queen couldn't handle it anymore. Yet despite the long meeting, the many different ideas and priorities prevented much agreement. Other than that, a new meeting was needed to discuss things further. As the queen left, she couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of understanding for King Arthur's views. Democracy did come with its fair share of challenges, yet she still believed in it. But for someone raised outside of it, without even the idea of it, she could see why he might resist the idea, as it was all too easy to see only the bad, and none of the good. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Would you look at that, it seems a good amount of Power Stones have found their way into my hands, and for that, I will keep releasing 2 chapters a day for a bit longer, so keep them coming, and so will the chapter. In Camelot, as the sun began to set, Amy and Coulson reluctantly prepared to depart. Amy was hesitant, eager to explore more and pose countless questions. However, Sir Lancelot insisted that they needed to leave for the night. My lady, you have been here since morning without rest, I implore you to return. He spoke so kindly that she struggled to respond. No, please, we aren't tired at all, we don't need to rest, she started, only to be interrupted by the sound of a growling stomach. She glanced at Coulson, but her own stomach protested as well. Lancelot offered a gentle smile. It appears you both could use a good meal before resting, which gives us even more reason to leave. He encouraged them. In fact, he was very eager for their departure. Had he not been tasked with guiding them, he would already have left. He had sensed the king's lance a few hours earlier and was keen to learn why his king had summoned it. On Amy's end, she was reluctant to go, yearning for more experiences and queries. She had heard Camelot didn't provide meals and that their tours barely allowed time for rest, so she had come prepared. She enjoyed a hearty breakfast. The full English breakfast indeed lived up to its name, filling her for the day. She also carried a water bottle that she managed to refill, and the water here was extraordinary, cool and tastier than anything she had before. Yet despite all this, weariness had set in, her legs ached, she was hungry, and darkness was closing in. The mind was willing, but the body was weak. I guess you're right, Amy conceded reluctantly. She glanced at Coulson, whose professional demeanor was slightly undermined by his sheepish expression as his stomach growled again. It's been a long day, Coulson noted with a faint smile. And it's not over yet, we have some admin work to tackle. You win, Lancelot, she said with reluctance, brushing back a stray hair. But I'm not finished with Camelot. Not by a long shot. Lancelot maintained his polite smile, his knightly composure intact. The gates of Camelot will always be open to you, my lady. You are welcome here anytime. But for now, resting and nourishment are essential. Amy looked at Coulson, who was already nodding in agreement. We are truly grateful for your assistance today, Sir Lancelot. He said with a slight bow. Lancelot inclined his head slightly, maintaining a serene expression. It has been a privilege to guide you both. May your return journey be safe, and may your rest prepare you for future challenges. As Amy and Coulson turned to leave, the cool evening air embraced them, refreshing after the day's excitement. I still feel like I'm stepping out of a dream, Amy muttered, looking back at the towering spires aglow in the warm hues of sunset. How can all of this be real? It's indeed real, Coulson replied while placing the bulky camera in the backpack. I must admit, this thing is heavier than I expected, he complained lightly, rotating his arm. Well, I'm sure the footage is worth it. I mean, that city is magical. She remained enthusiastic as they walked away. Also, what's that smell? Suddenly, she detected an unfamiliar scent in the air. Coulson paused mid-step, sniffing the air. His expression turned from casual to alert in an instant. You're right. That's strange. He looked back toward Camelot, the spires now faintly glowing in the dusk. It smells like sulfur. Smoke. Amy frowned, her earlier excitement waning due to the odd atmosphere. The scent was subtle yet unmistakable, a sharp, acrid note that clashed with the evening's coolness. Do you think something is burning? She inquired. Coulson instinctively reached for his earpiece, an automatic reaction from years of experience. He activated the comm device, his tone shifting to business. Control, this is Coulson. We've noticed an unusual smell near Camelot, sulfuric, possibly smoke. Any reports of activity in the area? A brief silence followed, with static crackling softly in his ear before a response came through. That's a known phenomenon. The current status indicates that the air inside Camelot is pure and aligns with its time period. What you detect is modern air pollution. Coulson raised an eyebrow at the reply, his stance easing a little but not completely. Modern air pollution. Out here in the middle of nowhere. He was taken aback. There were no major cities nearby. This was essentially a retreat from urban air. Yet, oddly enough, even this air was so polluted that it had a distinctive smell, unlike that of Camelot. Amy frowned and folded her arms, leaning against the car. Modern air pollution. That's puzzling. We're far from any major urban area. By our standards, this air should be considered clean. Coulson nodded, deep in thought as he contemplated the situation. Exactly. If Camelot's air is genuinely as pure as advertised, the contrast must be significant enough for us to notice it right away. That's concerning. The air out here shouldn't be bad enough to provoke this kind of reaction. Amy wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air again. It's not just pollution, though. There's something sharper in it, perhaps sulfur. That's not typical, even for contaminated air. Coulson returned to his earpiece. Control, please confirm, are there any environmental anomalies or industrial activities within a 50-mile radius of Camelot? The sulfuric scent doesn't correspond with ordinary pollution. There was a brief pause, followed by a light crackle. Negative, Agent Coulson. No industrial sites, fires, or geological activities that explain the sulfur. The working theory remains the disparity between Camelot's environment and modern air quality. If you think further investigation is necessary, we can escalate. Understood, Coulson said, although his voice revealed skepticism. He looked at Amy. We'll log it and move on for now, but something feels off. Amy's gaze lingered on the horizon, where the faint glow of Camelot's spires was barely visible in the dwindling light. Could it be Camelot itself? Some kind of magical aura or boundary that disrupts the environment. Possibly, Coulson replied, his voice steady. If Camelot is as pristine as it appears, its ecosystem might involve more than just cleaner air. Magic or not, the contrast is tangible, and merits investigation. Amy let out a small, humorless laugh. Fantastic. Just add strange air to the list of Camelot mysteries. Next time, I hope we discover why the water tastes perfect. Coulson smirked slightly. That's straightforward, it's free of pollutants. It's how water should taste, before we tampered with it. Coulson was also astonished by the taste difference. SHIELD, among others, had conducted numerous tests on the water sourced from the city. He even had a full bottle prepared for further lab analysis. Up to now, it was simply water, the clearest anyone had encountered. The only way to obtain such water was to dig into ice sheets and melt the ancient ice. Amy raised an eyebrow. Wow, it really highlights how messed up the environment has become. Coulson chuckled dryly. Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity to explore and gain knowledge about the past, across various fields. Amy nodded thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window at Calibot's fading silhouette. It's like a living time capsule. We study ruins and fossils, but this is history, alive and breathing. Exactly, Coulson said, his tone shifting to seriousness. Camelot isn't merely a historical or cultural occurrence, it's a scientific treasure. The air, the water, the soil, each element in that city can reveal much about how the world once was. About what we've lost. Amy turned to him, her expression intrigued. What happens next? Given your role as an agent, what does that imply for my story? She asked, unable to suppress her worry that they might prevent her from coming forward. Coulson paused for a moment, weighing his response. We will need to go over everything, copy the footage, edit certain sections, and impose limitations on what you can disclose. However, with Stark supporting you, the UK won't be able to fully stop you. Amy released a relieved sigh, though the notion of her work being analyzed and censored still troubled her. Well, I suppose that's better than total suppression. But I'm not excited about holding back the truth. People have the right to know what's happening. Coulson looked at her, his expression softening. I understand. But this isn't solely about the public's right to know, it's about making sure what you share doesn't lead to unintended repercussions. Amy frowned. What could go wrong? There aren't any significant secrets, it's just history. Imagine if Sir Percy, one of King Arthur's most renowned knights, wasn't real. That changes everything. Coulson paused and scanned the area, ensuring nobody was around. There weren't. They were still between Camelot and the barricades. While lots of people looked at them from a distance, they couldn't hear anything. That's a prime example of something you won't be able to discuss. Everything relating to Sir Percy will need to be cut. Amy's jaw dropped, she stared at Coulson in disbelief. You can't be serious. Sir Percy is one of the most legendary figures in Arthurian lore. If he isn't real, that's monumental. People need to hear that. Coulson shook his head, his expression calm but firm. I'm not joking. That revelation could do more harm than good, at least for now. You won't be permitted to address it, and all footage concerning it will be seized. Amy's frustration bubbled over as she threw her hands up. Seized? Are you kidding me? What's the point of my being here if I can't report on my findings? Coulson's expression remained calm, but a spark of understanding flickered in his eyes. I understand, Amy. You're a journalist, and this seems like a once-in-a-lifetime story. However, it's dangerous, and I'm saying this for your own good. Amy's frustration deepened at Coulson's words. She moved closer, her voice slightly raised. For my own good. Come on, Coulson, don't patronize me. I know how to manage a significant story. This isn't about my safety, it's about control. Coulson exhaled deeply, rubbing the back of his neck. I assure you, the threat is genuine. Back in the 70s, a terrorist emerged here in England, obsessed with Sir Percy. He's very much alive and, sadly, still free. If he finds out you're spreading that story, he will come after you. Amy paused, momentarily stunned by his words. Wait, what? A terrorist fixated on Sir Percy? Why haven't I heard of this before? Coulson sighed again. Well, as I mentioned, he was active over 30 years ago, and much of the information about him was buried. It's not that it's a secret, it's just somewhat hidden. So it's not surprising you weren't aware of him. Amy crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Somewhat hidden. That sounds alarmingly like government speak for, we didn't want the public to panic. So what's the story? Who is this guy, and why does he still pose a threat? Coulson took a steady breath. His name, or at least the one he uses, is the Black Knight. He claims to be the rightful heir of Camelot because of blood ties to Sir Percy. He struck England hard, stealing numerous items and causing destruction and death in his wake. Amy's eyes widened, her shock shifting to morbid curiosity. The Black Knight. You're saying a lunatic believes he's the heir to Camelot and has been wreaking havoc to prove it. Coulson nodded, his face serious. That's exactly what I'm saying. He appeared in the 70s, asserting that he's Sir Percy's descendant and claimed ownership of anything tangentially linked to him, historical artifacts and so on. Amy raised her eyebrow, her curiosity piqued despite the situation's seriousness. And people just allowed him to do that. How did he manage to evade capture? Coulson sighed, the weight of years evident in his voice. He wasn't your ordinary criminal, he had access to advanced weapons and technology beyond what was typical. He even had a flying horse. Back then, there weren't many ways to counter something like that. Amy blinked, absorbing Coulson's words. A flying horse? Are you serious? Coulson shook his head, his expression unwavering. I wish I were joking. It sounds absurd, but it provided him with a tactical edge that was nearly impossible to combat at that time. Combine that with advanced weaponry and the element of surprise, and he was a nightmare. Amy let out an incredulous laugh, though it held an edge of anxiety. So we're talking about a guy who's like a medieval cosplayer with sci-fi gadgets. How did he even acquire that stuff? Coulson's expression remained stoic. That information is classified. What matters is he had those tools and knew how to use them. Each time law enforcement or even the military tried to trap him, he managed to outsmart them. He was always a step ahead. Amy frowned, her journalist instincts kicking in. And no one has been able to catch him. Not even now, with all our technology and resources. He hasn't been active for some time, Coulson said. But we believe he's still out there. You must have heard about the rumors regarding a flying horse near Camelot about a week ago. That was him. Amy stopped mid-sentence, her mind racing as clues began to align. Wait, she said carefully, her voice shaking slightly with realization. The flying horse, the news reports about a sighting near Camelot last week. That was him, wasn't it? Coulson met her gaze, his expression serious and unyielding. Exactly what I'm saying. Amy's stomach dropped as the implications dawned on her. Oh my God, she murmured. I thought it was just a hoax, some viral stunt or kids messing around with a drone. No hoax, Coulson clarified. That was the truth. And he wasn't there by chance. The Black Knight doesn't act without a purpose. Amy's eyes widened as realization struck her. He was scouting Camelot. He likely intended to infiltrate it, Coulson elaborated. However, Camelot isn't without its defenses, and he was driven away, likely to avoid damaging what he perceives as his own. But this is why you cannot divulge anything about the truth of Sir Percy. Amy stared at him, the heaviness of his words astonished her. He would truly come after me. Over just one story. Absolutely, Coulson affirmed. The Black Knight isn't merely obsessed, he's relentless. If he views you as a threat, he'll do everything to silence you. And he won't care about collateral damage. Anyone associated with you, your editor, your sources, could end up in danger. Amy clenched her fists, her frustration boiling over. This is outrageous. I'm a journalist, Coulson. Telling the truth is my responsibility. I can't just remain silent because some madman might chase me down. I understand your perspective, Coulson replied, his voice becoming gentler. However, my responsibility is to safeguard the public, and at times, that requires actions you may disagree with, like preventing you from broadcasting that story. Amy's jaw tightened, fists clenched as she moved closer to Coulson. Preventing me? Are you actually serious? You can't dictate what I can or cannot say. This is my story, my career. Suppressing the truth isn't an option just because it's uncomfortable. Coulson remained composed, his tone steady. This isn't about convenience, Amy. It's a matter of survival, yours and those connected to you. The Black Knight isn't a far-off threat. He's a real danger. If you publish that story, you're marking yourself and them as targets. Amy shot him a glare, her frustration boiling over. So I'm just supposed to give in? Allow him to win by staying silent? Coulson sighed, admiring her tenacity but aware of his orders. This isn't debatable, it's a national security issue. Your story about Camelot can't include what you know about Sir Percy, and that's final. Amy fixed her gaze on Coulson, her chest heaving with anger and disbelief. National security, she echoed, incredulous. You're using that card on a story about a man who may or may not have existed 1,000 years ago. Coulson's eyes remained steady, his voice resolute. Yes, I am. This goes beyond Sir Percy or Camelot. It involves a dangerous person who could inflict harm if you reveal the truth. Until he's dealt with, the truth must unfortunately stay hidden. Amy was far from pleased, and Coulson recognized it. He had seen this before, she wasn't thinking clearly. Amy, you have an incredible story, people want to experience what you witnessed today. Don't deny them that chance just because you can't reveal everything. Amy tightened her jaw and crossed her arms, her glare fixed on Coulson. It's easy for you to say. You're not the one being asked to compromise your work, to withhold the truth because it's considered too dangerous. Though she knew it wasn't his fault, he didn't understand the sacrifices she made to be here. Keeping the truth to herself felt like a betrayal of her efforts. Her voice softened but was edged with bitterness. You don't understand, Coulson. I didn't accidentally end up here. I made sacrifices to be here. And you're telling me it was all for nothing. Coulson met her gaze, calm yet firm. I'm not saying it was for nothing. You have a significant story that millions need to see. Even if it's not the complete picture, it still holds value. Amy shook her head, her jaw tense. Omitting Sir Percy feels like deceiving people. Like I'm undermining the truth. You're not, Coulson reassured her. You're safeguarding it. The truth won't disappear because it's postponed. But pushing too hard now might cost you the opportunity to share anything at all. Amy gazed at the horizon, arms crossed. She recognized he was correct, yet that didn't ease her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him. All right. I'll withhold information, for now. But once this danger is past, I'll share the complete story. No limits. Coulson acknowledged her with a nod. You have my assurance. Concentrate on what you can reveal. It's a narrative that deserves to be told. As they approached the car, Amy looked back at the spires of Camelot. Though she would share what she could for the moment, the complete truth would eventually come out. She would ensure it happened. After signing numerous forms, Amy gave Coulson copies of her notes, and he promised to send her the recorded footage in return. Although she was unhappy about omitting the part regarding Sir Percy from her story, she ultimately understood the necessity of that decision. While she might have had to sleep with Stark for this opportunity, many others had assisted her along the way, and she wanted to protect them from a madman claiming to be the heir of Camelot. She intended to research the terrorist, fueled by curiosity, and she was considering crafting another story about him. Though she might not be able to publish it soon, having portions of the story pre-written would be beneficial if he were captured. She had a lot to keep her occupied, reviewing her notes, writing the new story, and perhaps finding some guests. The ride back home was spent passionately scribbling in her notebook, much to the annoyance of the men beside her, who unsuccessfully attempted to flirt the entire journey. Coulson was also on his way home, feeling uneasy about the atmosphere in Britain, particularly within the British government, as it was too hostile. While he recognized they were under immense pressure, the entire world watching, with everyone demanding something and forcing their hand, he did not envy them at all, or his boss, who was expected to have answers. He hoped that what he brought back would provide some assistance, at least. The news about Sir Percy was particularly shocking and would surely be considered valuable by his boss, who would likely find a way to utilize it. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Nick Fury stood in a large, dimly lit room. At the center, a small tablet lay before him, surrounded only by towering monitors that reached 3 meters high. As he inhaled deeply and pressed a button, a faint light illuminated a circle beneath him, further brightening the space. Fury's steady, authoritative voice resonated through the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have updates on Camelot." The screen sprang to life, displaying a series of figures. Shadowy faces appeared on the monitors, their identities concealed, yet their influence palpable. Each person represented formidable organizations and governments worldwide, all interested in the resurgence of Camelot. One voice broke the silence, calm yet tinged with tension. "Agent Coulson's report has arrived, I take it." Fury nodded, hands clasped behind his back. "It has. While there's ample information to analyze, one detail stands out significantly. Sir Percy, the alleged ancestor of the Black Knight, may never have existed." A heavy silence enveloped the room as another voice piped up, skeptical. "You're suggesting that the cornerstone of Arthurian legend is a fabrication?" "That's a bold assertion, Fury." Fury's expression remained inscrutable. "However, it is confirmed by Sir Lancelot himself, which introduces significant uncertainty into much of our historical understanding." The quiet deepened as Fury's words lingered, each shadowed figure contemplating the implications. Another voice broke in, measured yet disbelieving. "Sir Lancelot. Are you saying that one of Arthur's knights, the Sir Lancelot, discredited the existence of Sir Percy?" Fury nodded, his expression firm. "Correct. Directly from the source. He claims that Sir Percy wasn't part of the original Camelot. What we've revered for centuries could either be a later addition or a complete invention." An impatient voice chimed in, laced with frustration. "We were all aware that Camelot's return would allow us to reinterpret history, yet learning a legendary figure isn't real is challenging." Fury's gaze swept the room, his tone unwavering. "It's challenging, yet it's the reality. Camelot's return will never entirely align with the myths. Over time, legends tend to grow, embellished, distorted, occasionally fabricated. Sir Percy is merely one example." A softer voice spoke up, careful and contemplative. "Beyond the need to revise our history books, we should recognize there are far more pressing matters at hand." Fury acknowledged this with a nod. "Agreed. Sir Percy's absence from Camelot is but a minor detail compared to our immediate threats and opportunities." A more commanding voice interrupted, firm and direct. "The Black Knight. His claims rely on Sir Percy. If he discovers this, what will be the consequences for his actions?" Fury's tone turned serious. "If he learns of it, he's likely to respond by fully stepping out of retirement. However, I wouldn't worry too much, let's allow Camelot to confront him." Tension filled the room at Fury's suggestion, leading to silent exchanges among the shadowed figures. A skeptical voice finally broke the stillness, sharp in tone. "Let Camelot test him." "Are you suggesting we use the knights as bait, Fury?" Fury's expression remained steady. "Not bait. An opportunity. Camelot's knights are not mere relics, they are warriors, and their very presence alters the dynamics. If the Black Knight seeks to challenge their legitimacy, let him, they are better positioned to handle him than most modern forces." A cautious voice interjected, measured yet concerned. "And what happens if they fail? If Camelot cannot manage him, the aftermath could be dire. Keeping a historical relic in King Arthur's hands is one thing, but it's entirely another if it ends up with a terrorist." Fury's expression hardened as he replied, voice resolute. "That is a valid concern. However, let's not underestimate Camelot. King Arthur is supposed to be the greatest of knights, Southwest we should place our trust in him." Murmurs filled the room as they debated his plan, ultimately leaning in support of it. Since he had already notified Camelot about Sir Percy, it was expected they would act, presenting a valuable opportunity to gauge their potential danger. If they were unable to confront the Black Knight, it would indicate they posed no threat, allowing plans to be made for taking control of Camelot as a historical site and conducting proper evaluations. Conversely, if they could handle him, it would help assess Camelot's threat level and inform future strategies. A pragmatic voice disrupted the low chatter, redirecting focus. "Regarding tests, Fury, what's the situation with the samples? Air, water, soil, any noteworthy anomalies?" Fury nodded, voice calm. "Preliminary results indicate that Camelot isn't just well-preserved, it's extraordinary. The water is sheerly pure, the air is pollutant-free, and the soil displays cultivation methods that don't correspond to its time period." An analytical voice chimed in. "Any indications as to why the air remains pure?" "Physics suggests it should have become contaminated by surrounding air by now, spreading pollutants evenly." Fury shook his head slightly. "No definitive answers yet. Camelot's environment contradicts normal physical laws. The purity of its air doesn't align with what we'd expect from any isolated system today." The analytical voice insisted, "Is there a barrier we're missing? Something that keeps it shielded from outside effects?" "We've looked for energy fields or barriers," Fury answered, maintaining a calm tone. So far, nothing decisive, but there are subtle anomalies in energy readings near the edge. It could indicate that something is actively sustaining the environment. A softer voice chimed in contemplatively. If it's actively sustained, could it potentially spread? This might be a solution to air pollution that many countries could benefit from. Fury raised an eyebrow at the idea but didn't dismiss it. In theory, if something is preserving purity, understanding, and replicating it might have global implications. But we're far from grasping how it operates, let alone scaling it up. The softer voice persisted, interested. If we can study and replicate Camelot's preservation, it could transform environmental restoration. Clean air, water, soil, this could alter everything. A pragmatic voice interrupted, moderating the optimism. But it could easily become a weapon. If this purity is part of an active system, what if someone weaponizes it? A barrier that purifies could also isolate or destroy. Fury nodded, his tone resolute. That's why we're proceeding cautiously. Camelot's environment isn't just a scientific fascination, it holds potential benefits and threats. Until we understand it better, we must keep our distance. A colder voice added to the discussion. What if Arthur and his knights refuse to share or permit further research? Are we ready to act if this preservation technology is something the world cannot afford to lose? Fury's gaze sharpened. Let's handle that when we come to it. For now, Arthur's cooperation is crucial. Overstepping could convert an ally into an adversary, and that's a risk we can't take. The meeting wasn't finished, with a lengthy agenda focusing on Camelot and its surrounding mysteries. Suddenly, Fury reached up and pressed his earpiece, paying attention to an urgent message. Excuse me, I have to address something, he interrupted, halting the discussion. The shadowy figures exchanged glances, some murmuring in confusion, others irritated by the sudden break. We're not finished here, Fury, you can't just leave. We still have questions. As one voice insisted this, the U.S. representative muted his microphone to take a call, something Fury noticed, prompting him to wait. Just as he anticipated, the U.S. representative quickly unmuted. No, it's fine, Fury, you go handle this, and update me on the situation when you can. Fury nodded curtly, his keen eyes scanning the room before he left. I'll deal with this and get back to you with the pertinent details, he stated firmly, leaving no room for debate. The remaining shadowy figures began discussing among themselves, their confusion shifting to concern. A commanding voice cut through the chatter. If both Fury and the U.S. representative are responding to the same issue, it's clearly urgent. Someone brief us on what's happening. The U.S. representative's voice came through, calm yet tense. I can't provide specifics yet, but it's not related to Camelot, at least, I don't think it is, but it's important, and Fury needs to be on this. A skeptical voice interjected, tinged with irritation. So it's an American issue? I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. answered to the Council, not you. The U.S. representative's tone sharpened, defensiveness seeping in. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't take orders from any single nation. This is a S.H.I.E.L.D. level matter, and I'm confident you will all learn about it soon, now, if you'll excuse me. Without waiting for a response, the line went dead. With Fury out of the room, the others could only curse for a moment before they also finished their connections, attempting to ascertain what was happening. Fury moved swiftly through the corridors of the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, his expression inscrutable but his mind racing. Upon exiting the meeting chamber, he tapped his earpiece again. Fury here. What's going on? A sharp, professional voice responded instantaneously. Director Fury, we have important news. Tony Stark's convoy was attacked while traveling back from a weapons demonstration in Afghanistan. Early reports indicate heavy casualties. Fury's pace increased, his jaw tightening. Any news on Stark himself? Yes, sir. Stark himself is unaccounted for. Conflicting reports are coming in, some indicate he was captured, while others say his convoy was destroyed. Who's behind this? Fury demanded, his voice low but edged with urgency. We're still gathering intelligence, the timing and location were meant to be top secret, only the U.S. military had the information, so we suspect an inside source. Fury's jaw tightened further as he processed the implications. An inside source? It must be a high-ranking officer to access that kind of information. Fury recognized the gravity of the situation, a threat like this wasn't something to take lightly. However, he doubted the military would agree to assist in tracking down this spy. Personally, he had a disdain for Stark, the kid was conceited, self-centered, and a considerable annoyance. Yet, a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology came from Stark's inventions, and the same went for the U.S. military. Furthermore, much of his strategies relied on Stark's next-generation technology. So, combined with Stark's late father's link as a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D., losing Stark was out of the question, especially since he could end up in enemy hands. Any update on Stark's condition? Fury demanded, his tone sharp. Nothing yet, sir. We just learned about the attack, no survivors, and currently, there's no indication of Stark. So, we assume he was the target and taken alive. Fury let out a frustrated breath. Taken alive. That shows careful planning. Whoever arranged this was strategic about it. Yes, sir, the voice responded. They likely want him for his expertise. Stark's knowledge is crucial, and his captors will aim to exploit it in some way. Fury's eyes narrowed. That means time is of the essence. If they manage to get Stark to talk, or worse, compel him to create something, we'll be facing a global crisis. Understood, sir. What are your directives? As Fury entered the operations hub, his pace quickened. Agents were already monitoring feeds, searching for information on Stark's whereabouts. He pointed at the main screen that displayed a map of Afghanistan. Deploy every resource at our disposal, Fury commanded. I want satellite imagery, intercepted communications, and teams on the ground. Prioritize insurgent factions in the area, begin with the 10 rings. Yes, sir. We're reallocating assets to the region now. And what about Stark's convoy? Fury pressed further. Who was in charge of security? Colonel James Rhodes, sir. He's Stark's close friend and is already organizing a search effort. Fury nodded. Good. Monitor him closely, but don't depend on the military's handling of this. They might have a mole, and I don't want our operation jeopardized. Should we prepare contingencies, sir? Asked one agent cautiously. Fury turned, his expression serious. Start drafting them. But keep everything under wraps. The last thing we need is for panic to spread or for someone else to take advantage of the situation. Another agent hesitated momentarily before speaking. Director, we have limited resources in the area. What's the extent of our diversion? Fury exhaled sharply, clearly frustrated. Divert what is essential without leaving us vulnerable elsewhere. Stark matters, but we can't sacrifice other operations for this. Fury was well acquainted with this type of situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. excelled at locating high-value targets for either elimination or rescue, although none had been as significant as Stark. Stark was truly in a league of his own, and disappearing under military protection complicated matters further. They would want to take charge of the case, but Fury couldn't allow that, and he had to act quickly to get involved before they could mess things up. It was clear they were compromised. First Camelot. Now this, he muttered, frustration and determination mingling in his voice. The universe really does have a twisted sense of humor. An analyst nearby hesitated before speaking. Sir, do you think this could be related to Camelot, or is it merely coincidental? Fury shook his head, dismissing the idea. No connection. Different players, different stakes. But it reminds us that we are dealing with too many crises simultaneously. Remain focused on Stark. He returned his attention to the central console. Get me a comprehensive breakdown of all insurgent groups operating in the region. Focus on the 10 rings but consider any rogue players. Someone set this in motion, and I intend to find out who. Yes, sir, the analyst responded, diving into their research. Fury's earpiece buzzed, and he answered it. Fury here. Director, the voice replied, we have no solid intel yet, but we intercepted unconfirmed chatter regarding an American VIP being taken to a secluded location. This could align with Stark's disappearance timeline. Fury frowned. Unconfirmed doesn't cut it. Verify the source and get me something actionable. Until then, it's just noise. Understood, sir. Fury turned to his lead operations officer. What's the estimated time of arrival for getting assets into the field? 36 hours at the earliest, sir. The terrain is rough, and insurgent activity complicates our movements. Unacceptable, Fury replied sharply. Find a way to minimize that time to 18 hours. Utilize local contacts, bribes, whatever it takes. I need eyes on the ground yesterday. The officer nodded. Yes, sir. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. Once more a chapter was released hours before when I wanted to drop it. Clearly you have to do everything yourself, W. Emily Carter adjusted her documents, a serious look on her face. Breaking news tonight, Tony Stark, billionaire inventor and CEO of Stark Industries, and renowned playboy, has reportedly gone missing. Details are scarce, but we know that Stark was in the Middle East for a covert weapons demonstration for the military. We have confirmation that Stark did not return as scheduled, and an investigation is currently underway. She glanced at the graphic displayed on the screen. Reports indicate that Stark was showcasing a new weapons system in the area. His disappearance has raised concerns about a possible coordinated attack from a well-organized insurgent group. Emily Carter leaned forward slightly, her tone steady yet somber. Although military officials have withheld information, insiders suggest that this is being treated as a high-priority kidnapping. The attackers might have targeted Stark to gain access to classified weaponry. She pointed toward the gathering crowd displayed on the live feed. Outside Stark Tower in New York, fans and employees have assembled, holding signs and candles, hoping for Stark's safe return. Stark Industries has yet to provide a detailed statement. However, Emily continued, glancing back at her notes. Pepper Potts, Stark's personal assistant, issued a brief message earlier today. We are deeply concerned about Tony's safety and are cooperating fully with authorities. Our priority is his safe return. Yet, questions remain. How did the attackers learn about the secret weapons demonstration, and how did they breach the convoy? Was the weapon taken as well? Emily's tone hardened as she spoke directly to the camera. Are terrorists now in possession of state-of-the-art Stark weaponry? And are we now at risk from weapons designed to protect us? Emily Carter leaned back slightly, her expression resolute as she addressed the audience. These pressing questions weigh heavily on everyone's mind tonight. The implications of Stark's disappearance, and the potential theft of his technology, are immense. Emily's expression darkened further as she continued. Stark's disappearance follows just 3 weeks after the world was shocked by the return of Camelot. The reappearance of King Arthur and his knights has already left nations scrambling to respond. Now, with Stark missing and the threat of advanced weapons falling into enemy hands, the world teeters on the edge of chaos. Ancient legends and modern crises are converging in unprecedented ways. She leaned closer to the camera, her voice steady. In a world already destabilized by the return of Camelot, Stark's kidnapping amplifies the uncertainty. What lies ahead is anyone's guess. The world has once again been thrown into a media-driven frenzy due to Tony Stark's disappearance. While Camelot had the public hanging on their every word, every media outlet realized they had little new information to share. They could only bring in so many experts who would ask the same questions. Without new developments, they risked damaging their credibility in the long run. They knew they needed a fresh angle, but the government was withholding the bigger story, leaving them hungry for something substantial. Now, the news of the world's richest and most famous individual possibly being kidnapped or murdered was a headline worth pursuing. Thus, they quickly shifted focus from Camelot to Stark's predicament. That doesn't mean the public lost interest in Camelot, it simply meant the media could finally offer varied discussions instead of repeating the same narratives. The story of Stark's crisis reached nearly everywhere, all but the White City of Camelot. Without TVs, phones, electronic devices, or newspapers, the people within remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. King Arthuria Pendragon, the goddess of the end, sat upon her throne, overseeing her knights as they trained, eager to leave yet prohibited from doing so. Each day, a group of outsiders entered the city, and under the watchful eye of a knight, they explored it. Troublesome, I muttered as another group exited the city. Day after day, it remained the same. 4 weeks, no changes had occurred. I may be a divine king, immortal and ageless, with all the time in the world, a few weeks meant little to me or my knights. Yet, I was clearly here for a purpose, and I couldn't afford to wait. The people, my people, needed me to save them. With a sigh, I rose from my throne and headed to my chambers. Understanding that I needed to take action didn't clarify how I should proceed. I knew I needed information, but how to obtain it? That would have to be a problem for tomorrow. As I settled into bed more out of habit than necessity, my knights gradually turned in for the night, though they wouldn't find much rest. Mordred had trained all day, sparring with the other knights, hitting one another was enjoyable, and even now, he walked with a smile, hands behind his head, as if he owned the place. One day, he would. He rounded a corner and saw Sir Tristan, the Knight of Sorrow, leaning against the wall, gazing out at the moonlit city. Evening, Tristan, called Mordred casually. Still brooding, or just appreciating the view? Tristan glanced over, his expression inscrutable as always. A bit of both, I guess, he replied, his voice low and burdened with unspoken thoughts. The city may be serene, but my mind seldom is. Mordred chuckled, resting against the opposite wall. You should ponder less and spar more, it works wonders for clearing the mind. Tristan turned to face him, arms crossed. And what would be the purpose of our sparring, Mordred? To pass the time. To distract ourselves from our inaction since Camelot's return. Mordred's grin faltered briefly before returning, albeit smaller. What else can we do? My father confines us here like artifacts in a museum. Don't tell me you're content with this. Tristan's expression darkened, and he turned back to the window. Content? No. But I trust the king, he wouldn't keep us here without a reason. Mordred scoffed. Reason or not, we're knights, Tristan. Warriors. It's maddening to sit idle while the world continues outside. We should confront that accursed Black Knight instead of entertaining tourists. Tristan's jaw tightened at Mordred's words, but his voice stayed calm, heavy with unspoken frustration. I agree the Black Knight must be dealt with, but we must trust the king. Mordred crossed his arms with a sigh. Trust the king, that's all we seem to do. Meanwhile, the world forgets what Camelot represents. How long must we wait here for a sign? Tristan maintained his gaze on the moonlit city. We don't wait for a sign, Mordred. We wait for the right moment. Rushing into the unknown won't fix anything. The Black Knight will come in due time. Mordred growled in frustration, then exhaled heavily. I know you're right. I just want to prove myself, you see. Tristan turned to him, his expression softening slightly. I understand, Mordred. You've always wanted to demonstrate your abilities to the king. But proving yourself isn't about rushing into battle. Mordred shrugged, arms still crossed. It's difficult to feel like a knight when we merely entertain gawking outsiders. We're meant to be legends, not curators of a museum. Tristan chuckled quietly, a flicker of a smile breaking through his usual solemn demeanor. Patience, Mordred. Legends aren't created overnight. When the moment arrives, you'll have your opportunity to prove yourself. Just remember, a knight is defined not by glory but by purpose. Mordred narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Purpose. If my purpose is to protect Camelot, I'll be prepared. When that Black Knight appears, I'll show him what I'm capable of. Tristan placed a hand on Mordred's shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring. You will, Mordred. But until then, place your faith in the king and yourself. Your moment will come. Mordred nodded, the fire in his eyes slightly dimming but still burning strong. I hope you're right, Tristan. I genuinely do. As the two knights parted ways, the stillness of the night enveloped Camelot's halls once more. Mordred walked toward his chambers, his mind racing with thoughts of upcoming battles, while Tristan remained by the window, gazing at the city below, a sense of unease settling within him. Mordred considered taking a bath but ultimately decided against it. It was too late for his father to be around, and honestly, it wasn't enjoyable to do alone. I'll save it for next time, he muttered as he entered his room, which was cluttered and messy, debris strewn across the floor. A pile of plates and cups, bones stripped of meat. It was a disaster, but Mordred couldn't bring himself to clean it, so he kicked everything aside on his way to the bed and the armor stand nearby. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he glanced at the mess surrounding him. It didn't disturb him, in fact, it felt oddly comforting, chaos reflecting the storm in his mind. Tristan and his patience, he grumbled. The Black Knights out there, likely mocking us while we languish in this gilded cage. Mordred reclined, his head against the wall, staring at the ceiling. The weight of his armor, both physical and metaphorical, pressed down on him even as he sat in his undershirt. I'll prove myself, he whispered. I'll show them all. Father, Tristan, the Black Knight, the world. As his eyes began to close, visions of battles to come and victories to grasp filled his mind. For now, the air of Camelot would rest, but the fire within him burned brightly, anticipating the moment it would be set free. You really ought to clean up at some point. The unexpected comment jolted him awake. Standing at the now open door was his father, Arthuria Pendragon. Mordred shot upright, instinctively losing the casual defiance he had just embodied. Father, he managed, clearing his throat and straightening his shirt. I didn't expect you. Arthuria entered, her keen gaze surveying the chaos. Plates, bones, discarded armor littered the room, a sight that would make any knight wince. Clearly, she stated dryly, shutting the door behind her. You've made yourself comfortable. Mordred rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile forming. It's not that bad. Just, lived in. Arthuria raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Lived in. Mordred, this isn't a tavern. You're a knight of Camelot, heir to its legacy. Your environment reflects on you, whether you acknowledge it or not. Mordred gestured vaguely at the mess. It's just a room. Doesn't define who I am. His father sighed, recognizing the futility of further discussion. Mordred was resolute in his ways and unlikely to change anytime soon. Fine, we can discuss that later. For now, let's focus on why I came. Without saying more, she leaned forward and tapped her finger against Mordred's forehead. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. Nathan Garrett was frustrated by how everyone had overlooked Camelot. What could the Stark boy possibly compare to his legacy? Stark paled in comparison to Camelot, yet the absence of recent news had caused public disinterest. All his efforts to gain legal access to the city had been thwarted, the government had foolishly rejected his rightful claims to that legacy. They continued to exclude everyone, and even worse, the inhabitants of the city seemed satisfied with their confinement, much like lowly prisoners. If they were too fearful to venture out and share the glory of the Round Table, then he, as the heir to Sir Percy, the brilliant individual who had become the Black Knight without that cursed sword, would take matters into his own hands. Garrett retrieved a sleek, black gauntlet from his workbench, its metal shimmering in the dim light. It was a prototype of the suit he had designed, a blend of ancient inspiration and advanced technology. As he slid it onto his hand, he flexed his fingers, the servos emitting a soft hum. They believe they can ignore Camelot. I will prove them wrong. I will seize the city, the throne, and ultimately, claim England itself. He muttered, his voice laced with a touch of madness as he donned his armor. Gradually, Nathan Garrett transformed beneath the guise of the Black Knight. Since his last visit, he had enhanced his gear, recognizing the need for a more powerful invisibility unit, ensuring he could conceal his mount without depleting the equipment. After all, he didn't want to be distracted by fending off guards. Instead, his focus was on the Knights of the Round Table, especially Mordred, the slayer of the original Sir Percy and King Arthur. Therefore, once again, on this dark night, the Black Knight soared through the sky, heading towards Camelot, the city of legends, a symbol of chivalry and honor, a radiant testament to the goodness of humanity. But now was the time for a new era, an era in which the Black Knight would claim his rightful place as ruler. As the city came into view, he descended silently, his cloaking device shielding him from the guards. He landed in a large open area, looking around as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. The city was stunning, it far surpassed the portrayals from satellites, which clearly could not capture its perfection. This was his city, a true masterpiece. He landed in a spacious square, ample for people, horses, and carts, but his attention was drawn to the fountain in the center. It was a breathtaking sight, a massive stone statue of the young King Arthur, having just pulled the sword from the stone. For a moment, the Black Knight forgot his mission, wholly captivated by the beauty before him. Fortunately, the city was mostly deserted, only a few patrols of knights in silver and blue moved through, allowing him time to admire the artistry. "It's magnificent," he said, his voice muffled by the armor. "Soon, it will be mine, and I will reign over the country and then the world from its halls." Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward, only to pause as tension filled the air around him. As he scanned the area, he noticed no one around. Still, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. "Reveal yourself," he commanded, his voice resonating through the deserted streets. "At least you possess the vision to recognize my father's greatness," replied a youthful voice, brimming with intensity. He turned towards the source of the voice and quickly identified the speaker perched atop a nearby building, looking down at him. The high-tech visor enabled him to observe every detail with precision. However, what troubled him most was that the systems had failed to alert him to anyone's presence. He didn't need to ask who it was, he had seen their picture, captured from a distance but unmistakably vivid. The silver and red armor, characterized by its massive shoulder pads and the skirt-like armor encircling the hips. Even without seeing their face, even though they wore a great horned helm now, he was certain about who stood before him. Sir Mordred, the Knight of Rebellion, the traitor, and the slayer of the noble King Arthur and his own ancestor, Sir Percy. "You have some nerve coming here, Black Knight," Mordred said, his tone icy. "A false knight, nothing but a pretender. Still, I'm pleased to see you here because I've been itching for a fight." Not long ago, while in his chamber, Mordred's father had made an unexpected visit. After a brief exchange of words, his father leaned in, and in that moment, Mordred felt the weight of all of Camelot. Suddenly, he was aware of every corner in the city, and he sensed something in front of his father's statue. Someone was present. Not merely a person, but also a horse, the sole steed in all of Camelot belonged to his father. He sensed Dun Stallion in the stable, indicating another horse was present, along with an unwelcome visitor. He recognized the men immediately, not through any special insight from his father's actions, but by deducing who had the audacity to intrude upon the city. That cursed Black Knight, the heir of some usurper, who had the gall to claim descent from the one who killed him, Mordred. A despicable liar, he had spread unforgivable fabrications that tarnished not only his own honor but also that of Camelot. Fueled by rage, he turned to his father, who offered Clarent to him. "Go, and cleanse the city of his stain." Mordred grinned, quickly donned his helm, and took up his sword. "Don't worry, father, I will take care of him swiftly." As he stepped onto the moonlit streets, his armor shimmered in silver and red, and his helm cast long shadows against the stone walls. He moved with agility, the city's layout vividly etched in his mind, leading him directly to the intruder with pinpoint accuracy. The closer he approached the statue of King Arthur, the fiercer his anger ignited. The audacity of the so-called Black Knight trespassing into Camelot, defiling its hallowed grounds, was an affront that Mordred could not endure. Arriving in the square, Mordred slowed down, spotting the men before the fountain, his cloaking device now ineffective. The Black Knight's silhouette was unmistakable, his dark armor reflecting a modern, unnatural brilliance. Nathan Garrett turned to face him, the low hum of his black armor resonating as he lifted his energy lance. "Mordred," he declared, his tone steady but laced with contempt. "I'm not the pretender here. You are. A murderer, a traitor, assuming you still belong here after what you've done." Mordred gripped Clarent tighter, fury rising within him. "A pretender? You dare label me a pretender when you boast of ancestry from an imaginary knight? Some fool claimed he killed me, yet I've never heard of him." Nathan fixed his gaze on Mordred, disbelief sharp in his tone. You really don't believe Sir Percy existed? You say you know nothing of the knight who faced you and brought you down. How can you be so ignorant of history?" Mordred let out a harsh laugh, tightening his grip further on Clarent. "Ignorant of history? You're the one distorting it with your absurd claims. I only faced one man, my father. I know precisely who opposed me, and your Percy never appeared. He is simply a figment of your imagination." Nathan's posture stiffened, the energy lance in his hand buzzing louder as his anger intensified. A figment. You think Percy's existence is just a tale? He was the knight who dared to confront you when even your father wavered. He was the one who killed you, Mordred, and his blood flows through my veins. Mordred's laughter turned to a snarl, his voice filled with malice. Killed me? Don't make me laugh. No knight, no Percy, interfered in our duel. I fell to my father's lance, not some imaginary black blade wielded by your so-called ancestor. Nathan's posture stiffened as sparks crackled from his energy lance. You can't accept the truth of your defeat, can you? Percy's legacy is written in history, everyone knows of his victory over you. Yet, you, the self-styled knight of rebellion, tarnish his memory with your falsehoods. Mordred's voice rose, icy and vicious. Falsehoods. I've roamed these halls, been in the shadow of my father's throne. There was no Percy. Only my father's blade pierced me. You've crafted your legacy from illusions. Nathan stepped closer, his voice cutting like a knife. Do you think denying him makes his victory disappear? Sir Percy's strength and courage allowed Camelot to endure your betrayal. You're not merely a traitor, Mordred, you're a coward unwilling to confront the truth. Mordred's helm tilted, his eyes burning behind the visor. The truth? You wouldn't recognize it if it struck you down. My father and I stood alone in the end, and it was he who defeated me, not a figment from your dreams. Nathan raised his lance, fury boiling over. You may hurl insults at me, but you will not defile Sir Percy's honor. You lost to him, Mordred. His blade was your end, and his blood courses through my veins. I'll demonstrate his might tonight. Mordred's rage erupted in a roar. You're merely a pretender, clinging to a name that holds no weight. If Percy was real, let me show you how it would have ended had he dared face me. In an explosive surge of rage, Mordred lunged, and Nathan narrowly managed to lift his lance just in time to block the strike. The impact was so tremendous that it hurled Nathan backward as if struck by a freight train. He crashed into the cobblestone square, the jolt reverberating through his armor as he skidded to a halt. His energy lance flickered, its hum faltering under the force of Mordred's attack. Gritting his teeth, Nathan pushed himself upright. He was astonished by how swiftly Mordred had struck, he hadn't even had a moment to react. Only the advanced tech of his armor had possibly saved him. Steadying himself, his breath coming in sharp gasps, Nathan tightened his grip on the lance. How did you move so fast? He murmured, a mix of awe and disbelief in his tone. The armor sensors had barely caught Mordred's movement before the blow landed. Mordred stood a few steps away, Clarent resting nonchalantly on his shoulder, its red glow pulsing softly. Fast. You haven't witnessed speed yet, he taunted. What's wrong, Black Knight? Is your fancy tin can already giving out? Nathan gritted his teeth, his visor tracking Mordred as he circled cautiously. You're strong, that much is true. But this fight isn't finished. You're not untouchable. Mordred chuckled and took a deliberate step forward. Not invincible, no. However, compared to you, let's just say I'm much closer to it than you'll ever be. In an instant, he closed the gap again, delivering a brutal overhead strike with Clarent. Nathan's systems blared warnings, and he barely managed to evade, the blade slicing through the air at an alarming speed. The force of the missed attack sparked against the cobblestones, and Nathan felt his heart sink. That shouldn't be possible. Mordred spun around swiftly, his blade buzzing as it carved a broad arc, prompting Nathan to leap back. Impossible. Perhaps for you. But for me. This is merely the warm-up. A smirk appeared beneath his helm. What happened to your bravado, Black Knight? Too engrossed in being impressed. Nathan charged with his lance, aiming it at Mordred's midsection, but the knight effortlessly deflected it. Oh, really? Mordred ridiculed, his tone saturated with derision. You can't hope to defeat me with such moves. At least try to make this amusing. Nathan adjusted his stance, gripping his energy lance firmly. The crackling hum grew more intense as he activated its full power, the blue glow reaching a blinding brilliance. Let's see you stop this, he shouted, thrusting the lance forward to unleash a massive energy blast. The beam cut through the square, powerful enough to demolish buildings, shatter stone, and flatten everything in its way. A shockwave rippled through the air, and Nathan smirked behind his visor. No one can. His words trailed off as the dust settled. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. His words stumbled as the dust settled. Mordred remained unscathed, Clarent in one hand, its red light soaking up the blast's energy effortlessly. The earth below him was unburned, and the city stood intact despite the devastation. Mordred's voice echoed, both calm and taunting. Is that all? Was that your grand strategy? Nathan's visor flickered, his system scanning frantically for any sign of damage. Nothing. Not to Mordred, not to the city. Impossible. He muttered, his voice shaking. That blast it should have destroyed everything. Mordred tilted his head, his tone dripping with amusement. Destroyed everything? Please. You might as well have thrown a pebble at me. My father's lance was a threat. This? It's just a light show. Nathan stumbled back a step, his confidence cracking. No one can withstand that. Not even. Mordred interrupted with a laugh, taking a slow step forward. No one. You're looking at someone who can. Your so-called ultimate weapon is nothing to me, Black Knight. All that fancy tech, and you're still nothing but a pretender. Desperation fueled Nathan's next move as he activated the lance's secondary systems, charging another blast. I'll prove you wrong, he shouted, firing again. The air roared as another beam shot toward Mordred, its intensity even greater than the first. This time, Mordred didn't even raise his blade. He let the energy slam into him directly, the glow enveloping him in a blinding flash. When the light faded, he stood exactly as he had before, completely unscathed. Nathan's grip on the lance faltered, his breathing ragged. This isn't possible, he stammered. You're not human. Mordred grinned beneath his helm, lowering Clarent to his side. Now you're catching on. I'm not like you, Black Knight. I'm a knight of Camelot, a true heir to its power. You're just a man in a suit. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest as he took another step back, the realization sinking in. His most powerful weapon, one capable of leveling entire cities, had done nothing. Mordred wasn't just toying with him. He was untouchable. Mordred advanced, his voice cold and commanding. Are you done yet, or do you have more tricks to embarrass yourself with? I could use a good laugh before I end this. Nathan's hands trembled as he raised the lance again, though his confidence was crumbling. Stay back, he shouted, his voice betraying the fear creeping into his heart. Mordred laughed, a deep, mocking sound that echoed through the square. Or what? You'll scratch my armor. Face it, Black Knight, your story ends here. Nathan stumbled backward, his energy lance crackling weakly as his armor system struggled to compensate for the fight. His most powerful attacks had failed, utterly ineffective against Mordred. Sweat dripped down his face inside the suit, his breathing ragged as fear gripped him. Mordred, by contrast, stood tall, Clarent resting casually on his shoulder. You look like you've seen a ghost, Black Knight, he said, his voice laced with amusement. What's the matter? Realizing that your so-called legacy doesn't mean much when faced with real power. Nathan forced himself to stand firm, gripping his lance tighter. This isn't over, he growled, though his voice betrayed his growing doubt. Mordred let out a sharp laugh, stepping forward with deliberate slowness. Oh, it's very over. But since you got to show off your ultimate move, I think it's only fair I return the favor. Mordred removed his helm, dismissing it with magic. His golden hair in a loose ponytail revealed, his bright green eyes, burning with fury. Nathan's HUD flickered with wild readings, and he instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? He demanded, though the fear in his voice was unmistakable. Mordred raised Clarent with both hands, the blade glowing brighter, its light bathing the square in crimson. He began to chant, his voice clear and filled with the authority of a knight who had stood at Camelot's height. My hatred shall burn bright. Clarent, blood Arthur. The air itself seemed to freeze for a moment, as if holding its breath, before erupting in an explosion of energy. The ground cracked beneath Mordred's feet as Clarent's glow intensified, the blade now a towering beacon of red light. The sheer force of it tore at the surrounding square, sending stone and debris flying. Nathan stumbled, his visor flashing critical warnings as his suit systems struggled to keep up. No, this isn't possible, he muttered, his voice filled with panic. Mordred's eyes locked onto Nathan, his expression cold and unrelenting. This is the strength of Camelot, Black Knight. This is what a true heir to the Round Table wields. Now face it. With a deafening roar, Mordred swung Clarent downward, unleashing a colossal wave of crimson energy. The blast roared across the square like a tidal wave, consuming everything in its path. Nathan had no time to react as the energy slammed into him, his armor shields disintegrating instantly under the onslaught. One moment, the dark night was lit up by an explosion of red light, roaring sounds filled the cool air, and then, nothing. Instantly calm and silence once more descended on the square. The horse Nathan had flown in on had passed out, the huge amount of magic in the air had caused it to faint from fright. As for Nathan himself, the famous Black Knight who had once been a thorn in the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the UK government, nothing remained of him. His armor, which could easily withstand bullets and great force, had completely disintegrated under the intense heat and power of an A+ ranked noble phantasm. And as for the body inside, that had naturally fared no better, and Nathan Garrett was no more, his legacy had ended. He had faced a servant in battle, and since he had no magic, he was unable to even harm Mordred. As the battle came to an end, one by one, the Knights of the Round Table emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the rooftops that encircled the battlefield. having been drawn out by the sounds of battle. They had arrived in time to see Mordred completely dominate his opponent. The first to speak was Sir Gawain, his voice calm but edged with gravity. So, this was the man who dared call himself the Black Knight. A descendant of someone who killed Mordred yet couldn't withstand a single strike. Lancelot stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on the charred remains of the square where Nathan had made his last stand. Not a trace left of him. Not quite. Agravain stepped forward, holding in his hand a sparking lance, half broken and showing off parts of its inside, broken technology visible inside, giving off electrical sparks. Mordred turned, a look of surprise on his face. Hadn't thought anything would survive that. I sense no magic from it. Agravain held the broken lance aloft, inspecting it with a critical eye. Indeed, it seems to draw its power from modern technology, and it survived because he dropped it, so it wasn't hit by the full force of the blast. Sir Tristan, perched silently on a nearby ledge, spoke softly, his tone thoughtful. Technology instead of magic. A weapon without a soul, a tragic sight indeed. Lancelot stepped closer to Agravain, his sharp gaze fixed on the sparking lance. This thing was no match for Clarent. Yet it's still remarkable in its design. They're adapting, even if it's futile against the power of a servant. Bedivere, standing at the edge of the square, crossed his arms and frowned. Yet they clearly do not know of this fact, which might embolden them. Like this man, others might think to challenge us. Mordred smirked, tapping Clarent against her armored shoulder as she eyed the broken lance in Agravain's hands. Let them try. If they're as pathetic as this one, it'll be over before they even know what hit them. Sir Gawain stepped forward, his expression calm but grave. Your victory was decisive, Mordred, but Bedivere has a point. If they don't understand the gap between us, they'll come again, each time more determined, perhaps more dangerous. Agravain studied the exposed circuits and sparking wires of the lance with cold precision. And they'll bring weapons like this. While it means little to us due to lacking mystics, it could bring harm to innocents. Bedivere uncrossed his arms, his tone steady but tinged with concern. Indeed, while we might not be worried about an attack, all those people outside gathered to catch a glimpse of the king, they would suffer. Tristan, still perched on the nearby ledge, let out a heavy sigh, his voice low and mournful. A crowd filled with hope and curiosity, turned into victims of misplaced ambition. A tragedy waiting to happen. Lancelot's expression hardened as he glanced at the broken lance in Agravain's hands. And that ambition isn't fading. If anything, this man's failure will serve as inspiration for others to try. They'll convince themselves they can succeed where he fell short. Mordred scoffed, shifting Clarent to rest against her shoulder. Let them. If they come at Camelot, they'll find out just how wrong they are. It's not my fault if fools get themselves killed for nothing. Gawain's gaze fixed on Mordred, his tone calm but firm. And what of the innocents who might be caught in the crossfire? Mordred, we are not just warriors. We are knights. It is our duty to protect, not just to destroy. Mordred turned to face him, her eyes narrowing. You think I don't know that? I fight to protect Camelot, Gawain. But if someone's stupid enough to attack, they're the ones to blame for what happens. Agravain lowered the lance slightly, his voice cold and calculating. Still, it would be wise to consider the consequences of another attack. Not for us, but for the people who look to Camelot as a symbol of hope. If we fail to shield them, our strength means nothing. Bedivere nodded, his expression serious. Camelot stands not just for power, but for justice and wisdom. If we lose sight of that, we become no better than those who seek to destroy it. Sir Ector, standing by and seeing as feelings started to get heated, finally stepped forward. Now, let's trust in the king. We shall report what happened here and trust in their decision. Mordred's grip on Clarent tightened as she turned back to Sir Ector, her voice sharp. The king gave me this task, Ector. They ordered me to deal with the Black Knight, and that's exactly what I did. If anyone has a problem with it, take it up with them. Ector held up a calming hand, his tone measured. I am not questioning the king's command, Mordred. But how we handle what comes next is just as important as how you handle this battle. The world beyond these walls doesn't understand the king's will as we do. Gawain nodded, his expression thoughtful. The king entrusted you with this fight, and you fulfilled their order perfectly. But the fallout will be ours to manage. The outside world doesn't see the wisdom behind the king's decisions. Agravain glanced at the remains of the broken lance, his voice cold and calculating. All that said, Sir Ector is correct, the king needs to be informed about the situation. It is likely that the unleashed noble phantasm was detected by outsiders. Tristan let out a quiet sigh, his voice soft and tinged with melancholy as he spoke from his perch. An unleashed noble phantasm, visible for miles. It's not just likely it was detected, it's certain. The outside world will already be crafting their own stories about what happened here. Lancelot stepped closer to Agravain, his expression grim. And those stories will spread quickly. A weapon of such magnitude, unleashed within Camelot's walls. Even if they misunderstand, they will see it as a sign of our strength, and perhaps of our willingness to use it. Bedivere's voice remained calm but carried a heavy weight. We must ensure that the king's intent is clear. This was not a display of dominance, but an act of protection. The Black Knight sought to desecrate Camelot, and Mordred acted as she was commanded. Mordred glanced at Bedivere as he used female pronouns to describe him, yet given the seriousness of the discussion, he decided to forgive it just this once. All right, I'm off to sleep, you guys do whatever. The knights watched as Mordred turned and strode away, Clarent resting on his shoulder, the weight of the discussion apparently not enough to deter his usual casual defiance. Agravain's gaze lingered on Mordred's retreating figure for a moment before he turned back to the others, his tone cold and precise. I must inform the king, I need some of you to repair this place. Tristan let out a soft sigh from his perch, his voice tinged with weariness. I'll stay and assist with the repairs. It would be a shame to leave the square in this state, especially with so many eyes already watching us. Gawain nodded, stepping forward to survey the damage. I'll help as well. If the outside world is already spinning its tales, it's better they don't see Camelot left in ruins. This place is as much a symbol as the king themselves. Lancelot crossed his arms, his expression firm. The square must be restored quickly. It's not just for the sake of appearances, it's for the people within these walls. Camelot must always stand strong, even in the smallest details. Bedivere glanced at the group, his voice calm but resolute. I'll ensure the efforts are organized. We'll make this place whole again, just as it was before. Agravain gave a curt nod, satisfied with their responses. Good. Make it quick and thorough. I'll deliver the report to the king immediately. They must know exactly what transpired here tonight. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. That very morning I was barely able to sit on my throne before the door was softly pushed open and Agravain stepped inside. Good morning, your majesty. He said with a bow. We had a situation last night. He began explaining the entire series of events from the night before. Show me this weapon of the modern age. I was well aware of what had happened, but the mentioning of the lance did intrigue me. Agravain bowed deeply at my request, his expression calm but serious. As you command, your majesty. I shall bring it at once. He said as he quickly left, and returned but a few moments later. Carefully carrying the broken lance. Its sparking circuits were dim now, the energy core clearly spent, but the intricate design was still visible. My gaze fell on the fractured weapon, its design an odd fusion of precision engineering and raw ambition. So this is the tool of the one who dared challenge Camelot, I said, my voice steady, tinged with curiosity. A marvel of ingenuity, but so utterly lifeless. Agravain stepped closer, his voice low and calculating. Indeed, your majesty. It is a product of modern ingenuity, relying solely on technology with no trace of magic or mysticism. It may hold power in the world outside, but within Camelot, it is nothing. I turned the weapon around in my hands. According to the file sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., this was a truly fearsome weapon, able to destroy entire buildings and armored vehicles. And that was according to files from decades ago. Technology wasn't really a thing in my time, magic was the order of the day. Yet here, in the Marvel universe, tech was very much a thing. I didn't believe that some C-tier villain I had never heard about could really harm Mordred, but for the difference between them to be so great, that was still unexpected. From my limited knowledge of the Marvel universe, which was mostly the MCU and some mutants thrown in here and there, I knew well enough that technology was big, from Iron Man to Hulk. Most of the Earth's big heroes were the result of science in some way, and given how big that whole part of the universe was, the scaling for it was also to the roof. Yet, part of what made heroic spirits so special was the fact that they were made of mystery, they were the crystallization of belief. Which came with a near immunity to harm and didn't contain mysticism or wasn't in some way a magic attack. Yet, I couldn't deny that given what S.H.I.E.L.D. had told me, this guy was pretty much an older and less cool Iron Man. So I had expected more of him. Yet, now I realized just how broken my knights seemed to be. Sure, against the Ancient One, they would likely struggle, or rather I didn't see any hope of them winning. Even high magic resistance could only go so far against her. But it really did feel like my knights were just a tiny bit overpowered, at least for now. I had no doubt that soon enough people would find out what they were weak to, if it could even be called a weakness. And then start making weapons to target them, special magic bullets and arrows, that kind of thing, but I did have a chance to make use of the time until then. Agravain. I said, my voice firm. We won't hide this, send out an enforcement knight, bring them the message that we have dealt with this evil villain, no longer will we remain in our city alone. Agravain bowed deeply, his expression unflinching. As you command, your majesty. The world must see Camelot's strength and know we are not mere relics of legend. I shall dispatch a knight immediately to deliver the message. The sun hadn't been up for long before people started to arrive at the outside of the Camelot perimeter. It was mostly older local people, those who didn't have work. They would gather around, sit next to their friends in folding chairs, look through binoculars, watching the city as if they were bird watching. Most days, there wasn't much to see, but just sitting there with a cup of tea and chatting away while getting fresh air was fun enough. It beat sitting inside watching TV alone. Even though it was early, and even if fewer people came each day, there were still quickly a few hundred people crowding around the best spots. They didn't expect much, but suddenly, the calm that reigned out there was broken by someone shouting, "Hey! The gates are opening." Now, the gates opening was nothing new. They did so every day. Whenever those sent out by the government came up to visit, the gates would open for them. But today, it was too early for that, and as people looked over, they noticed that there wasn't anyone, so the question was, why were the gates opening? Something unexpected hadn't happened since the city itself appeared, so instantly everyone was watching, which included TV crews from around the world who had been staying here pretty much day and night, even if it was B and C teams these days. "Hey! Look at that! Someone is coming out!" Someone shouted as the impossible happened. One of the knights of Camelot started walking out and towards them all. Everyone watched the knight slowly walk out, the blue and silver armor shining in the morning sun. They also quickly noticed what the knight was carrying. It was hard to miss it really. It wasn't a weapon, but a large banner or flag. It was the insignia of Camelot, the banner of King Arthur. Given how slow the knight was walking, everyone knew it would take a few minutes to reach where they stood, though they didn't know if he would come all the way down to them. Whatever if they waited, excited, or quickly got in touch with their superiors. Around the world, news channels changed to live footage as part of a breaking news segment. The military, on the site to keep people away from Camelot, was scrambling to find out what to do. Their orders said nothing about what to do if someone came out of the city. And given how important an event it was, everyone they contacted couldn't make a decision on the matter, and so they just stood by as the knight reached before the large gathering. The knight stopped just at the edge of the perimeter, standing tall and proud. His armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and the banner of King Arthur fluttered in the gentle breeze. The crowd fell silent, the tension palpable as the knight raised his head and, with a commanding voice that carried effortlessly over the gathering, began to speak. "Behold! I stand before you as an envoy of the Lion King, the Lord of Storms, wielder of Excalibur and Rhongomyniad, Lord of Camelot, sovereign of the Round Table, protector of the realm, champion of justice, Arthuria Pendragon." The knight's voice was resonant, each word striking like the toll of a great bell. The crowd, mesmerized, listened intently as he continued. "By the grace of the king, the light of Camelot shines once more upon his realm. Citizenry of the king's land, subjects of his majesty's reign, hear this proclamation." He planted the banner firmly into the ground, the sound reverberating through the crowd as though it marked the finality of the knight's words. This night, for the second time, someone dared invade the great white city of Camelot. The most despicable of villains, the Black Knight, the heir to a legacy of lies, dared to raise his hand against the eternal glory of Camelot. He sought to defile its sanctity, to mock the majesty of the Lion King, and to challenge the unyielding strength of the Round Table. This vile villain claimed himself the heir to Camelot, yet, their strength did not match their madness, and so the one and true heir to Camelot, and to this realm, Sir Mordred slew him in honorable single combat, proving once and for all that the life and legacy of Sir Percy of Scandia is just that, a lie. The crowd murmured in awe, the weight of the knight's proclamation sinking in. Camera zoomed in, capturing every glint of his armor and every ripple of the banner. The knight's voice carried effortlessly, as though speaking not just to those gathered, but to the entire world. However, the fact that such a vile person reached into the walls of Camelot itself greatly worries the merciful king. That if such evil can reach the White City, then you who live outside of it, must face even more cruelty and evil. Therefore, the king, in his infinite mercy, shall ensure your safety, and that of his entire realm. All enemies of the king, and of his realm shall know the might of his noble knights, as his banner shall fly high over his land. The knight's words hung in the air, powerful and unyielding. The banner of Camelot fluttered in the breeze, a symbol of strength and protection. The crowd remained silent, their awe turning into a palpable sense of anticipation as the knight continued. "Let it be known," the knight declared, his voice unwavering, "the Lion King, Arthuria Pendragon, does not act out of ambition, but out of duty. This proclamation is not one of conquest, but of guardianship. Camelot's light shall extend across this land to banish the shadows of evil and cruelty." He gestured toward the horizon, his gauntlet hand sweeping across the landscape. The king's mercy is infinite, but so too is their resolve. Those who bring harm to the innocent, who seek to corrupt and destroy, shall find their malice met with the righteous fury of the Round Table. No evil shall endure under the gaze of the Lion King. The crowd buzzed with whispers, some inspired, others apprehensive. Camera zoomed in, capturing the knight's every movement as he retrieved the banner from the ground, holding it high. "To the people of this realm," he continued, "take heart. The king's knights will not rest while danger lingers. To the enemies of peace, know this, your time is at an end. Camelot's strength is eternal, its justice unshakable, and its light unending. You have been warned. The knight paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, meeting the eyes of those gathered as though to ensure every soul understood the gravity of his words. With the king's blessing, Camelot shall not remain silent nor its knights seated, with the shields of the innocent and the sword of justice shall bring this realm back into the light. Let this proclamation resound across the land, the Lion King is awake. Turning sharply, the knight began his measured march back toward the gates. The crowd erupted into frantic discussion, reporters shouting into microphones, capturing the scene that would soon dominate news cycles worldwide. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Nick Fury strode into the room, his expression darker than usual. The room was already bustling with activity, agents and analysts scrambling to process the live broadcasts, reports, and intelligence feeds streaming in from around the globe. He had been cursing loudly since finding out about the situation. There was no way of stopping the news from spreading. It was broadcasted by too many different stations, too many nations. They couldn't possibly just cut the feed, more so since they had been caught with their pants down. Everyone, himself included, was busy analyzing the data they had gotten during the night. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. never slept, they watched the city without pause, and naturally, they caught sight of the flashes of light. While they were forced to watch the city from above and from far out, they still had the capabilities to get the details. Gaining an understanding of the strength of these legendary knights was of utmost importance, yet Fury hadn't foreseen them acting like this, nor this fast after Nathan Garrett's assault. Nick Fury slammed a file down onto the table, causing the room to fall silent. His gaze swept over the gathered agents, each one focused intently on their screens or reports. "All right," he growled, "all right, how bad is it?" Maria Hill stepped forward, her face unreadable as usual. "Pretty bad, sir. This is the first time since the appearance of Camelot that someone has left the city, at least what we know of. The proclamation very publicly highlights King Arthur's claim, it's bad." Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, his frustration barely contained. The current strategy had been to keep the public in the dark about the claim to England's throne. They had only been told the bare minimum to prepare for a future where the truth goes out, only told that Arthur claimed the throne, not that he claimed rulership of all of England, completely disregarding the democratic government. Fury took a slow, deep breath, his fingers drumming against the edge of the table. So, not only did they announce themselves to the whole damn world, but they also aired the part we were trying to keep under wraps. Fantastic. What's the public reaction looking like? Hill tapped her tablet, bringing up several screens displaying live news feeds and social media reactions. Mixed, sir. Though that is likely due to them not yet fully understanding the claim, nor knowing about the Black Knight, though that won't last for long. She gestured to one screen showing a televised debate. British media is in chaos. Government officials are scrambling to issue statements without committing to anything, and the monarchy is silent. And the public wants answers. Fury let out a sharp exhale, pacing the room as his mind worked through the implications. Of course, they want answers. Camelot just strolled out of their mythical city, dropped a proclamation, and walked back in like they owned the place. And we've got nothing to counter it except silence. Hill continued, her tone steady. That silence won't hold, sir. The media's already digging. Once they find and air the story about the Black Knight, then it will only get worse. Once people realize what just happened, there will be riots in the streets. Fury stopped pacing, his jaw tightening. Riots in the streets. Great. That's exactly what we need on top of an international incident and a mythical kingdom throwing its weight around. So what's the play, Hill? How do we get ahead of this? Hill's tone remained measured, though the tension was clear in her words. We don't have much time. The media's already digging, and the Black Knight angle will surface soon. Once it does, the narrative will spiral out of our control. Camelot positioned themselves as heroes, defenders against a vile villain. If we don't act fast, the public will buy it wholesale. Fury exhaled sharply, gesturing toward the screen. And what exactly do we counter with? Garrett was a loose cannon with a vendetta. I have to agree, Camelot did the UK a favor getting rid of him. Hill nodded, her expression grim. That's true, sir, but the optics are a disaster. You know how it is, people always hate their government, and now, someone is stepping up to take the stage. It's very dangerous. Fury shook his head. And let me guess, Camelot isn't lifting a finger to clarify. Just letting the world spiral while they sit pretty. Hill's voice hardened. Exactly. They don't need to say anything else, sir. The proclamation and the Black Knight's defeat do all the talking for them. If we don't act fast, the media itself will control the narrative. Fury exhaled, rubbing his temple. For now, we prepare to act but don't do anything. We just have the means at the ready, no need to send them out. And about Nathan Garrett, we hide his identity, and release a carefully manipulated tale of the Black Knight. We can't stop Camelot from being heroes here, but at least we can shield the government from the fallout. If they grow any weaker, it only gets more likely with civil unrest. Hill nodded. And Camelot itself? Fury's tone was sharp. We focus on intel. I want a full breakdown of their capabilities, how they're pulling off these miracles. Myths, magic, tech, I don't care what it takes. We need answers, and we need them yesterday. Hill hesitated. And if they make further direct claims to the throne? Or worse, expand beyond it? Fury's jaw tightened. Then we remind them that the modern world doesn't take kindly to kings, no matter how shiny their armor is. For now, we watch, we learn, and we plan. Camelot might think they've got the upper hand, but they've never dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. The room buzzed as agents moved to execute Fury's orders, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on everyone present. Fury stood in silence for a moment, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the gates of Camelot. They've made their move, he muttered. Now let's see what they do next. He hated the fact that he couldn't destroy them outright. He didn't like having a city of superhumans just appear, it was a huge risk, more so since they seemed semi-hostile. He didn't doubt he could deal with them, sure, they might be stronger than expected, but S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't without its own ways. No, the problem wasn't one about being able to kill them. It was about being allowed to kill them. Camelot, King Arthur, those were treasures in the hearts of many. Going after them would be no different from something like bombing the Statue of Liberty, an act he could never get permission for. After the enforcement night had done its thing, Agravain soon came before me once again. Though he wasn't the only one eager to speak with me, I knew the rest of my knights were gathered outside the throne room. Agravain, speak your mind, I trust your input. Agravain stepped forward, his posture stiff and formal, as always. His expression was calm, but his voice carried a weight that reflected the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, the proclamation has been delivered as you commanded. The reaction seems to have been grand, already more gathered to watch the city. He continued. Indeed, many comes to watch, because they can't do anything else, kept from my city, kept out from a place where they should be welcomed. Agravain, call in Mordred and Gawain. With a short bow, he quickly brought the two knights in, who eagerly kneeled before the throne. You called father? Mordred asked eagerly while Gawain remained silent. Camelot, the heart of the realm, is isolated. I the king, know not the words spoken by my people, I have none to bring their worries to me and no way to ensure my people are safe and my justice upheld, I began. To restore my rule, to ensure that I can protect my people, and to uphold justice and honor. There are two ways, each of you represents one path I can walk. I continued. Sir Mordred. I said, and in turn, Mordred raised his head, green eyes meeting green eyes. You believe that strength, that force will solve my problem, you believe that I should send my knights out to depose the fallen queen, the so-called democratic government. I then turned to Gawain. And you, Sir Gawain, believe that unity will win out, that connecting with the people and gaining their trust and love will make force unneeded, that the people will come to us willingly if they get to know us. Gawain raised his head slowly, his voice calm. Your Majesty, Camelot's strength lies in its ideals. If we show the people our honor and protect them, they will see the truth. Force will not be necessary if we gain their trust. Mordred scoffed. And if they don't, Gawain? What if their so-called leaders poison their minds? Father, strength is the answer. Decisive action will prove our power and ensure they understand the truth of your rule. I regarded them both, my gaze steady. Mordred, your call for action carries merit. Strength commands respect. But used without care, it may breed resentment. Gawain, you should listen to Mordred here. My words caused them both to be surprised for a moment, and the next, I could feel pride radiate off Mordred. Unity isn't wrong, but the problem is that we can't show them this, not with the government keeping us separated from the citizenry. Mordred smirked, his confidence swelling. Exactly, father. As long as they keep the people away from Camelot, unity is just a dream. Strength is the only way to break that barrier and make them listen. Gawain frowned but kept his tone measured. Your Majesty, if we act with force, we risk alienating those we aim to protect. The government may block us, but the people can be reached with patience and wisdom. I nodded, my gaze shifting between them. Mordred is correct that separation hinders unity, but Gawain, your caution is also valid. Unity will not come easily if fear overshadows trust. Both of them, and Agravain was eagerly waiting for my next words, for my decision on how to act. Sir Mordred, your room is a mess. I stated, and all three looked completely lost. If they had been less disciplined they might have opened their mouths wide in shock. I didn't blame them, I had changed a topic quite suddenly into something that seemed so disconnected. Mordred blinked, clearly caught off guard. My room, father, he asked, his voice uncertain, the usual confidence faltering for a moment. I allowed a faint smile to touch my lips, leaning back slightly. Yes, Mordred. Your room. Honestly, it's a total mess. Yet I don't blame you, Camelot is empty, none to help with chores, no cooks to make our food, no squires to polish armor. Whatever strategy is used, it will need more than just us, more than my most trusted knights. We need people to gather information, people to spread my will, and trusted people to take care of the castle and serve the realm. I continued. Yet I ask you, where do we find those people? With no nobles to send their sons to serve as squires, their daughters as maids, who can we trust to take on these important roles? I let the question hang in the air. Not just Mordred and Gawain, even Agravain, the smartest of all my knights, fell into deep thought, unable to find a good answer. And who could blame them? They knew nothing about the outside world, but they did understand enough of the situation beyond our walls to know that there were no allies out there, only subjects and enemies. I am sure you all remember the very first group of outsiders to visit us, those I granted an audience. All three knights nodded, their expressions shifting slightly as they recalled the event. Mordred's brow furrowed, Gawain's face softened in contemplation, and Agravain's gaze sharpened with curiosity. Yes, father, Mordred said cautiously. The historian seeing us as relics, the diplomat singing about democracy and the liar. I smiled and nodded. Yes, those, the liar in particular, might be able to solve this problem. I could see they had questions, but I slightly raised a hand, making them hold them for now. She is a spy, a highly trained assassin, someone trained in countless skills to allow her to get close to her targets, not to mention her impressive combat skills. Mordred's expression twisted into a scowl. A spy, father. You think to entrust Camelot's future to someone like her? Spies are by nature deceitful. She is unworthy of our trust. Gawain frowned but kept his tone measured. Your Majesty, I share Mordred's concerns. If her nature is to deceive, how can we be certain her loyalty lies with Camelot and not with her own interests? I agree with you both, but there is more to her story. I began. She is a widow, a black widow, a group of highly elite killers, kidnapped from young, trained in brutal, inhumane ways, the unworthy killed off, and the strong, mutilated and tortured. My voice grew loud and sharp as I continued. Those that pass their training, forced onto the path of darkness, murders, and killers, are rewarded with forced sterilization to ensure that the widows will never grow to care about something above their mission. The room fell into stunned silence as the weight of my words settled over them. Mordred's scowl melted into wide-eyed disbelief, his usual bravado replaced by raw emotion. Gawain's face darkened, his composure slipping as anger flickered in his usually calm eyes. Even Agravain, ever calculating and reserved, clenched his fists tightly at his sides. They did that to children. Mordred's voice was low, trembling with restrained fury. Father, how could anyone do something so vile? It's monstrous. Gawain's hands tightened into fists as well, his tone unusually sharp. To force such suffering, to mutilate and destroy innocence. It goes against every principle of justice and honor. No person, no child, should endure such cruelty. It was Agravain, the smartest of my knights, who realized first what I was going at. And should someone save these widows, they would earn their loyalty, a powerful and skilled force. Agravain's words hung in the air, drawing the attention of the others. Mordred's anger shifted into a scowl of realization. So that's your plan, father? To save them and bring them under Camelot's banner? To turn their pain into purpose? I nodded, my tone firm. Yes. These women were wronged in ways unimaginable. They were stripped of choice, their humanity stolen from them. Camelot will offer them a choice, to serve justice, not darkness. To find redemption and purpose. Gawain's expression softened, though the fire in his eyes remained. Your Majesty, if we can free them from the chains of their past, then it is not just a strategy, it is an act of justice. Agravain crossed his arms, his voice measured but resolute. I imagine this won't be easy, a group of trained assassins, they won't be easy to find, not to mention those who forged them. Mordred's gaze was fierce, but his voice carried a hint of determination. Then we fight for them, father. If it's a fight they need to break free, we'll give it to them. And if anyone dares to stand in our way, I'll cut them down. I allowed a faint smile to cross my lips. Good. But not you, Sir Mordred, Sir Gawain, I want you to pick someone, two would be good, to go and find these poor souls, to bring them here, to give them a home. Mordred's expression faltered for a moment, clearly caught off guard by my decision. Not me. Father, why? I'm ready to fight for them, to show them Camelot's strength. I held his gaze, my tone steady but firm. Because I want you to remain in Camelot. It was you who slew the Black Knight, others might come to challenge you, so you need to be here to answer their challenge. Mordred's frustration was palpable, his jaw tightening as he processed my words. So, I'm to stay behind and deal with anyone foolish enough to show up at our gates. That doesn't feel like much of a fight, father. I allowed a faint smile, my tone softening. You underestimate the importance of your role, Mordred. Camelot must project strength, and you, as its most formidable knight, are the face of that strength. Those who dare challenge us must be met with unwavering resolve, and you are the one to deliver it. Mordred's chest puffed slightly, his pride evident despite his earlier frustration. "Very well, father," he said, his tone a mix of begrudging acceptance and satisfaction at being recognized. "I'll make sure the knights we choose are up to the task. They'll know they carry the will of Camelot with them." Gawain gave a nod, his voice calm and measured. "I will ensure the choices reflect the values of our realm, your majesty. The ones we send must embody honor and compassion, as much as strength." I watched them both for a moment, then dismissed them with a gesture. "Go. Make your selection wisely and quickly. The world outside will not wait for us to act." As they departed, Mordred with a determined stride and Gawain with his usual composure, I turned my attention fully to Agravain. He stood at attention, his sharp eyes betraying a readiness for the task ahead. "Agravain," I began, my tone shifting to one of gravitas. "This mission is as delicate as it is vital. The widows are not ordinary people, they are wounded souls forged into weapons. Their loyalty is fragile, their trust hard-earned." Agravain inclined his head slightly. "I understand, your majesty. These women have endured unspeakable horrors. To reach them, we must tread carefully, balancing compassion with strategy." "Precisely," I said, gesturing for him to step closer. "Here's what I know." I handed him a scroll I had written in my spare time, complete with a modern world map. He wasted no time looking over the information, and I saw the troubled look on his face. "Yes, Sir Agravain, this won't be easy. I trust you to guide those two well, and those they pick, once they have picked, send them back to me." Agravain's expression tightened as he carefully rolled the scroll back up, his sharp mind already working through the complexity of the task. "Understood, your majesty. I will ensure they approach this mission with both precision and care." I could feel he still had more to say, but he seemed to hesitate. Still, I merely motioned for him to continue, and he did. "Is it wise to do nothing about the situation unfolding outside our walls? This plan, it will take time, and mean we will do nothing for a while?" he asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. I nodded, my tone firm. "We must not rush things, should it be needed, we will not hesitate, but as long as we can, we shall take things slowly. That does not mean we can't be ready for the worst, but I hope they will give us the time we need." Agravain considered my words carefully, his gaze dropping to the scroll in his hands for a moment before meeting mine again. "I see, your majesty. Patience is not a virtue often afforded to us, but in this case, I agree. The foundation must be strong if we are to act decisively when the time comes." I allowed myself a brief smile. "Indeed, Agravain. A kingdom is not built on haste, but on steady, deliberate action. We cannot falter in our purpose, nor can we overreach." He inclined his head slightly, his tone more assured. "Then I will see to it that the mission begins without delay. I will ensure the knights chosen for this understand their roles clearly. And as for preparations within Camelot, I will ensure we are ready for any eventuality." I leaned forward slightly, my voice quiet but commanding. "Good. You are my steward in this matter, Agravain. Guide them well, and make sure that when the widows arrive, they are met not with fear, but with the justice and honor Camelot stands for." He bowed deeply. "As you command, your majesty. I will not fail you." I watched him leave, his steps purposeful as he disappeared beyond the doors of the throne room. Left alone for a moment, I leaned back against the cold stone of my throne, allowing my thoughts to wander. Chapter 35. They didn't wander far. I didn't get far in my planning about the future before the doors opened once more. Sir Mordred and Sir Gawain hadn't taken long at all, and they had seemingly already made their picks. Though, the sight of those who followed them inside had me shocked. "Sir Kay, Sir Ector." I whispered as I looked at those two, one like a father and the other like a brother, two people whom I cared deeply for, even if my divine nature left such feelings muted. They strode in with the same dignity and confidence they always carried, yet there was a weight to their presence. Kay, ever sharp and brash, had a faint smirk on his face, as if amused by my reaction. Ector, ever the pillar of wisdom and calm, simply inclined his head in acknowledgement. Mordred stopped before the throne, his green eyes alight with mischief. "Are you sure?" I couldn't help but ask, interrupting Mordred. Ector looked at me, his eyes firm as they gazed into mine. "We want to help you. This world is strange and unfamiliar, but all the same, we want to help you because this is what you want." I opened my mouth, but I couldn't find the words. I didn't want them to go, it was too dangerous, but I knew the dangers wouldn't stop any of my knights, and even thinking it would be a disservice to them. I had nothing to say to that, no way out of it, yet I still worried. Kay and Ector were far from the strongest knights, they barely qualified as heroic spirits. Compared to Gawain, Mordred or Lancelot, they were far far below that level. "Good, then I entrust you with this task. Agravain knows more, seek him out to learn more, and once you are ready to depart, let me know, and I will send you off myself." I left most of the work to Agravain. I would have him deal with the details, he was good at that kind of thing. And part of me being a better king, a more human king, was to rely on others. It didn't take long before they were ready to set out, a side effect of them being cooped up for so long. They had long prepared to set out on a moment's notice. Your Majesty, I have prepared them as much as possible, but given the size of the area they have to search, it will not be easy. Agravain said as he stood there with Kay and Hector. Yes, you will have a long trip, into lands you have never been to before. It won't be easy, but I trust in you both. However, if you were to leave now, eyes would be on you every step of the way, which can't be allowed. I continued, my tone regal yet grave. So, I shall send you closer to your destination. Hector inclined his head, his voice calm yet steady. We trust in your wisdom, your Majesty. Whatever means you see fit, we are prepared. With a smile, I looked towards an empty corner, or at least it looked empty, but before my eyes, the truth was revealed. You will help us, won't you, little witch? I said with a smirk, as the Ancient One shimmered into view. I see you've chosen to test the boundaries of your realm's power, she said, her tone a mix of amusement and curiosity. And you require my assistance to ensure these knights reach their destination unseen. Kay blinked in surprise but quickly covered it with his usual bravado. A witch. That's new. Should we be worried, or does this one come with your blessing, your Majesty? I knew why he asked. Camelot and witches had some bad history, particularly due to my sister. She is here because I summoned her. I wish not to use the Grail for this, and she is more than capable and willing to do this. The Ancient One was feeling rather called out. Never before in her life had she been treated like this. Her ability to see the future abused like that. Normally she used it to take advantage of others. And while she struggled to see the future of this goddess before her, that didn't mean she couldn't still see what would happen. Which was why she was even here. She had witnessed great destruction, enormous amounts of deaths. And she had been unable to see what caused it all, which made her once more go to Camelot. Only to realize what had happened, King Arthur had summoned her. By deciding to unleash chaos on the world and timeline if she didn't show up, she had forced her to do so. In doing so, she had then altered the timeline again, putting an end to the future chaos. It was all made possible because she couldn't see the future of the goddess herself, therefore not being able to see the reason for actions, only that they could or would happen. Already, this being was giving her a headache, so powerful, yet so difficult to deal with. So far, she couldn't figure out how to deal with her. That lance of hers was a nightmare. I do hope you will be willing to sit down for a cup of tea as payment, just a small chat. She asked rather politely as she without a movement opened a golden portal. I allowed myself a faint smile, leaning slightly forward. A cup of tea and a conversation. A small price to pay for your assistance, Sorcerer Supreme. Consider it done. Kay raised an eyebrow, glancing between the portal and the Ancient One. That's it. Tea. No grand demands, no mystical riddles. Just tea. The Ancient One's lips curved into a sly smile. Sometimes, Sir Knight, the simplest requests hold the greatest value. And besides, a good conversation is far more enlightening than gold or glory. Hector, ever composed, inclined his head slightly. We are grateful for your aid, Lady Sorcerer. This mission carries great weight, and your magic ensures its success begins with the right footing. The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Kay. Step through, Sir Knight, and you will find yourself where you need to be. But tread lightly, this world is not kind to those who reveal their true nature too quickly. Kay smirked, his usual bravado returning. Don't worry, witch. We'll get the job done, and we'll do it with style. Hector shot him a disapproving look but said nothing as the two knights approached the portal. They hesitated for only a moment before stepping through, disappearing into the golden glow. As the portal closed behind them, the Ancient One turned back to me, her expression thoughtful. You play a dangerous game, King Arthur. Before I could respond, Sir Agravain stepped forward, his voice sharp and unyielding. Mind your tone, sorcerer. You stand in the presence of the Lion King, sovereign of Camelot. It is not your place to question His Majesty's wisdom. The Ancient One's gaze shifted to Agravain, her expression calm and measured, though a faint smile played on her lips. And you are as loyal as they say, Sir Agravain. But loyalty does not shield a king from the truth, nor does it diminish the weight of the choices he must bear. Agravain bristled, his hand instinctively brushing the hilt of his sword. It is not for an outsider to speak of the king's burden. You would do well to remember that you are here by his will, not your own. I raised a hand, silencing Agravain before the tension could escalate further. Enough, Sir Agravain. The Sorcerer Supreme has heard your words, and I'm sure she will take them to heart. And you, I said, looking at the Ancient One. Please remember that Camelot has bad history with witches, so mind yourself within our walls. The Ancient One's expression remained serene, though there was a flicker of understanding in her eyes. I see. History often shapes the present more than we care to admit. I shall tread carefully, King Arthur. Agravain, though visibly restrained by my command, could not entirely conceal his lingering distrust. So I decided to send him to get some tea. Now then, I would ask you to take a seat, but there are none but my throne, so do your thing, I'm sure you have questions. I said once Agravain had stepped out. The Ancient One inclined her head slightly, the faintest trace of a smile playing on her lips. With a simple gesture, a golden chair materialized, intricately designed yet ethereal, as though woven from light itself. She seated herself gracefully, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, I have questions, Your Majesty, she said, her voice calm yet probing. You wield not just the power of a king but that of a goddess. Your appearance in this world, and the steps you take now, ripple far beyond Camelot. Do you truly grasp the scale of what you have set in motion? I leaned forward slightly, resting my hand on the armrest of my throne. Disperse with the pleasantries, I know who you are, you who think yourself a protector, you who lives through dark magic alone. I revealed some of what I knew. I know you have questions, and many of them, so let's get this over with. I would rather not have to worry about you and your order coming after my knights. The Ancient One's serene expression faltered for the briefest moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she composed herself. You are well informed, King Arthur, she said, her tone measured. Few have the insight to recognize what lies beneath my role, let alone the wisdom to confront it so directly. I leaned back, my gaze unwavering. Your power and your purpose are no mystery to me. You weave through time and space, you protect this world. I will not deny it, but cross me, and you will regret it. It seemed like I finally got through to her because the Ancient One let out a sigh, and I felt her demeanor change. The Ancient One's shoulders relaxed slightly, the faintest hint of weariness seeping into her otherwise composed demeanor. Very well, Your Majesty, she said, her tone softening. You have made your stance clear, and I am not here to make enemies of Camelot or its king. She clasped her hands together, leaning forward slightly in her golden chair. But you must understand, your presence here, your knights, and your actions they aren't easy to ignore. Still, if you are willing to talk then that's good, tell me, who are you? I have read every text on Camelot and King Arthur I could find, and nothing seems to match what I am seeing here. Every indication is of a male King Arthur, a male Mordred, and someone far weaker than you, she continued. I tilted my head slightly, my gaze steady as I regarded the Ancient One. You're not wrong, I said, my tone measured. But, you aren't right either, I am King Arthur, I was born a girl, but a woman couldn't rule, so Merlin had me hide my true gender. The Ancient One's eyebrows lifted slightly, her expression intrigued. That can indeed explain some things, but not others. There are things that are very well recorded yet seem to fit nothing of what I see here. I leaned back slightly, my expression calm but resolute. History is rarely as clear as the texts claim, Sorcerer Supreme. Stories are told by those who survive, shaped by their needs and biases. What you've read may hold a kernel of truth, but it is far from the whole picture. The Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly, though her tone remained even. Many may believe what you say, but not me. I know very well that Arthur was a man, Mordred too. I know that Sir Percy of Scandia was real, yet you deny that. Who are you? I met her sharp gaze, my tone calm but edged with authority. I am King Arthur, sovereign of Camelot, protector of the realm, wielder of Excalibur and Rhongomyniad. That is not up for debate, Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. I met her sharp gaze, my tone calm but edged with authority. I am King Arthur, sovereign of Camelot, protector of the realm, wielder of Excalibur and Rhongomyniad. That is not up for debate, Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One leaned forward slightly, her expression unyielding. You claim to be Arthur, yet your story contradicts the world's most ancient records. Even the mystics who observe time itself know Arthur as a man. You tell me history is twisted, but this defies even the fabric of what is known. I allowed a faint smile to cross my lips. I had expected you to be smarter than this, O Sorcerer Supreme. Can't two things be true at the same time? I am Arthur, but am I the only one? I knew not why she didn't see it, why she hadn't thought it, or maybe she had, but had thought it unlikely. It didn't matter, my hint was enough to get her in the right direction. The Ancient One's expression shifted subtly as realization began to dawn. She leaned back slightly, her hands steepled before her, her gaze calculating. Ah, the possibility of parallel realities. Divergences in the timeline, alternate paths taken. You speak not as the singular Arthur of legend, but as an Arthur. I inclined my head, acknowledging her understanding. Exactly. The multiverse is vast, and within it are countless iterations of what could be, what was, and what will never come to pass. Your Arthur may have been the king you know, but I am the Arthur of this Camelot. She studied me intently, her piercing gaze seeking any sign of deception. If that is the case, then I ask, why are you here? Why come to this universe? Her question was sharp, direct, and laced with suspicion, as expected from someone who safeguarded the balance of realities. I leaned forward slightly, resting my hand on the armrest of my throne. Why am I here? That's the question, isn't it? The truth is both simple and complex. I let my gaze sweep the room briefly, returning to meet hers with unwavering resolve. The room grew heavy with seriousness. I don't know. And instantly, the tense atmosphere was shattered. The Ancient One blinked, clearly not expecting such a blunt and honest answer. For a moment, the air seemed to still as she processed my words. You don't know, she repeated, her tone tinged with disbelief. I leaned back, letting a faint smile play across my lips. That's right. I don't know why I'm here. I am however the once and future king, destined to arrive in my kingdom's time of need, so I will deliver its salvation all the same. The Ancient One's expression softened, though her sharp eyes continued to study me with measured scrutiny. Salvation, you say? You've arrived without knowing the purpose behind your presence, yet you carry the mantle of destiny with such certainty. That is remarkable. I met her gaze, my tone steady but unyielding. It is not certainty, Sorcerer Supreme, it is duty. I could do anything, but I am always a king, and as such, I must bear the burden of a king. The Ancient One's piercing gaze remained locked on mine, her calm demeanor unwavering. A burden, you say? Few understand the weight of such words, let alone live by them. Yet here you are, a stranger in this realm, bearing a duty that transcends even your understanding. Admirable, if not dangerous. I leaned forward slightly, my voice resolute. Dangerous, perhaps. But what is a king if not a servant to their people? A ruler who shirks their duty is no ruler at all. Camelot needs me, and whether this world understands that or not, I will not falter. She tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. A servant to the people you say, yet it seems like you will force your rulership down on them no matter if they want it or not. Her words hung in the air, sharp and probing. I knew what she wanted, I knew her purpose, she was naturally worried that I would be an evil tyrant. Even she could see how unlikely it was that I, who came to this world on mysterious ways, would chain myself down with a duty like this, rather than have fun. Even I had to admit that at times I thought about it, just to have fun, use my powers for myself, yet I was Arthuria Pendragon, I was a king deep in my heart. So I didn't blame her for doubting me, not at all. The people, they are lost, they have been lied to, they believe they are free, that they rule themselves, but I know the truth, they are suffering, and worse yet, ignorant about it, I will deliver them truth and justice, even if they don't yet see that they need it. Her gaze remained steady, unflinching as she absorbed my words, her expression unreadable. The weight of her silence was palpable, but I held my ground, unwavering in my resolve. After a moment, she spoke, her tone measured but laced with skepticism. Many have called themselves heroes of justice, believed that they did what they did for the people, yet they were nothing more than crazed tyrants. What makes you different? I unleashed my divine aura at her question, letting it overflow from me. Normally, my divine might stay tightly controlled and contained, but now I put it on full display, the power that had once been unleashed in the sixth singularity, that of a true divine spirit. Because they were men, and I am more than that, where their humanity led them to failure, my lack of it will lead me to victory, to success. Barely had the words left my lips before Agravain entered in a rush. I knew he had been standing outside, holding off on entering to give me privacy, yet clearly, he couldn't hold back once he felt my aura like that. Your Majesty, he exclaimed, his voice carrying a rare edge of alarm. Glaring at the Ancient One, hand on the hilt of his sword. No need to worry, I said, glancing at him. The witch just questioned something, and rather than use words to answer, I decided to show it. Indeed, she answered with a sigh. I should have thought about that. She really couldn't deny what I was trying to get across. I wasn't human, I was divine, or well I was a mess and a mix of things, my heart was human, yet my soul and body divine in nature. Therefore, I was unlikely to fall for the same traps as a normal human, my thinking was just different. Agravain reluctantly stepped back but did not lower his guard entirely. Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty. I felt the surge of your power and feared the worst. I allowed a faint smile, acknowledging his loyalty. Your instincts are admirable, Agravain. Your vigilance serves Camelot well, but there is no need for alarm. The Sorcerer Supreme is not an enemy, at least, not yet. The Ancient One's lips twitched into a faint smile at my words, though her eyes remained steady and unreadable. I hope it will never come to that. I leaned back, my divine presence now fully contained, and regarded her with an air of calm authority. I can't see why we would, you wish to protect the world, and so do I, we need not fight, I will even allow you to keep your sanctum. She nodded slowly, folding her hands in her lap. I thank you, and while I have many more questions, it would be rude to ask. She said, casting a glance at Agravain. Then watch, see what I will do, and let my actions be your answers. I said, not willing to send him out. There was an unspoken understanding between her and me that we wouldn't speak about things around others, which meant that by not sending Agravain out, I ended things there. I was sure we would meet again, but I had done my best, or at least the most I would to ease her about me. Having a strange god appear wasn't something someone of her position could just ignore, yet honestly, I couldn't be asked to put her mind at ease further than what I had done. Thankfully, she didn't push things further and just left after a short goodbye, leaving just Agravain and me, who still looked troubled. I guess you don't trust her much, I said softly. It's just a witch, it reminds me of my mother, and I worry, he admitted, showing a rare bit of weakness. She is very different from my sister, you need not worry. I tried to reassure him. Though even I was curious about the Morgan of this universe, was she alive? Or dead, trapped in Avalon? I honestly didn't know, but I had no fear of her. Even if she was strong, she couldn't be more troublesome than the Ancient One, and even she didn't dare take me head-on. I was curious about how a fight between the two of us would go, but I figured that I might have to use the lance, and then, I was unlikely to lose. Enough of that, I have an order for you, I said, wanting to take his mind away from that depressing topic. Anything, Your Majesty. I want you to arrange for 10 people to come to Camelot. I will have them in audience, and I shall even allow them to use their technology to broadcast it across the realm. Agravain looked shocked at my words, but quickly nodded. As you wish. I want one to be from the current royal family, one from their government, and the rest, they shall all be ordinary citizens, the common folk, I declared. Agravain bowed deeply. It shall be done. I will ensure the selections are fair and represent the people of this land. Good, I said with a faint smile. Make it known that Camelot is not a fortress hidden from its people but a beacon that welcomes them. With that, Agravain departed, his steps purposeful as he went to carry out my will. Alone once more, I allowed myself a moment of quiet reflection. This was only the beginning. Chapter 37. Kay and Hector stepped through the golden portal, the dazzling light fading to reveal snow. A vast expanse of it. Blindingly white, bitterly cold, and stretching as far as the eye could see. The biting wind howled around them, pulling at their cloaks as snowflakes lashed their faces. The nearest sign of civilization was nowhere to be seen. Kay groaned, already stomping his feet to ward off the cold. By the lion's mane, where in Avalon have we landed? Is this some punishment for my sins? Hector pulled his fur-lined cloak tighter around himself, his expression calm despite the circumstances. Don't be so dramatic, this should be the empire called Russia, the land in which this red room can be found. Kay scowled, glancing around the desolate expanse. And how, pray tell, are we supposed to find anything in this frozen wasteland? The snow itself feels like it's trying to kill me. Even though he knew Kay was just being overly dramatic, Hector too thought it strange how far out they had ended up. Maybe the witch played a trick, I wouldn't put it above them. His words didn't make Kay's mood any better. Great, if I learn she did that, I will give her a piece of my mind, I will. All right, enough about that. We won't get any closer to completing our mission by standing around here. Let's pick a direction and start walking, Hector said, not wanting to stay out in the snow any longer than they had to. As Kay and Hector trudged through the biting cold, their armor clinking faintly with each step, they finally spotted the small, leaning hut in the distance. Smoke rose faintly from its chimney, promising warmth and, hopefully, answers. Kay groaned dramatically. A hut in the middle of nowhere. Let me guess, haunted, or inhabited by a witch who'll turn us into frogs. Hector smirked faintly. At this point, even a witch's fire would be preferable to freezing out here. Let's see who or what lives there. Kay knocked firmly on the wooden door, his armored fist making a sharp sound. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman wrapped in heavy furs. Her eyes narrowed as they flicked from one knight to the other. What in the world are you supposed to be? She asked in Russian, her tone skeptical. Knights in armor, out here in this cold. Kay offered her a kind smile, inclining his head slightly. Madam, appearances can be deceiving. We are but travelers seeking shelter from the storm. Hector stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. Forgive our intrusion, but the wind bites sharply, and we mean no harm. May we step inside, if only for a moment? The woman's gaze lingered on their armor, her suspicion clear. Travelers don't usually wear armor like that. What are you really? Kay chuckled softly, the warmth of his humor cutting through the tension. We prefer to be prepared for whatever comes our way, madam. One never knows when trouble might arise. Hector added, his tone still polite, and we're not exactly from around here. We have questions, and we hoped someone of your wisdom might help us. The woman grunted, stepping aside reluctantly. Fine. But no tricks, knights. My house is small, and my patience smaller. The knight stepped into the humble hut, the warmth of the fire instantly a relief against their cold faces. Kay gave her a grateful nod as he removed his helmet, revealing his noble yet approachable features. You have our thanks, he said sincerely. A warm hearth and kind hospitality are treasures greater than gold on a day like this. The woman eyed them warily but seemed slightly disarmed by their politeness. Fine words, but what are you after, really? You don't look like ordinary men. Hector met her gaze steadily. We seek something hidden, something shrouded in secrecy. We were told it may be near these lands. Her brows furrowed, suspicion creeping into her voice. Hidden places and wrongs, you say? Russia is full of both. What exactly are you looking for? Kay glanced at Hector before speaking carefully. A place where they take children and train them to kill. A place without mercy. Do you know of such a place? The woman froze, her hands tightening on the edge of the table. Her voice dropped, suddenly guarded. And what would two armored men want with a place like that? Hector quickly noticed her reaction and knew that it was hardly normal. Instantly, he grew suspicious about this seemingly old woman. Kay and Hector exchanged a glance, their shared understanding unspoken. The woman's reaction had betrayed more than she likely intended. Kay, ever the diplomat despite his humor, softened his tone. Madam, we mean no harm. But your knowledge of such a place suggests you're not as removed from it as you seem. The woman's eyes flickered between the knights, her grip on the table tightening. If I do know anything, it's for my own safety to stay silent. Asking about that place will get you killed. Hector stepped forward slightly, his voice calm but firm. If we feared death, we wouldn't have taken up this quest. We are here to right wrongs, to stop the suffering that place causes. If you know something, speak. We will protect you. The woman hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor. The firelight cast shadows across her weathered face. You don't understand. Hector looked around the small home and quickly found that it was lacking. For a poor old woman living in the middle of nowhere, the hut was lacking many things. While he wasn't an expert in this modern age, even he knew enough to notice these things being off. The home had no soul, it was far too bare for a kindly old woman, barely any decorations and none of the things he expected to see, no knitting equipment, no signs of what she did with her spare time. While Sir Kay kept kindly attempting to get the old lady to speak, Hector watched her closely. He was trying to see if she was hiding something, but in the end, he had to admit, she truly looked every bit the old lady. Still, he couldn't get the thought that something was wrong out of his head, he could feel it, but couldn't see it. Hector's suspicions gnawed at him, even as the woman's demeanor screamed innocence. He couldn't shake the feeling that her reluctance to speak was more than just fear. There was a calculated hesitation in her eyes, a deliberate stalling. Kay's gentle prodding was met with continued silence, but Hector noticed the subtle shift in her posture, the way her eyes darted to the door, then back to the floor. She was buying time. Suddenly, it all made sense. The hut's bareness, the woman's evasiveness, it wasn't just fear. She was no helpless old woman, she was a sentinel, placed here to watch the area, which likely meant that the witch had sent them far closer than he had originally thought. Hector's mind raced. He knew little of the Red Room, but its use of women, girls even, trained from a young age to become loyal assassins. This old woman could indeed be a former assassin, one that wasn't killed later but was put on guard duty. However, for that to happen, it meant this woman had to be truly loyal, someone willing to die for the cause. The fact she played her role so well was as sickening as it was impressive. Acting like a confused, scared old woman, she likely had led many young girls to their deaths. Kay tilted his head, his smile kind but faintly probing. Madam, I promise you, we aren't here to harm anyone who doesn't deserve it. Whatever you know, sharing it with us might help far more than you realize. The woman's lips tightened, her hands gripping the table so hard they trembled. Her eyes flicked to Hector, who met her gaze evenly. I don't know what you're looking for, she muttered, her voice weak. And if I did, it wouldn't matter. You should leave. Hector stepped forward, his voice firmer than Kay's but still measured. Enough games. We know you're more than you seem. You've seen it, haven't you? That place, the one that steals children and makes them killers. You've served them, haven't you? Her eyes widened, panic flashing across her face. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, replaced by a cold, steely resolve. She stood straighter, the frail act slipping away like a discarded cloak. You shouldn't have come here, she said, her voice low and sharp now. You have no idea what you've walked into. Kay's humor vanished, his posture shifting subtly as his knightly instincts kicked in. Oh, we know exactly what we've walked into, he said, his voice hardening. And we're not leaving until we've destroyed it. The woman moved faster than either knight expected, her hand darting under the table. Hector's reflexes were quicker, though, and his sword was drawn in an instant, the tip pointed at her throat before she could grab whatever weapon she had hidden. Don't, he warned, his voice cold. She froze, her breathing sharp but controlled. Her act was gone now, replaced by the trained calm of someone used to danger. You won't survive, she hissed. They'll kill you before you even find the gates. Kay stepped closer, his usual jovial demeanor gone. They'll try. But first, you'll tell us everything. Where is it? How far? The woman's lips curled into a bitter smile. You won't live that long, she said, a strong resolve in her voice. Kay and Hector were no strangers to war, nor to loyalty and sacrifice. They both instantly recognized the tone, that resolve. It was only something a warrior ready to give their life could have. Hector still hesitated, not willing to cut off her head just yet. She was unarmed and defenseless. So even if she wanted to drag them to death with her, she couldn't. No sooner had he thought that before the building they were in suddenly exploded, engulfing them in flames and fire as everything was destroyed, even they were both knocked to the ground by the force. Kay and Hector hit the ground hard, their armor absorbing much of the impact but still leaving them rattled. The deafening roar of the explosion gave way to the crackle of fire and the groaning of collapsing wood. Snowflakes mixed with ash as they swirled around the ruins. Hector coughed, shaking off the disorientation as he pushed himself to his feet. She was ready to die, he muttered grimly, surveying the burning wreckage. And take us with her. Kay groaned as he sat up, brushing soot from his face. Damn, I hadn't expected her to be able to do that, no signs of how she did it either. It just exploded. Hector's sharp eyes caught movement in the distance, shadows weaving through the snow. Kay, he said sharply, nodding toward the figures. We're not alone. Kay stood quickly, drawing his sword. Well, it seems they've sent a welcome party. How thoughtful. The shadows resolved into a group of armed individuals on snowmobiles, gliding over the snow like it was nothing. They slowed down, stopping and stared in shock, not believing what they saw, 2 nights in the snow, and even more, having survived the explosion like it was nothing. Kay tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze locked on the group of armed figures atop their snowmobiles. The mix of shock and confusion on their faces was almost amusing. Seems we've made an impression, Hector, he said, his tone light but ready for a fight. Hector nodded, his calm demeanor unshaken. They didn't expect survivors. Their mistake. One of the figures barked an order in Russian, the group fanning out to encircle the knights. Guns were drawn, the weapons glinting ominously under the pale light. The leader, a burly man with a thick fur-lined jacket, stepped forward cautiously. What are you? He demanded in Russian, his voice edged with suspicion. Kay stepped forward, his sword glinting in the firelight. We're knights, he said, his tone unwavering. And we have no patience for cowards who hide behind guns. Hector's voice was cold and sharp, cutting through the tension. You work for the Red Room, don't you? Tell us where it is, and we may spare you. The leader's eyes narrowed, and without warning, they all opened fire. Not sure what was happening, but deciding to kill these two due to them knowing too much. Bullets flew towards Kay and Hector, but the knights moved with a speed that was clearly supernatural. They deflected the incoming fire with their swords, the metal ringing out as it met the bullets. None of the bullets managed to get through their armor, bouncing off harmlessly. Kay moved first, a blur of motion as he charged the nearest snowmobile. With a single swift stroke, he cut the men in half, like a knife cutting through water. Hector followed suit, his movements equally swift and precise. Within moments, 2 more men were taken out, and another 2 piles of snow turned red. The 2 moved without mercy, their justice was delivered in clean cuts and quick deaths, neither showed mercy, for they knew that these men deserved none. The last of the attackers tried to flee, scrambling back to their snowmobiles in a desperate bid for safety. But there was no escape. Hector's blade found its mark with unerring precision, cutting through the air and stopping the final assailant in his tracks. He looked into the man's fearful eyes. Then, with a sigh, he thrust his blade into his neck, shaking his head as the man choked to death on his own blood. It's saddening to see men be so loyal to an evil cause. Kay wiped the blood from his sword with a calm, practiced motion, his expression grim as he surveyed the lifeless bodies scattered around them. Loyalty can be a noble thing, he muttered, but in service to monsters, it makes them nothing but fools. Kay kicked over the corpse of the leader, his gaze narrowing. They were trained to die for their cause, just like that old woman. And they did. But they still haven't told us where the Red Room is. Hector, having cleaned his own blade, looked back at the path the enemies had come from. Tracks visible in the snow. Young Kay, you still have much to learn, for they led us right to their lair. Hector's observation caused Kay to glance up, his eyes narrowing as he followed the trail of snowmobile tracks winding into the distance. So they have, Kay muttered, a grim smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. Hector began walking, his steps steady and deliberate as he gestured for Kay to follow. If they were guarding this area, then their base can't be far. These tracks will lead us closer to the Red Room. Kay sheathed his sword and trudged alongside him. Let's hope so. I'm not eager to deal with more of their welcoming parties. Though, I'll admit, they don't put up much of a fight. Hector chuckled softly, his breath visible in the frigid air. Do not grow overconfident. The Red Room is known for its cunning, not its brute force. The closer we get, the more dangerous it will become. Kay nodded, his humor fading. Understood. Still, they'll find we're not so easily trapped. The pair moved with purpose, following the tracks through the desolate, snow-covered wilderness. The cold wind bit at their exposed faces, but neither knight faltered. Since they didn't know what would happen now that they had been exposed, or at least that their enemy had been alerted, they moved with great haste and speed. The two knights, dressed in heavy armor, sped through the snow, following the trail back towards the nearby forest. Neither of them were strangers to such terrain. They both noticed that it wasn't natural. The trees were placed too evenly and too far apart, making it easier to move around, as if the place was meant for moving through. Kay and Hector stopped at the edge of the tree line, their breaths misting in the cold air as they took in the sight of the compound. The stark white walls blended seamlessly with the snow, and armed guards patrolled the perimeter with precision, their movements deliberate and synchronized. Kay's hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he surveyed the scene. "So, this is it," he murmured. "Doesn't look like much. Cold, lifeless, fitting for a place like this." Hector's sharp gaze swept over the compound, taking in every detail, the watchtowers, the patrol routes, the faint hum of machinery from within. "Appearances deceive," he said quietly. "I wouldn't be surprised if there are many times more underground than above." Kay nodded slightly. It made sense that such evil would hide under the ground, scared of the sun's light. "Well, it does seem like they know we are here, so what do you say? Ready to break down their walls and spirits?" Hector pulled his sword from the sheath. "I say we both give them a knightly welcome, and then we end this evil once and for all." Kay's grip on his sword tightened, his characteristic humor giving way to fierce determination. "No point in subtlety now," he said, his voice low but firm. "They know we're coming, so let's make sure they remember what it means to stand against Knights of Camelot." Hector nodded, his gaze steady. "Agreed. No shadows for them to hide in now. Let's show them the light." The guards at the perimeter turned, spotting the two knights. Shouts rang out, and alarms blared, the compound springing to life as armed men poured out of the building, their weapons trained on the intruders. Kay smiled grimly, stepping forward as he raised his sword. "This is no ordinary fire you face. It's the flame of justice." He planted his feet firmly, raising his blade toward the sky. A golden aura surrounded him, and the air grew searing hot, steam hissing from the snow beneath his feet. His voice thundered across the battlefield. "By the blazing spirit of my oath. Let the world feel the wrath of the lion's fire." The ground trembled as flames erupted from Kay's sword, a torrent of fire spiraling outward and consuming everything in its path. The snow melted instantly, and the guards were thrown into disarray as the inferno roared toward the compound, scorching the walls and forcing the enemy to retreat in panic. Hector, standing at Kay's side, drew his own sword, its edge glinting with an otherworldly light. Unlike Kay's fiery destruction, Hector's power emanated an unshakable calm, a fortress-like resolve. He raised his shield and sword, the light around him intensifying as he spoke. "To shield the future, I bear the weight. Let the unyielding shield shatter the skies." Golden light enveloped Hector, forming a massive spectral shield that hovered above him, its radiant presence a stark contrast to the cold, lifeless compound. The shield descended with a thunderous crash, smashing through the walls of the compound with a single, decisive blow. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, toppling guard towers and leaving the enemy reeling. Kay turned to Hector with a wry grin. "Not bad for an old man." Hector gave him a sidelong glance, his calm unbroken. "And not bad for a brash fool. Let's finish this." Shouts of panic and disbelief filled the air as soldiers scrambled to regroup. "What the hell are they?" one shouted, ducking behind a half-collapsed wall. "They're not human." "They deflected the bullets with swords," another screamed, his voice laced with fear. The display of power had completely ruined their discipline, their training forgotten in the face of a noble phantasm. And even if Hector's Pater Eternum, shield of the Eternal Steward, was defensive in nature, he was still able to use it offensively. Against anyone on the same level as himself, it might be useless, but against normal people, it was the wrath of God itself. A massive shield of golden light, smashing buildings into rubble. The facility was equipped with heavy artillery, but it was meant to target outside the compound itself. However, they hadn't even been able to fire it once before the two knights broke through the wall. The poor soldiers tried their best, but honestly, there was nothing they could do. The great shield protected the two knights from all harm, and the flames burned through their defenses like nothing. And those who escaped being burned to death or crushed found themselves cut by the swords as both Kay and Hector showed no mercy as they moved around at speeds that were nearly impossible to follow. The soldiers fell back, their terror palpable. "It's a demon." "They sent demons," one shouted as he fled. As soon as he turned around, Kay cut his head from his body, and both burned to ash before they hit the ground. Hector and Kay moved like harbingers of doom, their expressions unreadable as they executed their grim task. The once formidable fortification was now a landscape of fire and ruin, the air thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burning flesh. Nothing could stand in their way. Towers collapsed, vehicles exploded, everything burned, everyone died. They had only been at it for a few minutes, yet the entire place was destroyed, and everyone had been killed. They fully displayed the difference between mortals and heroes. Inside the Red Room command center, alarms blared as chaos erupted. Petrovich stared at the monitors, watching two armored figures annihilate their defenses. "What are those things?" he growled, slamming his fist on the table. Melina Vostokov, pale with shock, muttered. "Not enhanced, not tech, could be mutants, or something else. Damn it." Petrovich cursed. "If quantity won't work, send in the widows." He snarled. In the lower levels, Yelena Belova was getting ready. She wasn't sure who was attacking, but it didn't look good. Everyone was in a panic, and apparently it seemed like the surface was lost. That meant it was only a matter of time until the fighting started down here, and in smaller spaces, the larger weapons became useless, and the widows became truly dangerous. Around her, the others were mirroring her actions. Getting ready for combat, taking as many weapons as they could. The dimly lit corridors of the Red Room's lower levels buzzed with tension as widows prepared for battle. Yelena strapped her blades to her thighs, her mind racing. "This doesn't feel like a normal attack," she muttered to herself. Nearby, another widow whispered, her voice laced with fear. "If they've broken through the surface, what's stopping us from leaving?" Natasha escaped. "Why can't we?" Yelena froze for a moment, her grip tightening on her gear. "You know they'll kill us before they let that happen," she said quietly, glancing around to make sure no handlers were within earshot. "But if they're distracted," another chimed in, her voice barely audible, "we could try. It might be our only chance." Yelena's jaw clenched. The idea wasn't new, but it had never seemed possible, until now. "Focus," she snapped, though the thought gnawed at her. "We fight first. Survive this. Then we see." Above, the knights pushed deeper, their steps echoing through the crumbling compound. Kay's sword carved a glowing path, while Hector's shield deflected traps and stray bullets. Petrovich barked orders into his comms, his voice frantic. "Widows, hold them at all costs. They cannot reach the lower levels." In the lower halls, Yelena caught the faint sound of destruction growing closer. She exchanged a glance with one of her fellow widows. "This is it. Stay sharp." The sound of armored boots echoed ominously down the narrow corridors as Kay and Hector descended deeper into the compound. The glowing remnants of Kay's blade illuminated the path, casting eerie shadows on the cold metal walls. "They've stopped sending soldiers," Kay muttered, his grip on his sword tightening. "Do you think they're regrouping?" Hector glanced around, his shield raised and ready. "No. They've realized brute force won't work. Expect something more dangerous." As they rounded a corner, they came face to face with a group of black widows. Their black suits gleamed in the dim light, and their eyes were hard and calculating. At the front stood Yelena Belova, her twin blades already drawn, her stance coiled and ready. Kay stopped in his tracks, lowering his sword slightly. "I guess these are those so-called black widows." Hector stepped forward, his shield glowing faintly. "We're not here to destroy you. We know what this place is, what's been done to you. We're here to end it." What met him was a bullet, one shot with the apex of marksmanship and the best of guns. The widows knew that these knights could deflect bullets with their swords and shield, even if it was crazy talk. However, down here, in this narrow corridor, swinging around a massive sword like that was much more difficult. Meaning they wouldn't be able to do so. Or that was the idea at least. And it kinda worked. Hector was able to bring up his shield, but Kay wasn't so lucky, having only a sword. Yet, to the shock of the widows and those watching from the command center, the bullet hit his face and then bounced off. The bullet struck Kay square in the cheek and ricocheted off with a sharp ping, leaving not a scratch on his skin. He tilted his head slightly, his expression a mix of surprise and mild annoyance. "Well," Kay said dryly, "that was rude." Yelena's grip on her blades tightened, her composure faltering for a split second as she processed what just happened. "What are you made of?" she muttered under her breath. Hector stepped forward, his shield held firmly in front of him, its glow brightening. "We told you, we're not here to kill you. We are sent by our king, so free you from this place." Yelena's eyes narrowed, her stance shifting defensively as she processed Hector's words. "Free us," she said, her voice sharp with distrust. "You might be strong, but you can't stop those who own this place. There is Northwest safe place for you to hide, much less protect others." Kay stepped forward, lowering his sword slightly but keeping it within reach. His tone carried a mix of empathy and steel. "We've faced worse than the Red Room. Your masters are not invincible, and neither is this place. You don't have to live like this." One of the younger widows shifted nervously, her voice a whisper. "And if we try to leave, they'll kill us before we take a step." Hector's gaze softened as he turned to the group. "That's what they've made you believe. But look around you, this place is crumbling. They're losing control. If you fight with us, this ends today." Yelena hesitated, her eyes darting between the knights and her fellow widows. The weight of her leadership pressed heavy, and the flicker of hope in the others' eyes made her heart ache. If we trust you, what happens when they retaliate? When the world turns on us? Kay sheathed his sword, his expression firm yet kind. Then you'll have allies who will stand beside you. A king who will protect you. No one deserves to live in chains. The widows exchanged glances, the hard lines of distrust softening as doubt gave way to something unfamiliar, hope. Yelena stepped forward, her grip on her blades loosening. If you're lying, she said quietly, her voice trembling with resolve, we'll make you regret it. Hector gave a solemn nod. We are not lying. Stand with us, and together, we will see this place fall. Yelena lowered her blades, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. She turned to the other widows, her voice firm. This is our chance. If we stay, we'll keep living like this, fighting, killing, and dying for people who see us as nothing more than tools. One of the older widows hesitated. What if they're lying? What if this is just another trap? Yelena's gaze flicked back to Hector and Kay. They don't need to lie, she said, her voice steady but laced with an edge of skepticism. They could have killed us all without breaking a sweat. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be corpses. Kay offered a faint smile, his tone gentle but unwavering. And yet here you stand. You're not pawns to us. You're people, warriors who deserve better. Another widow, younger and visibly shaken, stepped forward. If we fight with you, what happens to the Red Room? What happens to them? She gestured toward a Kamara. Hector's shield glimmered with renewed intensity. The Red Room falls. Those who built it, those who sustain it, they will answer for their crimes. Yelena turned to her fellow widows, her voice rising. This is our chance to end it. No more fear. No more control. If they're telling the truth, we can walk out of here free. The group exchanged hesitant glances, the weight of years of indoctrination battling against the spark of hope. Finally, one by one, they nodded, their resolve hardening. Yelena faced Hector and Kay. All right, knights. Lead the way. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. Kay grinned, drawing his sword once more. That's the spirit. Let's show these cowards what true strength looks like. Hector turned, his shield raised as he began moving forward. Stay close, and trust in our king's will. This place will fall, and you will walk out free. The group moved as one, the widows flanking the knights as they advanced deeper into the compound. Above, in the command center, Petrovich watched the feat in horror. There, allying with them, he muttered, his face pale. The widows are turning. Melina, her voice cold and resigned, replied, they see what we feared they would, hope. And hope is dangerous. Petrovich slammed his fist onto the console. Not if we end it here. Throw everything we have at them, I need to talk to the general. He said, walking to a side room. The clang of boots against steel echoed through the darkened halls as the widows and knights moved together. The widows, lithe and calculated, mirrored the heavy, commanding strides of the knights. Ahead, the guards had formed defensive lines, automatic weapons trained on the approaching force. Yelena gestured to the widows, her voice sharp and clear. Spread out. Use the cover. We're easy targets. Hector raised his shield, its golden glow illuminating the corridor. Follow my lead. He charged forward, deflecting a hail of bullets as the widows darted to the flanks. Kay dashed to the front, his sword blazing with light. Don't fall behind, ladies. He slashed through the barricades with one mighty swing, sending splinters and debris flying. The guards' discipline began to crumble as the two knights carved through their ranks with ease. Meanwhile, the widows moved like shadows, dispatching enemies with precision. A widow slid under a guard's legs, stabbing upward with her blade, while another flipped over cover, taking out two guards with synchronized shots. Hector shielded two younger widows as they moved forward, his glowing barrier absorbing incoming fire. Press on. Their lines are breaking. A grenade arced toward the group. Yelena spotted it midair, kicking it back toward the guards with flawless precision. The resulting explosion sent a wave of panic through the defenders. Kay roared, his sword cleaving through a reinforced steel door like butter. Onward. Their defenses are nothing against us. The group surged forward, the sound of their advance a mix of gunfire, swords striking metal, and the occasional cry of a defeated guard. The deeper they went, the more resistance they faced, but the knights and widows adapted quickly. A guard wielding a flamethrower stepped into the corridor, unleashing a torrent of fire. Kay grinned, stepping in front of the group. You think flames scare me? He raised his sword, channeling the heat into his blade, which glowed even brighter. In a flash, he dashed forward, slicing the flamethrower in two before cutting the guard down. In another hallway, Yelena and two widows cornered a group of guards. With synchronized movements, they disarmed and subdued them. Yelena turned to her team, her voice steady. No hesitation. We don't stop until this place is rubble. Deeper in the facility, screams of terror from guards echoed as Hector's shield rammed through another door. Beyond it lay a room filled with young girls, all wide-eyed and trembling. Some clung to each other, their faces pale with fear. Yelena stepped forward, her voice softer now. It's okay. You're safe. She knelt down, meeting the eyes of a girl no older than 10. We're here to take you somewhere better. The girls hesitated, their trust eroded by years of manipulation. Kay stepped beside Yelena, his massive frame imposing yet his voice kind. We're knights. Protecting the innocent is our duty. No harm will come to you. Slowly, the girls began to move, stepping out from their corners and shadows. Hector raised his shield, creating a glowing barrier around the group. Stay within the light. It will protect you. The knights and widows formed a protective formation around the children, advancing through the final corridors. More guards tried to block their path, but they fell swiftly to the combined force. As the group reached the surface, explosions rang out behind them. Kay smirked, glancing back at the flames. I think that's enough destruction for one day. Yelena nodded, her expression grim yet resolute. This isn't the end, but it's a start. The group emerged into the cold, snowy wilderness, the first rays of dawn breaking on the horizon. For the widows and the rescued girls, it was their first taste of freedom. So, I kinda got caught up in the action before. Yelena started, but who are you two? Kay chuckled, his sword resting on his shoulder as he surveyed the horizon. A fair question, considering we just tore through a fortress together. Hector nodded, his shield still glowing faintly as he turned to face Yelena. I am Sir Hector, steward of Camelot. And this is Sir Kay, my companion and one of the Round Table's finest knights. Yelena and the other widows instantly looked shocked, then confused, not because they hadn't heard about Camelot, they had, and that was why they were so surprised now. Because why hadn't they been able to connect the dots before now? When mysterious knights show up, then that should immediately get one to think of Camelot, yet none a single time had that crossed their minds. Yelena furrowed her brow, her confusion evident. Wait a minute. Camelot. The Knights of the Round Table. How did I not think of that before? Hector answered her with a gentle smile. That would be me. My noble phantasm protects, nurtures, and hides one's true identity, so that was why you didn't realize who we were. One of the younger widows, barely past her teenage years, hesitantly stepped forward, her voice quiet but curious. What's a noble phantasm? Kay glanced at Hector with a smirk before turning to the girl. It's very powerful magic, little lady, the kind that can turn the tides of battle. One of the older widows, her arms crossed, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. So, wait, magic is real, she asked, her tone dripping with skepticism. Kay let out a hearty laugh, his sword resting on his shoulder. Oh, it's very real. And you've just seen it in action. Or do you think deflecting bullets with a sword and smashing walls with a shield is something anyone can do? The younger widow who had asked about the noble phantasm looked wide-eyed, her voice a whisper. I thought it was just tricks or tech. But magic. Hector's calm voice cut through the chatter. The world is far larger than what you've been taught. Magic, legends, and the unseen, these things have always been real. It's just that most choose not to believe until it stands before them. Yelena shook her head, exhaling sharply. First knights out of a storybook, now magic. What's next, dragons? Kay's grin widened. Yet before he was able to open his mouth, Hector smacked the top of his head. There are no dragons left in the world. Don't worry about running into something like that. Yelena arched an eyebrow at the exchange, clearly unconvinced. No dragons, huh? Somehow, that's the least surprising thing I've heard today. The younger widow, still wide-eyed, tentatively asked, but, if all of this is real, and you're really from Camelot, why are you here? Why help us? Hector straightened, his shield faintly glowing as he spoke. Because no one should endure what you've been through. Our king sent us to bring justice to places like this and to offer you a place in his service. The widows exchanged uneasy glances, their initial intrigue giving way to wariness. The older widow stepped forward, her arms crossed tightly. So that's it, then. Your king wants us to serve them. After everything we've been through, you're just offering a different master. Yelena's expression hardened. We've had our lives stolen from us, turned into tools. And now you show up with promises of salvation, but only if we kneel to your so-called king. Kay's cheerful demeanor faltered slightly, but Hector raised a calming hand. I understand your mistrust. You've been betrayed before, used, discarded. But King Arthur is not like the ones who've wronged you. The group fell into a tense silence as Hector's words hung in the air. The widows exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of doubt, fear, and contemplation. Yelena crossed her arms, her tone sharp. So, it's not really a choice, is it? Join you, or we're left to fend for ourselves against whatever's left of the Red Room. Kay shook his head, stepping forward with a calm yet firm voice. It is a choice, one we hope you'll make because it's right for you. But know this, the king won't ask you to fight, to kill, you can cook, clean, many things, you will not be forced to fight again. The older widow's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. That's what they all say. This time it's different. We're done being pawns. Hector stepped forward, his shield still glowing faintly. You misunderstand. Service to Camelot is not slavery. It's a choice, yours alone. If you refuse, we will not force you. You are free to leave. The younger widow spoke up, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. And then what? Where do we go? Back to a world that doesn't want us. We're killers, freaks. There's no place for us. Kay's voice softened as he addressed her directly. Camelot can be that place. Not because you're weapons, but because you're people. Our king believes in giving the broken and forgotten a chance to rebuild. Yelena's skepticism remained. And what happens if we say no? Will your king hunt us down, like they did when Natasha escaped? Hector shook his head firmly. No, the king would never do that, but I will be honest, without agreeing, the king's protection won't extend to you, and you might face retaliation from your former masters. The widows visibly relaxed at Kay's words, though suspicion lingered in their eyes. The older widow narrowed her gaze, her voice still sharp but less combative. No fighting. And what happens when your king gets tired of us? When we're no longer useful? Hector met her gaze with quiet conviction. You are not tools to be used and discarded. You are people. Camelot does not measure worth by what someone can do in battle. It values loyalty, honor, and the willingness to rebuild a life of purpose. Yelena frowned, her skepticism giving way to cautious curiosity. Cook, clean, live. You're saying we'd actually be allowed to live normal lives? After everything we've been through? Kay nodded, his expression softening. That's exactly what we're saying. You've been denied that choice for too long. Now, you can take it back. The younger widow, still wide-eyed, finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. And if we want to fight? To make sure no one else ends up like us. Hector inclined his head, respect evident in his tone. Then that will be your choice. To stand as knights, protectors of others, if that is what you desire. But it will always be your decision, not a command. In the end, the widows knew that going to Camelot was for the best, they needed protection, at least for now. Honestly, the younger girls were eager to go, they still held a bit of innocence in them. That spark, that urged them towards a land of magic and knights, one of fantasy, and even the older girls were curious. As those who were full widows, having long since finished their training, their thoughts were mixed. Yelena finally sighed in defeat. Fine, we will join you for now, and see your king for ourselves, so, how do we get there? Kay, looking entirely too casual for someone with no plan, leaned on his sword. Ah, well, you see, about that. He glanced at Hector for backup. Hector sighed heavily, gripping his shield. The truth is, we don't know. Yelena blinked. You don't know. Kay raised a hand defensively. Look, we didn't exactly walk here ourselves. We were sent, dumped into the snow by a witch with a flair for drama. No directions, no return ticket. The widows exchanged incredulous looks. One of the older women scowled. So you're telling me you marched in here, tore this place apart, and you don't even know how to get back to your so-called kingdom? Kay grinned sheepishly. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad, Yelena snapped. You don't even know where Camelot is. Hector stepped in, his voice steady and calm. In our beloved England. Yelena knew this, the whole world knew where Camelot was. The problem here was the fact that they were in Siberia, which was very far from England. And do you know where we are now? She asked with a biting tone. Hector hesitated for a moment, his composure slipping ever so slightly. Well, somewhere cold. And remote. With lots of snow. Kay chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Let's just call it, somewhere unpleasant, shall we? Yelena's expression was a mix of exasperation and disbelief. We're in Siberia, knights. Half a world away from your precious Camelot. One of the older widows groaned audibly. Fantastic. We escaped one nightmare only to freeze to death in another. Kay, ever the optimist, waved a hand dismissively. Nonsense. We'll figure it out. There must be a village or a settlement nearby. People don't build secret assassin schools in the middle of nowhere without some connection to civilization. Yelena wanted to scream. Because that is exactly what people do, build it remotely, so remote that escape on foot is impossible. That the only real way in and out is by flying. How these knights didn't understand that she couldn't understand. Yelena's patience was wearing thin. She gestured around at the endless expanse of snow, her voice rising. Do you see any villages? Any signs of civilization? This place is designed so you don't stumble across help. It's a fortress of isolation, not a weekend getaway. Kay tilted his head, genuinely unbothered by her frustration. Well, then, it's a good thing we're not exactly ordinary travelers. We're knights. Improvisation is half the adventure. Yelena stared at him, her disbelief mounting. You might be fine, but we have 36 kids here, who can't walk even a tenth of the way to the nearest settlement. Hector nodded gravely, glancing back at the group of trembling, exhausted children huddled together for warmth. She's right, Kay. These young ones won't last long out here without shelter and proper care. Kay's optimism dimmed slightly as he followed Hector's gaze. True. But we're not going to let that happen. There must be another way. Yelena pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. Unless one of you can summon a magical flying horse, we're stuck. The Red Room designed this place to be inescapable on foot. Kay's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Magical flying horse? Not quite, but give me a moment. He stepped away, scanning the horizon as if expecting divine intervention. Hector sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Yelena's shoulder. We will find a way, Yelena. Trust in us, just as you trusted us to break you out of that place. Yelena shrugged his hand off, her tone sharp. That's not trust. That's survival. And survival means being realistic. If we can't find a solution, these kids won't make it through the night. As the tension rose, one of the younger widows stepped forward hesitantly. What about the vehicles the guards had? There were snowmobiles and transport trucks in the compound. Yelena blinked, her frustration giving way to thought. They must have fuel stored somewhere. If we can get them running. Kay's grin returned. Now that's the spirit. Nothing like commandeering enemy resources. Hector gave a solemn nod. It's a plan. Let's search the wreckage for usable vehicles. We'll get everyone out of here together. It didn't take long before the widows all realized how hopelessly clueless the two knights were about the modern age. They seemed to struggle with the most simple of things. And so the widows quickly took over the task of getting them to their new home. Thankfully, they had plenty of relevant training, and with the knights, they at least didn't have to worry about being attacked. Chapter 40. Inside a dimly lit, opulent office, Dreykov sat at his desk, the hum of machinery from the sprawling facility beneath his feet a constant reminder of his power. The quiet was broken by the sharp buzz of an intercom. A voice, trembling with fear, crackled through. General Dreykov, sir. We have an emergency. Dreykov leaned back in his chair, his gaze icy as he pressed the button. Speak. The voice faltered for a moment, then rushed out the words. The Siberian facility, it's been destroyed. Completely annihilated. Dreykov froze, his steely demeanor cracking slightly. Destroyed? By whom? There were intruders, sir. 2 men, dressed in ancient armor. They overpowered everything, guards, defenses, the Black Widows. Dreykov's jaw tightened, his knuckles widening as he gripped the edge of his desk. And the widows? What about my widows? The voice hesitated, a deathly pause filling the room. Sir, they escaped. The intruders freed them. All of them. Dreykov shot to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. What? His voice was a dangerous growl, the fury radiating off him palpable. All communications from the site are down. Surveillance feeds went dark after the intruders breached the command center. The facility is a total loss, the voice stammered. Dreykov slammed his fist on the desk, sending papers and a glass tumbler scattering. 2 men. 2 men did this. And you expect me to believe that? The voice on the intercom quivered but pressed on. Sir, the reports from surviving personnel, they're consistent. The intruders were unlike anything we've ever encountered. They wielded swords and shields, deflected bullets, and tore through our forces as if they were nothing. Dreykov's fury simmered beneath his cold exterior, his mind racing. Swords and shields, he repeated, his tone dripping with disdain. Do you think I'm a fool? This sounds like a fairy tale. I understand, sir, the voice stammered. But the survivors swear it. They said it was like something out of legend. One of them even destroyed the walls with what looked like a massive glowing shield. Dreykov began pacing, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't believe it, another failure, so soon after Natasha, after his finest widow escaped. She was the first, and he had intended for her to be the last. He was getting close to coming up with a way to better control the widows, yet now he had none left to use it on. Damn them. Curse them to hell. Once I find out who they are, they will rue the day that dared cross me. Sir, the voice interjected hesitantly, what are your orders? Dreykov stopped pacing, his expression sharp and deadly. Activate every asset. Track the widows. If they escaped, they can't have gone far. Find them, and bring them back. Kill the ones who resist. The voice on the other end hesitated. And, the intruders, sir. Dreykov's lips curled into a dangerous sneer. They've made themselves enemies of the Red Room. I don't care who they are or what they claim to be, find them. Use every resource. And when you do, I want their heads. Yes, General. The intercom went dead. Dreykov turned to the large map of the globe projected on the wall, the faint red dots marking his network of facilities and assets. His hand hovered over the controls, zooming into the Siberian region where the facility once stood. 2 men, he muttered to himself, his mind seething with possibilities. Whoever you are, you've made a grave mistake. The entire world was unaware of what had happened to a secret facility in Russia, or the daring escape a few dozen people were making in the following days. No, instead the world was buzzing at the news that had come out of Camelot. For the first time since its appearance, Camelot had spoken to the outside world, and the message had been shocking. Everyone was still talking about it when the next big news hit, the fact that the King of Knights, Arthuria Pendragon himself, was willing to do an interview. What really had everyone excited was the fact that the King of Knights wouldn't be talking with a journalist or something. No, instead, 10 people were invited to come and ask the legendary king questions. Of those 10 spots, 1 was reserved for the government, and 1 for the royal family, the rest was to be given to the people. Meaning everyone had a chance to get one of those 8 spots. People all over England were going crazy about the chance, everyone talked about it, and every media featured nothing but this story. Even the fact that Tony Stark was still missing was completely forgotten. In a dimly lit office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sat behind his desk, the glow of multiple screens casting shadows across his face. The headlines blared from every monitor: King Arthur's interview, Camelot speaks, and Arthuria Pendragon opens up. Fury's one good eye scanned the reports, his expression unreadable. Sir, you wanted to see me. Maria Hill's voice broke the silence as she stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. Yes, Hill, Fury replied, his voice low and measured. What do you make of this Camelot situation? Hill crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on one of the screens. It's unprecedented, sir. The reappearance of Camelot was already causing enough of a stir, but now King Arthur is offering interviews. It's bound to change the global landscape. Fury nodded, tapping his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. Precisely. And with Stark still missing, we have enough on our plate. We need to keep an eye on this. Camelot's sudden openness could mean a lot of things, and none of them might be good for us. Hill frowned. Does this change the threat level, sir? Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Camelot has been a potential threat since the beginning, and that hasn't changed. We knew they would act at some point, and all that has happened is that that point has been reached. Fury sighed and turned his attention back to Hill. What's the status on the Stark investigation? Any progress? Hill shook her head slightly. Not much, sir. We've been following every lead, but so far, nothing concrete. It's like he vanished into thin air. Fury's expression hardened. Keep pushing. We need Stark back, and we need him back yesterday. Understood, Hill replied, her tone resolute. And what about the analysis of the fight between Mordred and Nathan Garrett? Fury continued, shifting the focus of the conversation. Our analysts are still working on deciphering the energy signatures and combat techniques used. It's clear that Mordred poses a significant threat, one that likely requires significant resources to take down. Fury nodded, his mind working through the implications. The strength shown by the Knight of Rebellion was highly alarming. He could think of no other means of dealing with him but a weapon of mass destruction, an unacceptable outcome. What about the people attending this interview? Fury asked, breaking the silence. Any chance we can get one of ours in? Hill pulled up a report on her tablet, glancing through it quickly. The process is being overseen by Camelot directly, sir. Every applicant is thoroughly vetted, and the final decision rests with them. From what we've seen, they're choosing people who represent different walks of life. Fury nodded, he knew it was unlikely, the ability to detect lies made it difficult and far too risky. Get me that list as soon as it's known, if we could persuade those people to ask certain questions, the better. Hill nodded, tapping a note into her tablet. I'll have the team ready to brief them as soon as the list is public. Subtle persuasion, nothing overt. Good. Fury knew that he likely couldn't outright stop what was happening, but maybe he could slow it down, and hopefully find a way to stop it or deal with the fallout if he had more time. The beginning of trouble that was. I hadn't taken a few things into account, like how Camelot was made without a single flaw, except it was made using my sensibility, which meant it lacked many things humans might consider normal. This wasn't a problem since it mostly involved a lack of bad things or things that might not be bad themselves, but led to foulness of some kind. One big and pretty glaring problem that came about was the lack of electricity and wall sockets. While it was by no means a problem to broadcast without such things, the guys over at BBC, who would handle that part of my plan, really was struggling with the lack of power. This was the event of the century, an audience and interview with none other than the legendary King of Knights. They wanted the best possible shot, the lighting had to be right, and the sound too should be perfect. It hadn't been half an hour since I already regretted letting them in and planning things out. They really were overexcited about it. A BBC technician hesitated near me, his face pale as if he feared approaching royalty. Your Majesty, he stammered, clutching a clipboard, is there any chance we could get, some sort of power? I raised an eyebrow, my tone dry. Power, you say? Camelot has no need for such trivialities. I had lost count of how many times I had been asked that. I knew by now that it was mostly just different people all wanting to speak with me, and so they used it as a chance. I couldn't blame them, but it got old quick. Agravain. Deal with this, and if you need something, send Mordred. I said, and quickly left the mess for him to deal with. I would take myself a nice and relaxing bath. After dealing with everything, I felt I deserved it. Agravain. I called out, and the man was quick to enter the room. I honestly wished he wouldn't waste his time waiting for me to call him all day, but I also respected that it was his wish. Sir Kay and Sir Ector will be arriving tonight. Before they do, I want you to clear the path for them. Those girls are coming home for the first time, they shouldn't have to meet such a thing. That barricade wasn't a welcoming sight, hardly fit for kids like them. Agravain bowed deeply, his eyes showing a flicker of understanding. Consider it done, my lord, he replied, his voice bearing the weight of unwavering loyalty. With a swift turn, he was gone. The two were returning sooner than I had expected. Getting back from Russia was by no means easy. Thankfully, it seemed that the widows were far better at such things than most people and were able to smuggle them all back safely. I glanced toward the large window overlooking the castle grounds. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over Camelot. Tonight would mark the start of a new chapter, not just for the rescued widows but for Camelot itself. For the first time since the end of the Age of Gods, there would be people living in Camelot once more, and the streets would soon be filled with children playing. Just as it should be. The journey to Camelot had been nothing short of grueling. Escorting nearly 100 children across borders wasn't easy, especially while fleeing the Red Room. Yet, with Kay and Ector guarding them, fear of pursuit was kept at bay. The two knights, invaluable as they were, had their challenges. They were clueless about the modern world, slowing the group down more than once. Thankfully, their magic to conceal their armor and swords saved them from disaster. The widows, using skills drilled into them by the Red Room, planned their route meticulously. They forged documents, paid bribes, and stuck to lesser-traveled paths. The size of the group, however, made every step risky. Crossing borders was the hardest part. The widows disguised the children as a school group, a story backed by the knights imposing yet oddly convincing presence as chaperones. Tension ran high, but they avoided detection. After weeks of travel, they finally reached England. The widows pooled resources to rent 2 large buses for the final leg of the journey. For the first time, there was a glimmer of relief among the group. The children were tired but resilient. They whispered among themselves about Camelot, imagining it as a magical place from the stories the knights had told them. Their excitement brought a rare warmth to the widows. Kay and Ector, confident in their king's reach, argued that secrecy was no longer necessary. Yelena disagreed. We're not safe until we're inside those walls, she muttered, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. As the buses rumbled down the road, the tension in the air was palpable. When the first glimpse of Camelot's towering spires appeared, a hush fell over the group. It was like something out of legend, shimmering on the horizon. Yelena tightened her grip on the wheel, her voice barely above a whisper. Almost there, she said, more to herself than anyone else. The children pressed against the windows, their faces alight with wonder. As night was falling, they got close, and would arrive under the cover of darkness, something the knights said was pointless, but Yelena and the other older widows all felt was the right approach. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Outside Camelot, the barricade stood firm, a line of military vehicles, fencing, and armed soldiers ensuring Northwest One ventured too close to the legendary city. This honestly wasn't what Adam thought he would be doing when he signed up to serve his nation. He was ready to defend it from its enemies, to help those in need. He thought he would mostly be doing rescue operations and the like, not standing around like this, blocking his own people from going to the City of Wonders and Legends. It honestly wasn't great to have to deny those hopefuls the opportunity to see a knight day in and day out. To have him use his weapon not to defend but to threaten people who had done nothing wrong. He was thankful he was on the night shift, fewer people around. It was mindlessly boring, sure, but at least he didn't have to feel like such a bad guy. Tonight, again, he expected nothing to happen. All the curious onlookers had gone for the day, either went back home or headed inside their tents. Nothing much happened here at night, only twice had something happen. And both times, it was happening inside the city itself, meaning they couldn't do anything about it, so they just watched the moonlit city. That was what he and everyone else thought until they heard the sound of the massive wooden gates of Camelot open, which had them turn on massive floodlights, lighting up the vast grassland, and the great white city walls. Adam squinted against the light, trying to make sense of the shadowy figure emerging. As the figure stepped into the beam, the gleam of polished armor became unmistakable. It was a knight, his every step measured, his silver cape catching the wind. "Is that one of them?" a fellow soldier muttered, his voice barely audible. Adam nodded, his throat dry. "Yeah. That's one of them." The knight strode forward with an air of authority, his face unreadable beneath the helmet. His voice carried easily over the still night air. "I am Sir Agravain, servant of the king. I command you to open this barricade." The soldiers froze, unsure how to respond. Their orders were clear, no one passed without proper clearance. But this was no ordinary passerby. "Sir, with all due respect, this barricade is under the jurisdiction of the UK government. We can't just..." Agravain raised a gauntlet hand, silencing him with a single motion. "Your government is of no matter, the king's will is law. And your king commands you to open the barricade." Adam and the others were unsure of what to do. It was beginning to become common knowledge that the Knights of Camelot believed themselves above the law, and that in fact their king the rightful ruler. However, this naturally was nothing but a delusion, but they also had orders not to get in conflict with the knights, yet that order now stood in conflict with their order to maintain the barricade. "I have to report this to my superior. I'm not allowed to make such a decision. Please wait a moment, Sir Agravain," Adam finally managed to say before he ran off to find someone to report to. Soon enough, the ranking officer, Captain Carter, came over, hoping to smooth things over. "Sir Agravain, I understand your request, but we're under strict orders. We need clearance from..." "I have given you clearance," Agravain barked, his voice reverberating across the field. "You speak of orders, but you forget that this land belongs to the king. Your presence here is a courtesy, not a right." Captain Carter clenched his jaw, the weight of indecision pressing heavily upon him. The tension in the air was palpable, each soldier holding their breath, waiting for the next move. "Sir Agravain," Carter began, choosing his words carefully, "we all serve a greater good here. Perhaps we can come to an understanding that honors both our responsibilities." Agravain's eyes glinted from beneath his helmet, a mixture of impatience and curiosity. He stepped closer, the metal of his armor clinking softly. "Speak quickly, Captain, for my patience wears thin." Carter took a deep breath. "Allow me to contact the regional commander. If he grants permission, we will open the barricade. This way, we follow protocol without causing unnecessary conflict." Agravain's gaze bore into Carter, weighing the proposition. Finally, he nodded curtly. "Very well, Captain. You have 10 minutes. Fail me, and the consequences will be upon your head." Captain Carter saluted sharply before signaling his men to stay vigilant. He hurried to the command post, praying that the commander would answer promptly. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. The knight stood silently, an imposing presence that seemed to grow with each passing second. Finally, the radio crackled to life. "This is Commander Richards. What's the situation, Carter?" "Sir, we have a knight from Camelot, Sir Agravain, demanding we open our barricade. He claims the authority of their king. I need authorization to comply." There was a pause before Richards responded, "Understood. Given the recent events, grant them what they want, but keep a close watch. Report any unusual activity immediately." Carter honestly didn't understand why he even asked to report unusual activity. Surely everything and anything that happened next would count, right? But he wasn't about to question his superior, so he just ordered his men to comply. "All right, you hear Sir Agravain, open up a hole, and keep the curious civilians away," he called out, looking over at the small tent city that once more was alive with activity. With Carter's order, the soldiers sprang into motion, dragging aside sections of the barricade and repositioning vehicles to create an opening. The grinding of metal and the crunch of boots on gravel filled the tense air as the path was cleared. The gathered crowd in the tent city, previously quiet, stirred with renewed energy. Whispers spread like wildfire as people craned their necks to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Agravain took no further action as the barricade was opened up. He just stood there, looking out into the darkness, as if waiting for something to happen. Or for someone to arrive, Carter thought. His training was telling him he should do something, find out more about the situation, but looking at Agravain, he couldn't help but feel nervous, like a kid before their headmaster. So, to avoid feeling like a naughty child, he excused himself and went to deal with the situation. A group of reporters, stationed there overnight in case something like this happened, was making their way over. He strode forward, intercepting the group before they could get too close. All right, everyone, stay back. The barricade is being opened under specific orders. This is not a free pass to approach Camelot. One reporter, a wiry man with a determined expression, stepped forward, microphone in hand. Captain, can you comment on why the barricade is being opened? Does this signal a shift in government policy? Carter crossed his arms, keeping his tone measured. I can't share details at this time. What I can say is that this action was requested by Camelot itself. The reporter pressed on. And who exactly are they letting in? That's not something I can disclose, Carter replied firmly, his patience thinning. I suggest you all return to your camps and await an official statement. Behind him, the rumble of engines grew louder. Carter turned in time to see two large buses approaching from the distance, their headlights cutting through the night. The soldiers tensed, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. The buses rolled to a stop just beyond the barricade, and Agravain strode forward. He raised a hand, signaling the vehicles to halt. The doors of the first bus hissed open, and women in black suits began to descend, their movements sharp and calculated. Behind them came the children, dozens of them, wide-eyed and huddled together. The gathered crowd behind the barricade erupted into whispers, their curiosity mounting. Carter could only watch as Agravain ushered the group forward, his demeanor unyielding. He sighed, glancing back at the reporters. All right, you've seen enough. Go back to your tents before this gets messy. As the group passed through the barricade, Carter couldn't shake the unease settling in his chest. He didn't know who these people were or why Camelot had demanded their entry, but one thing was clear, this night would be talked about for a long time to come. The group quickly walked towards Camelot, while Agravain went back to the barricade. Takes care of these vehicles. We have no need of them. He more or less commanded the soldiers before he, too, went back into Camelot. The group trudged forward, the weight of their journey lifting slightly as Camelot loomed closer. The towering spires of the legendary city shimmered under the moonlight, its pristine walls almost glowing under the moonlight. The younger children, huddled together in small groups, whispered excitedly. Is it really like the stories? One girl asked, her voice trembling with awe. Do you think they have knights everywhere? I want to see the round table, another girl chimed in, her tired face lighting up with hope. Do you think the king will let us join? The older widows walked in silence, their expressions tense. Yelena's gaze swept over the city, taking in every detail. It's too perfect, she muttered under her breath, her suspicion unwavering despite the grandeur. Nothing looks like it belongs in this century. One of the older widows, her arms crossed, glanced uneasily at the gates ahead. It feels too good to be true. What if this is just another cage? Yelena shook her head slightly. We're here now. If it is a cage, we'll break out. You saw how clueless their knights are about most things, sure they might be strong, have magic, but we have the smarts. Kay and Hector, walking near the front of the group, couldn't help but smile as they listened to the children. It's good to see their spirits returning, Kay said softly to Hector. Hector nodded, his shield glinting faintly under the moonlight. It is. And they deserve it. As they neared the great gates of Camelot, they were struck by their sheer size and craftsmanship. Intricate carvings of knights, dragons, and mythical symbols adorned the towering doors, each detail telling a story of a bygone era. The children gasped as the gates began to creak open, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a rumble through the ground. Behind the gate stood two lines of armored knights, their polished armor catching the light. They stood at attention, their presence both intimidating and reassuring. One of the younger girls tugged at Yelena's sleeve, her voice a mix of fear and excitement. Are those the knights from the stories? Yelena knelt beside her, forcing a small smile. I think so. Let's see if they're as noble as the stories say. The widows and children moved cautiously through the gates, the younger ones staring in wide-eyed wonder while the older ones scanned for any sign of danger. Inside, the streets were quiet but immaculate, lit by glowing orbs that floated gently above. The air was crisp and clean, and the city radiated a strange warmth, even in the cold night. For the first time, Yelena felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt in years, hope. Maybe, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else, just maybe, this place really is different. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Even though it was late at night, Agravain still brought all the widows and children before my throne. I knew why, it wasn't hard to guess his thinking. These people weren't from my kingdom, they were outsiders. And as such, he wanted them to swear their fealty to me and to my throne. Personally, I didn't think we should keep the children up any longer for something like that, it could wait. However, I allowed him to go ahead with it. From atop my throne, I watched them go through my home. I saw the joy and wonder in the children's eyes as they beheld my great city, it warmed my heart. These children, innocent as they might look, carried great scars in their souls. They had experienced things no adult should suffer, much less a child. So, to see that a spark of innocence still lingers was heartwarming. It also didn't hurt to finally see someone truly appreciate the beauty of my Camelot. The interest in their eyes is so different than that of my normal visitors. With only a slight delay as they moved past the round table. Children, no matter how traumatized, couldn't resist its allure. Agravain led the group into the throne room with his usual commanding presence, his voice echoing against the stone walls. My king, I present to you the ones Sir Kay and Sir Ector have brought back. They await your will. The widows and children entered cautiously, the grandeur of the room striking them silent. The high, vaulted ceilings, the banners of Camelot, and the radiant glow of the throne filled the space with a sense of majesty. The children, all young girls, huddled close together, their wide eyes darting around. One of the smaller ones whispered, "Is this really where the King of Knights lives?" Her words, though soft, seemed to echo in the stillness. I sat on my throne, observing them. The contrast was striking, tiny, trembling girls, still carrying the weight of fear and uncertainty, standing beside the widows, whose hardened faces bore the marks of a life lived under the Red Room's shadow. I allowed them a few moments to gaze in wonder and to find themselves. After all, they were all nervous, small, and big. Before the throne of the Lion King, these widows could only tremble. Finally, I signaled for Agravain to begin. He stood beside me, his armor and cloak pristine, his face seemed far older than he was, and it held a certain stiffness. You stand before the White Lion King, ruler of Camelot, King of Knights and Lord of Storms, and Goddess of the End, Arthuria Pendragon. As he finished introducing me, I reached up and removed my helmet and watched as their eyes grew wide as they beheld my face, their sharp eyes easily making out the fact that I was a woman. And your new king, if you decide to stay within my kingdom. I finally said and smiled down kindly at them. The room was silent, save for the faint rustle of cloaks and the shuffling of small feet. The widows and children stared, their eyes flicking between Agravain and me, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. A murmur rose among the widows, many exchanging wary glances. The revelation of my identity had caught them off guard. The small children, however, didn't share the same reservations. One of the youngest girls tugged on the sleeve of a widow standing beside her. She's a queen, the child whispered, her voice filled with awe. Yelena stepped forward, her posture tense, her gaze sharp as ever. You're a woman. Her tone wasn't accusatory, but it was laden with questions unspoken. I met her gaze evenly. Does that trouble you? She hesitated before shaking her head. No. Just, unexpected. I smiled faintly. Life is often full of the unexpected. But make no mistake, though I am a woman, I am your king if you choose to stay. A king who will not use you as pawns but as people with the freedom to choose your path. The tension in the room shifted slightly, the widow's shoulders relaxing, if only marginally. One of the older widows stepped forward, her voice hesitant but steady. And if we choose not to stay? You are free to leave, I said simply. Camelot offers sanctuary, not chains. Your will is your own here. The woman blinked, clearly taken aback by the response. The idea of freedom, of a choice without consequences, was foreign to them. One of the children, emboldened by my gentle tone, took a step closer. Will there be knights to protect us? Like the ones who came for us? I lowered my head slightly to better meet her eyes. Yes. Camelot's knights protect those who cannot protect themselves. That is their sacred duty. The girl nodded, seemingly satisfied, and stepped back into the cluster of children. The widows remained cautious, their years of training and survival instincts keeping them guarded. I know it is a lot to ask, so soon and while you are tired from your long travel, but ask I must and ask I shall. Do you accept me as your king? Or do you seek a life outside of my realm? I asked, forgiving my gentle tone and instead using that of a ruler. The weight of my words hung in the air, as did the weight of the decision I forced them to make. Though I already knew what they would reply. For what choice did they have but to follow me? Cruel as it might be, where else could they go? With so many kids under them. While hunted by what remains of the Red Room. The simple answer was that they didn't have anywhere else to go. They realized that too, and Yelena, who seemed like the leader, asked one final question. If we serve you, that just means we will be citizens of Camelot, right? Now that we have to work for you or anything. I nodded, meeting Yelena's gaze with unwavering resolve. That is correct. To serve me as your king does not mean servitude. It means you are a part of Camelot, a citizen of this land, free to live your life as you see fit. The room was silent as Yelena processed my words. Her sharp eyes scanned my face for any trace of deceit, finding none. Behind her, the widows murmured softly, exchanging cautious glances. One of the older widows, a woman with streaks of red in her hair, stepped forward. And if we wish to work? To earn our keep, as it were. I smiled faintly. I do not lie, so I will be honest with you, I hope you will work for me. I'm sure you have noticed that my knights are ill-equipped in the deals of the outside world, I hope you can bridge the gap, not as combatants, but in other roles. The same widow raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical but curious. Other roles? What exactly do you mean? I leaned forward slightly, my gaze steady and sincere. Advisors, attendants, envoys, roles that require knowledge of the modern world. You've lived in it, navigated its complexities, and survived its worst. That experience is invaluable. Yelena folded her arms, still guarded. So, you want us to be your modern-day interpreters? Only if you wish it, I replied. However, while Camelot will take care of the little ones, you, who are adults, are expected to take care of yourself, so getting a job isn't a bad idea. Finally, Yelena spoke again, her voice quieter now. If we say yes, we're not just trading one master for another. I shook my head firmly. You are not pawns here. You are people, citizens of a kingdom that values your freedom and your will. If you choose to serve Camelot, it will be because you believe in what it stands for, not because you are coerced. The same child from earlier took a hesitant step forward, clutching the hem of Yelena's sleeve. Will we be safe here? I met her gaze. Yes, little one. You will be safe. Camelot protects its people, always. Yelena inhaled deeply, the weight of responsibility clear in her expression. She looked at the other widows, searching for confirmation. Slowly, one by one, they nodded. Yelena turned back to me, her voice steady despite the emotions threatening to surface. Then we accept. We'll swear our loyalty to Camelot and to you, our king. I inclined my head, my voice firm yet warm. You have made a brave choice, one I will not take lightly. Welcome to Camelot, your new home. Early the next morning I was back on my throne, my knights kneeling before me. Sir Ector, Sir Kay, why don't you give us a report of your mission? Ector lifted his head, looking up at me as he began his report. My king, the witch sent us near the main base of the Red Room, and we were able to find it rather quickly, not giving them a chance to flee or properly mount a defense. Kay straightened beside him, his usual humor absent. Even then, they still had plenty of defenses and weapons. We had to unleash our noble phantasms to destroy their base quickly. We were worried they might try to harm the youngest ones, if they thought they would fall. Ector clarified. So we made quick work of their defenses, and raced to meet up with the widows. Once we did, Kay took over. We managed to persuade them to side with us, and under their lead, we eliminated the rest of the Red Room, though key leadership roles weren't at the base, so those escaped. They continued to explain their actions, giving justifications and answering questions along the way. The other knights in particular were curious about the military power of the outside world. In a world without knights, how did they fight? However, learning about the weapons and their uses had them scuffed. Sitting in safety far away and raining death down from above. Sounds like a cowardly way of fighting. Mordred said, and his statement only met nods by the rest. I didn't speak up to disagree, because it was true. Only when you were bathed in the still warm blood of those you killed, when it ran down your face, when you had to clean it off your clothes, did you fully understand your actions. The modern war had moved into something so far removed from what my knights knew that it might be something else entirely. All right. I nodded as they finished their report. Go send for their leader, and Sir Bedivere, if you would please go and entertain the young ones. I'm sure that after a night's rest, they are eager to meet more knights. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The widows were used to a bit of everything, both thanks to their training and the many missions they had been on. Yet waking up inside Camelot was still strange. They couldn't decide if they felt scared or safe. While the kids slept in, the oldest girls, the fully trained widows, had woken up and moved to one corner of the large barracks they had slept in. There, they could talk in peace. Yelena leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. All right, let's just say it. King Arthur is a woman. Did anyone else see that coming? One of the older widows, Victoria Ivanova, shook her head, her fiery red streaks catching the dim light. Not in a million years. Every story, every legend, every painting, it was always a man. Yet here we are. It doesn't make sense, muttered Sophia, another widow in her early 30s. But then again, nothing about this place makes sense. Camelot reappearing. Knights with magic powers. And now this. Does it matter? Asked Elena, one of the quieter ones, her voice laced with exhaustion. Man or woman, she's still the one who opened her doors to us. Yelena smirked. True, but let's not pretend this isn't strange. A king who's clearly a queen. The whole thing feels off. Victoria's gaze sharpened. It feels like freedom. That's what matters. After everything we've been through, does it really matter who's sitting on the throne? Sophia snorted softly. You're just saying that because you fancy her. The group chuckled, the tension easing just slightly. They were still widows, trained to be skeptical, to question everything. But even they couldn't deny the faint glimmer of hope that had started to creep into their hearts. What do you think her game is? Yelena asked, her voice dropping. No one offers this kind of sanctuary for nothing. What's the catch? Maybe there isn't one, Elena said, though even she didn't sound entirely convinced. She said it, she needs us to navigate in this modern world, and that job sounds better than secret assassin any day of the week. Yelena sighed, rubbing her temples. It's just, a lot. A king who's a queen, a kingdom out of time, knights who glow like the sun, and now we're supposed to swear allegiance. Victoria placed a hand on her shoulder. I get it. But think about the kids. They're safe here. For the first time in their lives, they're safe. The room fell quiet at that. They all glanced at the door, as if imagining the laughter of the children echoing from the halls. It was true, no matter how bizarre this place was, it was the first time in years they hadn't been looking over their shoulders. Yelena exhaled deeply. So, it's only a matter of time before they come for us, no doubt wanting us to pick jobs already. What do we say? What jobs do we take? Victoria was the first to answer. Well, we can split the jobs up into a few categories. First is the maid and other servant type of job. Not the most glorious, but they would be carried out inside Camelot itself, so the safest type of job. Elena nodded thoughtfully. Then there's the second type, advisory roles. Helping the knights understand how the modern world works, teaching them about politics, technology, and culture. Another type of mostly safe work. Yelena spoke up next. And finally, the most dangerous work, black ops, intelligence, pretty much what we have been doing now, just to protect our home rather than at the orders of those assholes. It truly was a rough way to divide the countless different jobs that might be available to them, but it was good enough for now, good enough to give them pause as they considered it. I lost everything in exchange for the skills I have now, and while I hate them, I'm also not about to give them up, so I agreed to take on the darker, more dangerous jobs. One of the widows said, which many were quick to agree with, including Yelena. We can give the maid-type jobs to some of the younger ones. It's an important job, the perfect way to gather information about our new king and home, and it's without any real risk. Victoria added. The group nodded as Victoria's suggestion settled in. It made sense, assigning the younger widows and older girls to less dangerous roles gave them time to adjust and find their footing in Camelot without the looming specter of violence. We need to think strategically, Yelena said, her tone sharp but thoughtful. Not just about what jobs we take, but how we position ourselves. This is a new life, sure, but we can't let our guard down. Elena tapped her fingers on the table, her brow furrowed. Even if this place is as perfect as it seems, we need contingencies. Escape routes. Plans. Trusting too easily is what gets people killed. Agreed, Yelena said, her gaze hardening. We do what's necessary, and we stay smart. But that doesn't mean we can't try to build something here. If this really is our chance at freedom, we'd be stupid not to take it. Sophia leaned back, her arms crossed. So, maids and advisors to gather intel, and the rest of us take on the dangerous work. Sounds like we're building our own little hierarchy. Better us than someone else, Victoria said. If we don't organize ourselves, someone will do it for us. At least this way, we keep control. The group fell into silence again, the weight of their decisions pressing down on them. For years, they had been forced into roles they didn't choose, puppets to a master they despised. Now, for the first time, they were making their own decisions, not just for survival but for a future. Yelena broke the silence. All right, then. We've got a rough plan. Let's see what Camelot has to offer, and we'll adapt as we go. By the time they came to a decision, many of the younger girls had already woken up, but a mix of nervousness and bliss at not being forced to train kept them tugged in their beds. This was the sight that greeted Sir Bedivere when he entered the barracks they had been assigned. Good morning, my ladies. He greeted them with a smile as bright as the sun entering from the door behind him. The widows froze momentarily at Sir Bedivere's entrance. His calm demeanor and radiant smile were disarming, even if they were trained not to trust appearances. The younger girls, still curled up in their beds, peeked out cautiously. Yelena was the first to recover, standing and crossing her arms. Good morning, Sir Bedivere, she said, her voice steady but measured. What brings you here so early? Bedivere inclined his head respectfully. I've been tasked by our king to ensure you and the children are comfortable. And, he added, his smile growing warmer. I'm sure you could also use something to eat as well. The widows exchanged wary glances, their instincts still leaning toward suspicion. Victoria was the first to speak, her tone guarded but polite. Food does sound good, but I doubt you came all this way just to offer us breakfast. Bedivere chuckled softly, his demeanor unshaken. True enough, my lady. Our kitchens are preparing a proper meal for you all, but I was also asked to offer a more personal welcome and answer any questions you might have. One of the younger girls, emboldened by the mention of food, sat up. Do knights eat the same food as everyone else? Or do they have special meals? Bedivere knelt slightly to meet her eye level, his expression warm. We eat the same food as everyone in Camelot. A knight fights best with a strong heart, and nothing builds a strong heart like sharing bread with those you protect. His sunny and kind personality wasn't entirely enough to convince the fully trained widows, but given the younger ones hadn't finished their training, and thankfully never would, they had little resistance to the magnetic pull Sir Bedivere radiated. Under his lead, they soon found themselves in another large hall, this one filled with tables that were filled with food, though little more than baked bread and a massive amount of mashed potato for some reason. And meat, tons of cooked meat. An interesting combination of foods. Victoria said as she watched the kids dig in. Well, we have no cooks, so we only have what we make ourselves, and well, Sir Mordred likes his meat, and we can all cook that, and Gawain, his mashed potato is edible. Bedivere said, slightly embarrassed as he filled his own plate. I know the king said she needed our help, but I didn't think it was this bad. Sophia teased, the aura around Sir Bedivere was so calming she couldn't help herself. Bedivere chuckled, a sound that seemed to lighten the mood in the hall. We do our best with what we have, he said. And we are grateful for the company to share it with. As the children happily ate, the widows began to relax, their wariness slowly dissipating. Bedivere's genuine warmth and the simple, hearty meal worked together to ease their tensions. Victoria watched the scene unfold, her mind already spinning with questions. Sir Bedivere, she began, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and concern, what exactly does the king need our help with? Bedivere's expression grew more serious, though the kindness never left his eyes. The king will soon begin to reclaim his kingdom, and as such, we need to interact with the outside world if he is to rule it. As the widows settled at the table, their suspicion softened by Bedivere's kind demeanor and the warm food before them, Victoria's sharp gaze lingered on him. Finally, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. Sir Bedivere, she began, her voice measured but tinged with confusion. I've noticed you always refer to your king as he, but she's clearly a woman. Why is that? Bedivere paused, his expression calm but thoughtful. Well, the king always pretended to be a man, a woman, the masses and lords weren't ready to accept a woman to rule them, so I guess it's just a habit at this point. Victoria frowned slightly, clearly trying to process his answer. A habit. So, you just keep up the pretense, even now, when it's clear to anyone that your king is a woman. Bedivere nodded, his tone even and calm. No, I spoke wrongly, it's more than a pretense. It's respect for how the king sacrificed everything for the land and her duty. How she gave up the joys of a woman to bear the burden of a king. Yelena leaned forward, her voice skeptical but curious. So, it's not just about tradition. It's about what she gave up. You call her he because of, what? Duty. Bedivere met her gaze steadily. Yes. To us, the king is beyond titles or forms. She gave up her identity as a woman to unite a fractured land, to bring peace. We honor that sacrifice every time we call her king. Sophia, ever the pragmatist, crossed her arms. And what about now? The world's changed. Doesn't it matter that people see her for who she really is? Bedivere's smile was faint but unwavering. Perhaps it does, and perhaps it doesn't. What matters is that we see her for what she truly is, our king. The one who stands as the pillar of this realm. Victoria tilted her head, still processing. So, it's not about denying her womanhood. It's about respecting the choices she made to protect the people. Precisely, Bedivere said, his tone firm but gentle. She embodies strength, sacrifice, and leadership. Those qualities are what define a king, not the form they take. Yelena leaned back, exhaling slowly. Huh. I guess when you put it like that, it makes a strange kind of sense. Well, she began, straightening in her seat, philosophy aside, you mentioned something earlier, Sir Bedivere. About the work that needs to be done. What exactly does Camelot require from us? Bedivere's expression softened, and he nodded. Of course. The king has tasked me with helping you find roles that suit your skills. Camelot is a growing kingdom, and your expertise could help bridge the gap between our world and yours. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Bridge the gap. You're talking about more than just cleaning or guarding the gates, aren't you? Indeed, Bedivere replied. We do not need you to play guards, the enforcement knights are perfect for simple jobs like that, you are needed for roles that require more finesse. One of your main roles in the start is to help recruitment, we need many hands to fill many roles. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly. So our role will be to ensure that the king can rule all of England. Not military power, but administration. We need to find trusted people to run everything once she claims the kingdom. Correct. That is the essence of the need the king has. The voice of Sir Dagonet came from behind, instantly shocking the widows. They were trained assassins, agents of the highest skill, yet somehow, a knight in full armor had sneaked up on them without anyone noticing. Ah, Sir Dagonet, it's good to see you. Did the king send you here? Sir Bedivere smiled at his fellow knight. Sir Agravain did, I am to help entertain the young ones. There is much to do, so I shall ensure you the freedom to do so, my ladies. The court jester of Camelot said with a small bow. Yelena and Sophia exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. Yelena finally spoke up, her voice measured. Very well, Sir Bedivere, Sir Dagonet. We will take on this task. But know this, we will need autonomy and discretion in our actions. To do this effectively, we must be able to make decisions without delay. Sir Bedivere nodded, his expression serious. You shall have it. The king is filled with trust, and we trust the king's judgment. The king is no less generous than he is merciful. Sir Agravain awaits a list of all your needs. For this once only, the king will provide your needs, clothes, equipment, toys, whatever you need, this once the king shall deliver. Sir Dagonet almost sang the words, much to the amusement of the younger girls. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The first thing the widows were asked to do was to make a list of things they wanted, so even before they were finished eating, they were already discussing that. It took most of the day to compile the list. The widows, meticulous and efficient as always, divided the task among themselves, each handling a specific category. First came the essentials, clothes, medicine, and basic hygiene supplies. The children, though resilient, needed proper shoes and warm coats to withstand the chill of Camelot's early mornings. Next came tools for their jobs. Camelot, despite its grandeur, lacked much of what the modern world deemed necessary. Advisors requested books on history, politics, and science to bridge the knowledge gap. Those taking up logistical roles asked for ledgers, quills, and materials to establish proper administrative systems. The list continued to grow, encompassing everything from kitchen equipment for communal meals to toys for the younger girls. Victoria insisted they include art supplies. They've been trained to survive, not to dream. Let them paint, draw, and create, she argued, and no one disagreed. Finally, there were weapons and more high-tech equipment. They realized well enough the roles before them and knew that they needed all kinds of tech to run what was basically the new MI6 of the United Kingdom. With a mix of modern and old things, quills, ballpoint pens, cute-made outfits, and state-of-the-art combat clothing. The list was detailed and extensive, and they would be happy with just half of it. But they were asked to list everything they needed or wanted, and so they had put pen to paper and made a list as complete as possible. By the time the list was complete, it covered everything from the practical to the whimsical. The widows took a step back, inspecting their work with a mix of pride and trepidation. It felt surreal to imagine a future where their needs, both mundane and extraordinary, might actually be met. We've done our part, Yelena finally said, rolling up the final sheet. Now let's see if the so-called king can deliver. Acting as their representative, Yelena once more entered the castle and climbed the many, many stairs, going up towards the throne room, where Agravain could be found. Outside the doors, two faceless knights stood guard. They felt soulless, like machines, or those who had nothing left after training, turning into mindless slaves. She had seen many like that back at the Red Room. I'm here to see Sir Agravain, with a list he requested, she said, showing off the thick bundle of parchment in her hands. The knights did nothing, made no movements, and said nothing. They just stood there like two statues, and it creeped her out. Then just as she was starting to question what she should do, they stepped aside without warning, and the door opened, with Sir Agravain stepping outside. You bring the list, he said, his voice as steady as stone. It wasn't a question. Yelena straightened, holding the bundle of parchment forward. We've compiled everything, essentials, tools, and supplies. The things we'll need to do the jobs you're expecting of us. Agravain took the bundle from her with one hand, his gauntlet-clad fingers surprisingly deft as he flipped through the pages. He scanned the contents briefly before nodding. A very extensive list indeed, and some of these things. I can't even tell what they are. Yelena crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at Agravain's comment. Not surprising. Half of what we listed probably doesn't exist in Camelot, or in your time, for that matter. Agravain looked up from the parchment, his gaze sharp but not unkind. Very well, please enter, but remember to pay your respect, don't speak unless spoken to, keep your head down, and kneel. You aren't a guest anymore, but a subject. Yelena was about to ask why she should kneel, but clearly, he could guess it and answered before she could even open her mouth to ask. Even though she wanted to complain, she had been trained well enough to follow orders, so she kept her mouth shut and slowly entered behind him. Even if she had to kneel and observe some ancient customs, it was still far better than the Red Room, which inflicted torture and death left, right, and center. Here is the list, Your Majesty. Agravain said, handing the list to the king. Yelena, this list is quite something. The king finally said after a minute, allowing the kneeling widow to look up. There, she saw the king, the female King Arthur, and she was shocked all over again. The king was wearing a different armor than last time. The overall design was the same. Yet the difference was clear to all. This armor left her burst exposed, her thighs, showing off her female assets. After seeing the king, Yelena couldn't believe that anyone could have thought she was a man for even a moment. Picture here. People must have been stupid and blind back then. Well yes, most of it is things we need, though the last few pages are more wants than needs. She replied, almost shocked the king even knew her name. This woman sure was full of surprises. Indeed, I will be removing a few items off the list. Your wish for vehicles was denied, though I will replace it with some motorbikes. Father. The doors were thrown open, and Sir Mordred entered loudly. Sir Mordred. How dare you barge in like that? Show some respect to your king. Sir Agravain was alive with displeasure. Even Yelena couldn't help but lower her head for a moment. The feeling the knight gave off was not dissimilar from the trainers at the Red Room. Commanding and stern. Oh, come down, Agravain, father hasn't said anything, so it's fine. Mordred sounded so sure of himself that Agravain paused. Even Yelena paused. She couldn't believe how cocky the Knight of Rebellion was. He wasn't wrong, but wasn't that only because he hadn't given the king any time or chance to speak up? She instantly decided that Mordred was her favorite knight so far. It's fine, Sir Agravain, you know how Sir Mordred is, this is the best we can expect. The king sighed as she spoke, and for some reason Yelena saw Mordred looking proud. Now Sir Mordred, what is so important that you had to burst in like this? Well, Mordred suddenly seemed embarrassed. Scratching the back of his head. I heard you were about to bring in some new stuff, and I have a list of things I kinda want, so I figure I might add it to the pile. The king pinched the bridge of her nose, visibly torn between amusement and exasperation. Sir Mordred, you do realize that this is not a shopping trip? Mordred grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Of course, father. But if you're already bringing in supplies, what's a few more items? I promise they're all important. He shot a glance at Yelena, as if to say back me up here. Yelena barely suppressed a smirk, raising her hands in mock surrender. Don't look at me. I'm new here. Agravain, still bristling with indignation, stepped forward. Sir Mordred, this behavior is unbecoming of a knight of Camelot. Relax, Agravain, Mordred interrupted, waving him off. I'm not asking for anything crazy. Just a few new swords, maybe some training dummies, and, He hesitated, then mumbled something under his breath. The king raised an eyebrow. What was that last part? Mordred coughed awkwardly. Some better clothes, the things I have now, it's not enough, and well. His voice trailed off, uncharacteristically subdued. He shifted uncomfortably, avoiding the king's gaze. The king actually facepalmed at that. All right, I will do it, but just this once. Next time, you will bring in things from outside, or you will commission someone to make it for you. The king's words made Yelena curious. It sounded like this time the items wouldn't come from outside Camelot, but then where did they come from? The same goes for you, Yelena. This is a one-time thing, and the last time, next, you will buy these things like normal people. The king said, only making the widow all the more curious. Yelena's curiosity was practically burning at this point. She couldn't imagine what the king meant by not bringing things from outside Camelot. Where else could supplies possibly come from? The king stood, her armor gleaming in the throne room's light. With a calm and deliberate motion, she extended her hand forward, palm up. Very well. This will be the last time I use this for such purposes. Before Yelena could ask what this was, a brilliant light began to gather in the king's hand. It started as a soft glow, then intensified into a radiant sphere. Yelena squinted against the brightness, her instinct screaming at her to move, to do something, but she was frozen in awe. From the light, an ornate chalice began to materialize, seemingly forming out of nothingness. It was breathtakingly beautiful, gold and encrusted with jewels, each stone glowing faintly with an otherworldly energy. The light from the grail cast shifting patterns across the room, its presence filling the space with an almost divine aura. The Holy Grail, Agravain said reverently, bowing his head deeply. Mordred, despite her usual rebellious nature, straightened up, a flicker of respect in her eyes. Yelena's breath hitched. That's the Holy Grail. Her voice wavered, disbelief and awe mingling in equal measure. The king glanced at her with a faint smile. Yes. The Grail is a relic of immense power, and it has served me well. But it is not to be used lightly. Even for tasks like this. Yelena blinked, trying to process what she was seeing. The Holy Grail. Not just a myth, but here, glowing in the king's hands, and about to be used to conjure supplies. The king spoke, her voice firm and commanding. By the power of the Grail, I wish for the items on this list to manifest for the good of my kingdom. The chalice glowed brighter, and then, in an instant, the air in the room shifted. The space around the Grail shimmered as objects began to materialize one by one, clothes neatly folded, weapons gleaming like they'd just been forged, books stacked high, and even modern items like laptops and motorbikes. The sheer volume of material was overwhelming, yet it appeared effortlessly. Each item appeared for the briefest of moments before disappearing again, meaning the room never got full of cluttered. Yelena staggered back a step, her eyes wide. This isn't possible. This shouldn't be possible. The king lowered the grail, the glow fading until it vanished entirely. Then the grail itself faded away in the same way as it had appeared. It is not about what is possible, Yelena, but what is necessary. The grail has the power to grant wishes, but such power must be wielded sparingly. Mordred, eager to go see the stuff, quickly stepped back. Well, I will go check my new stuff out, he said, leaving without another word. Yelena, however, couldn't tear her eyes away from the scene. You have a relic that can do this. And you're just sitting on it. The king's expression turned serious. The grail is not a solution for all problems, nor should it be treated as one. Yelena couldn't believe it, the Holy Grail, an object that seemed to have the ability to fulfill wishes, and here it was used to wish for supplies, mere trinkets. She couldn't believe, she really couldn't. If she had that, what would she use it for? With it, she could restore her body, the womb of every widow, she could help so many people. Uncaring or unknowing of the storm within Yelena's mind, the king spoke up. Sir Agravain, take Yelena to the storehouse near the barracks they slept in, the items should be there. Even as she stood in the massive and now very full storehouse, she still couldn't believe what had happened, what she had seen, learned. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. User, Avalon Watcher. Posted, 16 hours ago. Did anyone else see the footage last night? People were led through the barricade. They let what looked like buses full of people inside. Who were they? And does this mean that the government is finally letting settle inside? Reply, Albion Legend 42. Posted, 16 hours ago. It's obvious, isn't it? Refugees or something. Maybe they're bringing people to start rebuilding their kingdom. Camelot's not just going to sit there forever, they're probably building an army or something. Reply, Pendragon Truthseeker. Posted, 16 hours ago. At Albion Legend 42, an army. Seriously? Did you see the footage? Those people didn't look like soldiers. Some of them were kids. Kids don't belong in an army. Reply, Nightwatcher 93. Posted, 16 hours ago. Maybe it's a PR stunt. Like, look at how benevolent we are, taking in the downtrodden. Classic move to win hearts before they make their next big announcement. Reply, Excalibur Fanatic. Posted, 16 hours ago. I heard from a very reliable source that those people were special envoys from somewhere in Eastern Europe. Makes sense. Camelot needs to establish alliances with the modern world. Reply, Dragonslayer X. Posted, 15 hours ago. LMAO at Excalibur Fanatic, your reliable source, is probably just some bloke on Twitter. Face it, we know nothing. Camelot is a total mystery. Reply, Stonetable 25. Posted, 15 hours ago. Alright, conspiracy time, I think the buses were full of spies. Think about it. Camelot just reappears out of nowhere with knights and magic. Every government on Earth probably wants a piece of that. What better way to gather intel than to sneak operatives inside? Reply, Holy Grail Hunter. Posted, 15 hours ago. At Stonetable 25, spies. Really? There is no way Camelot would agree to take in entire buses of spies, not to mention they were all women or little girls. Clearly, they are refugees from somewhere. Reply, Truth and Steel. Posted, 15 hours ago. I think it's connected to the upcoming interview. My cousin works for the BBC, and she says everything's already been prepped for it. The studio's ready, equipment's been tested, and all they're waiting for is Camelot to announce the 8 lucky people who get to meet King Arthur. Reply, Avalon Watcher. Posted, 15 hours ago. Wait, at Truth and Steel, are you serious? Your cousin works for the BBC. Do they know when the announcement will happen? Reply, Truth and Steel. Posted, 15 hours ago. All she said was, soon. The BBC's been told to be ready at a moment's notice. She wouldn't say much more though, sworn to secrecy and all that. Reply, Britannia Rising. Posted, 14 hours ago. You are all missing the biggest detail here. Look at this picture. Picture taken of the group entering Camelot, there is no picture, it's a lie, so is the cake. See those 2 knights? Those match the description of Sir Kay and Hector, who are confirmed to be inside Camelot. So the question is, how did they get out unnoticed to find these women and children? User, Avalon Watcher. Posted, 14 hours ago. At Britannia Rising. Whoa, good catch. If those really are Sir Kay and Sir Hector, then this isn't just random. Camelot must have sent them on a mission. But, how? When did they even leave? Isn't Camelot constantly watched by the media and satellites? User, Albion Legend 42. Posted, 13 hours ago. Exactly. That's the weird part. There's no footage of anyone leaving Camelot. Every movement in and out of the city is international news. So how did two knights just magically reappear with buses full of people? User, StoneTable25. Posted, 12 hours ago. At Albion Legend 42 you're all thinking too small. It's Camelot. Maybe they used magic. What if they have secret exits or some kind of teleportation spell? User, RationalThinker87. Posted, 12 hours ago. At StoneTable25 magic, really? More likely, they left under some kind of stealth cover. Camelot could have underground tunnels, maybe even old escape routes that date back to Arthurian times. It would explain how they got out unnoticed. User, Camelot Fangirl. Posted, 11 hours ago. But wouldn't someone notice? The press is camped outside 24/7, and there are drones, helicopters, and satellites all watching the city. Even underground movement would leave heat signatures or some kind of trace. It doesn't add up. User, Avalon Watcher. Posted, 11 hours ago. Maybe it wasn't underground. What if they have something even the satellites can't track? Some kind of cloaking technology or, like at StoneTable25 said, actual magic. It's not like we can rule that out anymore. User, Mystics Are Real. Posted, 8 hours ago. You're also focused on the how, but isn't the real question why? Why would Camelot go to such lengths to bring in those people? Who are they? And what role are they going to play in all this? User, Holy Grail Hunter. Posted, 8 hours ago. At Mystics Are Real, good point. The mystery isn't just the knights leaving, it's what they were doing. Bringing in women and kids. That doesn't scream military operation. It feels more like, I don't know, a rescue mission. User, Avalon Watcher. Posted, 7 hours ago. At Holy Grail Hunter rescue mission sounds right. But from where? And why now? If Camelot can move secretly like this, what else are they doing that we don't know about? User, Historian Nerd. Posted, 7 hours ago. Guys, it's all connected. The buses, the knights, the upcoming interview. Camelot is gearing up for something big, and these people are part of it. Maybe they're the key to understanding what's coming next. User, Camelot Fangirl. Posted, 6 hours ago. I just hope they explain all this in the interview. I can't wait to find out who the 8 chosen people are. Fingers crossed it soon. Dear Diary. Today is the 3rd day in Camelot. The first day, we got to see the king. Or, really, the queen. I still can't believe that King Arthur is a woman, she is so beautiful. I was so scared back when Kay and Ector attacked the Red Room, the entire place shook. But I'm very happy now, I didn't like it there, not at all. I love being in Camelot. The first day, we slept in a huge room, big enough for everyone. The next day, we went to pick new places to live, we explored the whole city, or tried to, the city is huge. I also got to meet more knights, Bedivere and Dagonet are really nice, much better than the angry-looking Agravain from last night. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today we still slept in the big room, even though I picked where I wanted to live yesterday, we needed stuff to move in. And yesterday the widows all worked on a list of things we should get. And today, it all arrived. And I got tons of things, including this diary. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, we got more mashed potatoes, Sir Gawain made them for everyone. He is very kind and huge. It's weird how much he loves mashed potatoes, even if they are good, though I secretly added more salt. After eating, we helped carry things out of a huge warehouse, helping everyone who needed it, though knights carried the heavy stuff. Even though we worked all day, we didn't get to finish. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, we continued to help everyone move in and set things up, and I met Mordred. He looked really scary, but was really nice, and super strong. I saw him carry 2 huge motorcycles on his shoulders. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. It's strange to be here, sometimes I wake up having nightmares, that I'm back in the Red Room, or that they come here to find us. I know I'm not the only one, I heard Emily crying last night. I didn't cry. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, I went out with Emily and Jane to explore the city. We spent the entire day just doing that. We also ended up getting lost. Thankfully, we got found by Sir Galahad, who has a huge shield. Emily asked if she could carry it, but he said it was too heavy and she had to grow up first. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, many of the adults were missing for breakfast. The knights were all there, Gawain and his mashed potatoes, Mordred was eating with us too, and he had a ton of roasted meat, way too much for breakfast. After eating, we went to play again, and found a training ground, where Sir Tristan was training, shooting arrows at targets. We ended up joining him, spending all day shooting arrows. Emily was really good, but not as good as Tristan. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, after breakfast, we were all taken into the arena. At first, I was worried we would be forced to fight or train like in the Red Room. But it was just school. Agravain started telling us about history, the history of Camelot. It was really fun. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today is Saturday, but we still had school. I hoped we didn't, but it turned out to be fun. It was Dagonet today, and he just played around. It was funny, everyone was laughing, and it didn't feel like school at all. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today I saw the king. Hannah didn't believe it, but it was true. I was looking up at the big tower, and I saw her up there, standing and looking down on us all. No one else saw her, she left before the others had the chance, but I really saw her. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, we found a horse. It was really nice, and we found 2 carrots for it, and it liked them. We didn't get to ride it, I wanted to, but Jane said we should get permission first. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, we found out that the horse belongs to the king. Or queen. I'm not sure what to call her, the knights keep saying king, but she is a woman, doesn't that make her a queen? Also, Iris said she found someone cool, we will all go see it tomorrow. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. It was a hole. A big hole, we couldn't even see the bottom of it. Iris threw a stone down, but we didn't hear it hit the bottom. One of the enforcement knights stood nearby, watching us. It didn't say anything or do anything, not until Christy asked if we should find some rope, then the knight said that it was forbidden to enter the abyss. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. I'm really getting tired of eating mashed potatoes every day. I asked Knight K about why we were getting so much of it, and he said that it was the only thing they could really make, that and bread. He did say we might get more food soon once Camelot opens to the outside world. I can't wait. Love. Tasha. Dear Diary. Today, we all found out that Mordred is a girl. A really pretty one, super badass. She showed up this morning wearing a really neat outfit instead of her armor, and wow. I want something like that. But I was told that I had to wait until I'm older. Apparently a girl my age shouldn't wear shorts that short, but Mordred looked so cool. I want it. Love. Tasha. Chapter 46, Chapter 46. Natasha Romanoff couldn't take her eyes off the picture in front of her. There, on the screen, the face that had haunted her for years finally appeared. A face she thought she'd never see again. It was grainy, captured from some news footage taken just outside the barricades of Camelot, but there was no mistaking it. Yelena. Her sister in all but blood. Natasha's breath caught in her throat as she leaned closer, studying every pixel of the image. The younger woman was stepping off a bus, flanked by others, women in black combat suits and children huddled together. They all looked tired, wary, but there was no mistaking that stance, that sharpness in Yelena's gaze. She's alive, Natasha whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and hope. It had been years since she last saw her. Years since she made her escape from the Red Room, years since she killed Dreykov. After that, she had hoped Yelena would show up, that once the Red Room was dismantled, she could finally find and help those she had left behind when she escaped. Yet, there had been nothing, even S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been able to find anything, every location of a Red Room facility she had given them had turned up nothing. On one hand that had likely meant that the organization was done for, but on the other it meant she couldn't find those who had been freed, those who had escaped. And now, out of nowhere, Yelena appeared in Camelot of all places. Natasha's fingers tightened around the edge of the desk. Her heart raced, a flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Relief, guilt, hope, and confusion, all tangled into one. However, now the question remained, what was she and what seemed like all the other widows and former captors of the Red Room now doing in Camelot? That place was a political powder keg, a situation waiting to happen, and now, those she cared for had somehow become a part of it. Romanoff, came the familiar, gravelly voice of Nick Fury, snapping her out of her thoughts. Natasha closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened them again and looked at her boss. Yes, sir, I can confirm that this is Yelena, and this here is Helen. She began pointing at the other pictures and naming the widows she remembered. Nick Fury stepped closer, his one good eye narrowing as he studied the images on Natasha's screen. So, it's not just Yelena, he muttered, his voice low. It's the entire Red Room Alumni Association making a surprise appearance in Camelot. Natasha nodded, her jaw tightening. It looks that way. These women. I recognize some of them. They were part of the program when I was there. Helen, Victoria, Sophia, and those kids, they're the next generation. Or, at least, they were supposed to be. Fury straightened, folding his arms. And now they're all holed up in the middle of Camelot. Hell of a place to stage a reunion. Natasha's eyes stayed locked on the screen, her mind racing. This doesn't make sense. The widows wouldn't just walk into a situation like this without a reason. Yelena, especially, she's too smart for that. Unless they didn't have a choice, Fury said, his tone sharp. We have tried to contact those chosen to participate in the upcoming interview, but have been blocked. By these women. Natasha's eyes snapped to Fury, her brows furrowing. Blocked. You're telling me they're controlling access to the people Camelot chose for the interview? Fury nodded, his expression grim. That's right. Every attempt we've made to reach out to those 8 civilians has been intercepted. Messages rerouted, responses delayed, and when we send agents to talk to them, they get turned away before even getting close. Natasha leaned back in her chair, processing the implications. So they're acting as Camelot's arms outside of the city, likely even as spies and informants, giving Camelot what it lacks, information. Fury's expression darkened. Exactly. They've become Camelot's eyes and ears. The kingdom's only been back for a short time, and they've already established a network that rivals some of the best intelligence agencies. Natasha exhaled slowly, her mind racing. But how did they find them? Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't do that. Not to mention, why would they all agree? What did Camelot offer them? Fury leaned forward, his voice low and deliberate. We suspected the Red Room had been disbanded with Dreykov's death, but what if it wasn't? Natasha's breath hitched, her fists clenching tighter. No, that can't be. I killed Dreykov. There shouldn't be anyone able to continue it without him. Fury's gaze didn't waver. It's a possibility I'm not willing to turn down. It would make sense, why we couldn't find them, why they all appeared together, like if they had never been separated before. Her chest tightened, the weight of her guilt pressing down like a vice. All those women, those kids. I thought I'd freed them. I thought it was done. Her voice cracked slightly, betraying the storm brewing inside her. Fury leaned forward, his tone steady but firm. Look, Romanov. This is not time for self-blame. Even if they survived you, it sure seems like Camelot finished the job. Natasha looked down at her hands, trembling slightly as she clenched them into fists. Yes, you are right, there is no way the Red Room would have allowed even the next generation to leave them, so it's impossible they let them go whiling. Fury's expression remained hard, but his tone softened just slightly. And it explains what Camelot offered them: freedom, protection, a place to call home. It's a win-win situation for them both. Natasha let out a shaky breath, her voice barely above a whisper. Freedom, something none of us ever really had. If Camelot truly gave them that, then maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Fury shook his head. It might not be bad for them now, but it's a problem for us. Camelot just got a lot more dangerous, and we still don't know the full picture. Natasha straightened slightly, her gaze sharp despite the turmoil beneath. Dangerous or not, Fury, they deserve that freedom. They've earned it after everything they've been through. Fury crossed his arms, his expression grim. I agree, but with Camelot's actions, they are inviting conflict, and those women are caught up in it. We need information. Natasha's eyes narrowed, her voice steady despite the turmoil beneath. This isn't about using them. If they found a chance to rebuild their lives, I'm not going to take that away from them. Fury held her gaze, his tone cautious. I'm not suggesting we disrupt anything, Romanov. But we need to know what's happening inside Camelot. If those women trust you, you might be the only one who can reach them. Natasha exhaled deeply, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. If they trust me, it's been years, Fury. I don't even know if Yelena would still see me as someone she could trust. She'll listen, Fury said firmly. You've got history. If nothing else, she'll hear you out. Natasha nodded slowly, her mind racing with possibilities. How do I make contact? I don't exactly have their number or anything. Fury leaned back, his expression softening slightly. We expect that Camelot will open its gates again after the interview. You will simply enter the city and talk with them, no need to hide, no games, just you going there for a chat. Natasha blinked, taken aback. You're suggesting I just walk into Camelot? No cover, no backup. Fury nodded, his expression firm. That's right. No cloak and dagger this time. If they're working with Camelot, the last thing we want is to spook them. You go as yourself, open, honest. You've got a better chance of them listening that way. Natasha's brows furrowed as she processed his words. And if Camelot decides I'm a threat? What then? You'll have to trust they won't, Fury replied evenly. They've shown restraint so far. If those women have really aligned themselves with Camelot, they'll vouch for you. If not, well, you've faced worse odds. Natasha let out a slow breath, her jaw tightening. I'll do it. But not for S.H.I.E.L.D., this is for them. For Yelena. Fury inclined his head. Understood. Just keep your eyes open, Romanov. Camelot might not be as idyllic as it looks from the outside. Natasha smirked faintly, a shadow of her usual confidence creeping back. When is anything ever what it seems? Allow me to welcome everyone at home who has just tuned in. We are merely minutes away from the event of the century, right here live at BBC, the first ever interview with King Arthur, the legendary King of Knights himself. Indeed, after months of the government having kept a tight lid on things, we will finally have a chance to hear what this living legend has to say. And I know that everyone has been looking forward to just that. Indeed, since the announcement of this interview just over a month ago, it has been the hottest news, even overshadowing that of Tony Stark's continued disappearance. That's right, compared to this, Stark is nothing, numbers don't lie, we currently have more than 1 billion people watching this, which just goes to show how much people desire to know more about Camelot. More people are watching along here than watched them and step foot on the moon, and I can't blame them, this is stepping back in time, talking with a legendary person from history. I didn't become much bigger than this. But before we begin, let's take a moment to walk through what we can expect tonight. Over the next 2 hours, we'll be witnessing a conversation with the King of Knights, as well as questions posed by a carefully chosen panel of individuals. As many of you know, 2 seats were reserved for the British government and royal family, represented by Prime Brown and Prince Edward. But the remaining 8 spots went to everyday citizens, each selected to represent the voices of modern Britain. And what an eclectic mix it is, nurses, teachers, even a retired blacksmith. Each of them carries unique questions and perspectives into this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tonight isn't just about history, it's about the future. What does King Arthur have to say about Camelot's return? What role does he envision for this kingdom in the modern world? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what happens next? It's a night for answers, David, but also a night for questions we've never thought to ask. So stay with us, because the moment we've all been waiting for is just minutes away. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. Once more, I sat on my throne. Honestly, I spent almost all my time here. The old me would never have done that, the ideal king felt no need for a throne, hence the round table. However, that had clearly been a mistake, my knights had turned against me and joined Mordred in his rebellion. I had failed to understand the human heart. A mistake I wouldn't be making again. I could hear everyone outside the throne room, curious people marveling at the round table. This event had been weeks in the planning. Agravain and the new widows had been busy working out all the details. This was going to be the first true step into this new world. I was dressed in my full armor, allowing no speck of skin to be visible. I had thought about showing my true self, but even in this more progressive world, it was easier for the masses to accept a male ruler. Taking a deep breath, I willed the enforcement knights to open the door, a signal to begin things. Soon, the 10 guests and my knights filed into the room. 10 empty chairs had been placed before my throne, I wasn't about to have my guests kneel. Along with the guests, the camera crew was also allowed to enter. Their equipment already set up and ready for them to push the button. Welcome to Camelot. I greeted them. Please take your seats, we shall have those at home watch along before things truly begin. They all nervously took their place, nervous due to the grandness of the hall, my imposing presence, or maybe the fact that my knights took up position to my sides. All but Agravain wearing a helmet, looking all the more imposing for it. With everyone in place and the crew giving the signal that the transmission is live. Agravain began his introduction. Behold, he began, each word deliberate and weighted, the sovereign ruler of this realm, the unparalleled monarch who once united a fractured land and now rises to reclaim the glory of the ages. His eyes swept over the guests and the camera crew, daring them to look away. You stand before the Lionheart of Britannia, the beacon of chivalry, the unyielding shield of the innocent, and the sword of unrelenting justice. I resisted the urge to sigh. Agravain was nothing if not thorough. He continued, unwavering. The keeper of Excalibur, chosen wielder of the holy lance Rongaminiad, protector of the Grail, and champion of the Round Table. The civilians shifted in their seats, their awe and discomfort evident. I could feel their questions, was this real? Was I truly the figure from the legends? Agravain wasn't done, though. Not by a long shot. The savior of Albion, herald of eternal light, the unbreakable bulwark of Camelot, and defender of the faithful. He paused for effect, his gaze sharpening. This is the one who carries the weight of kings and the will of the heavens. The Lord of Storms, whose presence alone commands the respect of knights, lords, and kingdoms alike. He placed his hand on his heart and bowed deeply. I present to you the King of Knights, the eternal sovereign of Camelot, and the hope of all Britannia. Thank you, Agravain, I said finally, my voice cutting through the stillness. You always know how to make an introduction. That earned the faintest flicker of a smile from him, a rare thing. Then I turned my attention to the gathered guests. I shall not give any grand speeches, I am here to answer your many questions, so please, one at a time. I said, giving the 10 of them the word. There was silence for a moment before the current Prime Minister finally found the courage to speak. King Arthur, what are your intentions with the United Kingdoms? Are you truly declaring yourself as an absolute monarch of a democratic nation? His question was expected, though I honestly hadn't thought he would ask it so soon. Still, my answer remained the same. I looked away from him and instead directly into the camera. Yes, I am the king, and my word is law. The Prime Minister leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. And what of the government? The monarchy here has been a symbolic institution for centuries. Are you proposing we replace our democratic systems with medieval rule? I turned back to him. My helmeted face looked straight at him. No, you misunderstand, I am not proposing it, I am stating it. I will take control, I will rule, with justice, honesty, fairness, with the values that defines my role as king and knight. The Prime Minister's expression tightened, the weight of my words clearly unsettling him. But with all due respect, King Arthur, this nation has evolved. Democracy is the will of the people. What you're describing, centralized rule, runs counter to what modern governance stands for. We are not here to discuss this, but to answer the people's questions. Let's move on. Who else has a question for us? I said, shutting down the discussion before it got going. I wasn't about to discuss it with him, I knew he would never agree, and even if he did, he would never admit it, he simply couldn't. I was, after all, tearing down the entire institution that granted him power, how could he possibly allow that? But I had come to the realization early on that I simply had to take control of the nation. Without that, I would never truly be able to act as I pleased, only as a true ruler, a king of this land, would I be able to do what was needed. Your Majesty. I am Prince Edward, of the royal family of the current age. I have many questions, but one in particular weighs on my heart. The prince started. Our legends speak of you as a humble king with justice and honor in your heart. We had the honor of seeing the round table just before. A symbol of your humble rule, that you were unwilling to sit at the end of the table, unwilling to be above your knights. Yet. He continued. Here you sit on a grand throne, with your knights standing around you. We here sit below you, it seems to go against what we know of your nature. I ask, are the old tales wrong? I rested my hands on the arms of the throne, leaning forward slightly. No, Prince Edward, the old tales are not wrong. In the days of old, I sought to be an equal among my knights, a leader who stood beside them, not above them. The round table was a symbol of unity, of equality. I paused, letting my gaze travel across the room, from the Prime Minister to the other guests, and finally back to Edward. But I also learned, through painful experience, that I was wrong, I was an ideal, someone striving to be perfect, I was someone impossible. I looked at my knights from the corner of my eyes. I failed to understand the human heart. I seemed too perfect, too selfless, and my people, my most loyal knights doubted me, unable to understand how I could be so humble, so kind. I have learned from the past, I know now that the throne isn't a symbol of a tyrant, but a necessary symbol of a king. My voice grew steadier, resolute. This throne is not a rejection of my past values. It is a symbol of my responsibility. It is a reminder to myself, and to all who look upon it, that a king must carry the weight of the realm alone. Stability requires a pillar. Edward nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. So, you see this throne as a burden, not a privilege. I inclined my head. To be a king is a burden, my role is to think about the best of my people and not myself. A king, a ruler must lead and sometimes sacrifice for the greater good, but with great responsibility comes great privilege. I denied that once, I shall not make that mistake again. My words weren't just meant for my guests or the world watching from home but also for my knights, those who saw and felt my change the most. Prince Edward's thoughtful nod mirrored the room's heavy atmosphere. Your Majesty, it seems the tales focused on the ideal, but not the cost of striving for it. I met his gaze, my tone calm yet resolute. The tales tell of victories, but they omit the pain, the loss, and the burden. That is the cost of the crown, a price paid in silence. Edward glanced at the throne, his brow furrowing. It's clear you've carried much, and you still do. Perhaps this throne is more than just a seat. I straightened, resting my hands firmly on the throne's arms. This throne isn't a privilege, it's my anchor. A reminder that I serve the realm, not the other way around. The room was silent, the weight of my words sinking in. I shifted my gaze to the group. But enough about me. Who among you has the next question? Edward Ted Miller, a wiry man with sun-weathered skin and a quiet intensity, spoke up. Your Majesty, I'm a farmer from the Lake District. I ask, if you take over, what is what going to mean for us all? A fine question. I said, and I meant every word of it. In the short term, my reign shouldn't affect the daily life of my people much. I shall work slowly to replace laws and add new ones or remove the old ones. I am still new to this age, and honestly, can anyone say they understand all the laws you are bound by? I will not reduce this land to a place of lawlessness, so for now, your laws still bind you. Silence followed my words, everyone taking a moment to turn them over in their heads, but it didn't take long before the next brave person was ready with their own burning question. Arthur Wainwright, a broad-shouldered man in his late 40s with soot-stained hands, spoke next. His voice was deep and deliberate, carrying the weight of someone used to hard labor. Your Majesty, I am a blacksmith from Wiltshire. I don't make much. Life isn't always easy. With the way the economy is going, I worry every day about losing my home. You must understand that my home is my workshop. If I lose that, I lose my job, my livelihood, everything. Yet everyone struggles. I think I speak for many of my fellow countrymen. We worried about losing our homes and living on the streets. What will you do to combat that? His words held a desperate plea. I instantly realized what he was talking about, and something I had missed, forgotten completely, the 2008 financial crisis. Rising interest rates, falling home prices, high oil prices, a dark time indeed. I had to make a decision quickly, and it wasn't hard at all. I assure you this, none of my people shall be thrown on the street, I said, my voice booming as I stood up from the throne. I, the rightful king of this realm, hereby declare. I said, and my knights stood at attention, Agravain ready to parchment and quill. No man, woman, or child shall lose their home. I hereby declare that it is forbidden to evict someone from their home. Should someone be living somewhere legally, then it shall be illegal to throw them out. The room grew tense. Even the camera crew hesitated in their work, their movements stilled by the weight of his words. My knights just nodded, agreeing with my words, the justice in them. Not everyone agreed. Gordon Brown couldn't help but jump up from his seat. You cannot simply outlaw evictions or overhaul industries overnight, he said, his voice sharp and unwavering. The legal and economic systems of this country are intricate, layered with centuries of development, he continued, his tone growing firmer. Such sweeping measures would require enormous resources, coordination, and compliance. He gestured animatedly, emphasizing his point. You would face resistance from banks, corporations, even international bodies. Do you understand the scale of what you're proposing? As Gordon Brown's words hung in the air, a sharp voice cut through the tension like a blade. Do you ever shut up? Mordred snapped, her armored gauntlet clanging against the hilt of her sword as she stepped forward. She gestured sharply at the Prime Minister, her voice dripping with disdain. You sit there, hiding behind laws and systems, acting like those things ever cared about the people. They don't. All they do is crush them, make them beg for scraps while you cling to your power. The room tensed as Mordred took another step, her energy bristling with unrestrained anger. You talk about resistance from banks and corporations like they're gods or something. Guess what? They're not. They're nothing compared to my father's will. I raised a hand, but Mordred wasn't finished yet. She turned to the camera crew, pointing at them like they represented every skeptic watching at home. Father is the king. Your king. And he is here to help the people, not some soulless bank. Mordred, I said, my voice calm but firm, cutting through her storm. That's enough, your words are true, yet this isn't the place for them. She looked down, muttering, TCH, fine. But someone had to say it. I watched her retreat to her place among the knights, her indignation simmering beneath the surface. Turning back to the Prime Minister, I spoke, my tone steady. I care not for banks, but for people. Tell me. How many will lose their homes because of my words? How many families will struggle just because banks can't profit? I glared at the men for a moment before looking away sharply. Making it clear I was done with him. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. Once more, everyone had gotten nervous. I couldn't blame them, this interview was turning into something else entirely. Before anyone else could muster the courage to speak, one of the guests cleared her throat softly. It was Margaret Willis, the community volunteer. Her warm yet hesitant tone broke through the silence. Your Majesty, she began carefully, her hands clasped in her lap, I am Margaret Willis, a volunteer who works with struggling families. Forgive me, but I must ask, how will you support those who are already on the edge? Those who, even without evictions, struggle to afford food or heating. People who have fallen through the cracks. Her question hung in the air, poignant and sincere. I shifted my gaze to her and thought for a moment about my answer. Agravain, Decree Number 7. I said, and he understood what I wanted. I had already prepared a number of decrees and changes I would implement today. I had no doubt they would throw the nation into chaos, but such was a sad necessity. Sometimes, to build, one had to tear down the old. Agravain stepped forward, his polished armor gleaming under the golden light of the throne room. With deliberate precision, he unfurled the scroll he carried, his expression one of resolute duty. His voice, calm yet commanding, rang out across the vast chamber. By the will of His Majesty, Arthuria Pendragon, sovereign ruler of Camelot, defender of the realm, and keeper of the sacred blade, I hereby proclaim. He began, each word weighted with authority and reverence. Henceforth, let it be known across the sovereign lands of Camelot, England, Wales, and Scotland, that the burden of income taxation shall be lifted from all subjects for the span of 1 full year. He paused, allowing the words to settle over the gathered guests and echo through the chamber. The weight of his announcement was matched only by its significance. This decree is issued in recognition of the struggles borne by the people of this land, who have toiled and suffered under the weight of unjust burdens. No longer shall the common folk be forced to surrender their hard-earned coin to systems that do not serve them. For 12 months, the fruits of labor shall remain in the hands of those who have labored, unclaimed by treasury or crown. He rolled the scroll back together and stepped back, letting his words and my decree fill the chamber. The Prime Minister, visibly tense, leaned forward slightly. Your Majesty, this decree is generous, perhaps overly so. How will the kingdom sustain itself without its revenues for an entire year? What of public services, infrastructure, and the treasury? I met his gaze steadily, unflinching. Prime Minister, Camelot's coffers are vast, and my treasury shall shoulder the cost. The burden of rebuilding this nation must fall to its leaders, not its people. It is the duty of a king to protect his realm, even if it means sacrifice. My words hung in the air, firm and unyielding. For a moment, the Prime Minister seemed ready to challenge me further, but something in my tone stilled him. Likely feeling that things were taking a dark turn, Prince Edward was quick to change the topic. Your Majesty, do you believe that the ideals of chivalry still hold relevance in this modern world? Or must they be redefined for this age? A fine question. This age is defined by greed and personal desire. I very much believe that the old values hold meaning, and while some still work for a better world, there are few who do so. I wish to bring more of my time's ideals back. That's hardly fair, the Prime Minister began but was quickly silenced by an angry growl from Mordred. Joan Hartfield, a hard-working single mother and nurse from Sussex, was next to speak up. What are your thoughts on globalization? Should Camelot engage with the world or remain focused on its own people? I mused over the question only briefly. In my time, everything outside of my realm was enemies, there was little trust. Today, it is different, the world is connected by common interests. Yet, I continued. Yet, I admit that I feel the need to ensure that Camelot, my own lands, and my own people prosper. There will be a temporary halting of much of the current interaction with the outside world. Most trade will continue, but little beyond that. It was not an easy decision, but I knew that what I had planned wouldn't align well with the rest of the world. Too many politics, I didn't want to deal with. No, I had to withdraw England from the world stage if I hoped to rebuild it. Without first doing that, I wouldn't have the freedom to do what I wanted, what I needed to do. So I told them that, even if the world would no doubt boil over at the news. It was Robert "Bobby" Harris, the retired coal miner, who broke the silence. Your Majesty, you say you're pulling back from the world stage to focus on Camelot. But what about the industries we've lost? Coal, steel, textiles. How do you plan to rebuild without help from the outside? Are those industries not suffering precisely because of the outside world? Did mines not close because it was cheaper to buy coal from somewhere else? Did factories not close because opening new ones elsewhere was cheaper? I pointed out. I do not agree with capitalism. It serves the few, whereas it should be the focus of serving the many. So what if it is more expensive? There are ways of mitigating that issue, ways that won't leave people suffering for work. Robert leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he processed my words. His voice, still rough with skepticism, carried a blunt honesty. So, Your Majesty, you're saying the old ways of trade and business aren't coming back? That this land will stand on its own, no matter the cost? I nodded, my voice steady. Yes, Robert Harris. This land will stand on its own, not out of arrogance but necessity. For too long, the prosperity of Camelot's people has been tied to the whims of distant markets and faceless corporations. That must end. He rubbed the back of his neck, his doubt clear. And what happens when the cost gets too high? When people can't afford what they need? I let my gaze meet his, unwavering. Then we adapt. Industries will be rebuilt with fairness and purpose, not greed. The Crown will ensure that no family goes without the essentials, no matter the cost. The wealth of this realm will be spent on its people, not hoarded by the few. Margaret Willis, the community volunteer, leaned forward, her expression cautious but curious. Your Majesty, if I may, you've spoken against capitalism and foreign reliance, but what system do you envision? What will replace it? I turned to her, appreciating the sincerity in her question. Margaret Willis, I envision a system where labor is honored, not exploited. Camelot will not follow the path of unchecked capitalism, instead, it will forge its own way, a balance between freedom and fairness. Margaret tilted her head slightly. That sounds noble, but how do you enforce such a balance? How do you stop those with power or wealth from tipping the scales? Because. My voice filled the chamber. Because I am the one with power and wealth, and therefore I can ensure that wealth is shared with those who need it the most. Fatima Rahim raised her hand next, her youthful energy cutting through the tension. Your Majesty, if Camelot rejects the outside world, doesn't that mean we risk falling behind? The rest of the world is advancing in ways we can't ignore. How do we compete? I turned to her, my tone softening but remaining firm. Fall behind in what? Exploiting our people. Getting them in debt. Innovation is good and all, but only if the people benefit from it. I would rather we fall behind than the people are left behind. Fatima could help but ask again. I see your point, Your Majesty, she said carefully, but isn't there a risk that isolating Camelot too much could create resentment among the people? Especially those who have grown used to the conveniences of the modern world. It isn't like we are going to lose those things. I won't be taking anything away from the people. Instead, I will give them more, things they haven't known, and values that are worth far more than modern conveniences. Margaret Willis, still pondering, leaned forward again. Your Majesty, I don't mean to press, but what happens when this balance, this system you envision, inevitably faces opposition? From within or without? I met her gaze directly. Margaret Willis, opposition is inevitable. There will always be those who resist change, who cling to systems that benefit them while others suffer. But know this, Camelot is not built on compromise with greed or corruption. Those who stand against the greater good will find no place in this realm. The Prime Minister, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke again. Your Majesty, forgive me for saying so, but your vision is ambitious. Many would call it idealistic. Do you truly believe it can succeed in a world so driven by self-interest? I turned to him, my tone sharpening. Prime Minister, the world has been driven by self-interest for far too long. And people afraid of change, what you see as idealism is but the truth. His expression tightened, but he nodded slightly, choosing not to argue further. I let my gaze sweep across the room, addressing all of them. This vision will not be easy to achieve. It will require sacrifice, perseverance, and unwavering resolve. But I ask you this, what is the alternative? To continue down a path of exploitation and division. To accept a world where the few thrive while the many suffer. The silence in the room was heavy at my words. You speak of the people. Prince Edward began. But in a democracy, power lies with the people. By declaring absolute rule, are you not denying them their voice? I couldn't help but sigh behind my helmet. Democracy. Let me ask you all. I used my left arm to motion to the people in the room. Who among you wish to pay taxes? Who would rather keep their money for themselves if given the choice? All 8 of the common folk representatives slowly and with mixed amounts of hesitation raised their hands. If I were to take this room as a representation of the nation at large, it means 8/10 of the people wish not to pay taxes, yet pay they do. Why, I ask? If the people are given rule, do their voice, there will not matter. The room fell silent as my question lingered, the weight of it settling over the guests. The hesitation in their eyes spoke volumes. Prince Edward furrowed his brow, his regal demeanor slipping slightly as he searched for a response. They pay taxes because they must, he said finally, his voice measured but uncertain. Not because they wish to, but because they understand it is necessary for the functioning of the nation. Do they truly understand? I countered, my tone calm but unyielding. Or have they simply been told it is so, with no say in the matter? Democracy claims to give the people power, but what power is it if the few dictate terms to the many? Prime Minister Brown couldn't hold his tongue any longer and spoke up. Your Majesty, taxes are necessary for public services, for healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Without them, how would we provide for the people? I turned my gaze to him. I do not question the necessity of it all, even in my time the people were taxed. And even in my time, people would rather not be. The difference, I continued, is that in my time, it wasn't the people themselves who held power, but lords and crown. People do not, and never have wanted to pay taxes, we can agree with the need, but not the want. Yet, now the supreme power of law is in the hand of the people. Yet despite this, the people are forced to pay tax, they protest in the streets against bank bailouts while they lose everything, yet banks are bailed out. As I continued to speak, my voice grew louder as my passion rose. You claim to have given people the power, but they are powerless, their voice ignored, their will cast aside. If the people truly ruled this nation, then you would obey them, even if their wishes are impossible. Gawain. I call loudly. Yes, Your Highness. If I were to ask you to bring me the head of a dragon, what would you do? I would likely fail, to fell a dragon is nearly impossible, even finding one might be impossible. He answered honestly. But would you try? I pressed. Yes, I would try to the best of my abilities. I stated, this is how a servant should behave, even when faced with an impossible task, they should at least try. You claim democracy serves the will of the people, but it serves but the will of the few. Even I knew to leave important matters to those best suited for them, not those most popular, democracy if a fine dream, yet it should remain as such. Prince Edward finally broke the silence, his voice steady but tinged with curiosity. Your Majesty, if democracy is merely a dream, as you say, then what would you call your vision? A kingdom where power rests solely in the hands of one ruler, how does that ensure justice or fairness for all? I turned my gaze to him, appreciating the honesty in his question. Prince Edward, I call it a responsibility, not a privilege. The burden of absolute power is heavy, but it ensures that one person, bound by duty and guided by principles, carries the weight of the realm. I gestured to the guests. In democracy, power is scattered, diluted among many who bicker and quarrel, serving themselves or their factions. Under my rule, power will be held by me, wielded by those with ability and heart. And Spencer, the retired schoolteacher, raised her hand hesitantly. But Your Majesty, what if you're wrong? What if your decisions, even made with the best intentions, lead to suffering? In democracy, at least leaders can be replaced. Who holds you accountable? Her question gave me pause, but not for long. Can you really replace them? And can you pick the replacement? I know little of the politics of this age, but I do know that you often have to trade one bad choice for another. My words hit true. For they were true, democracy had many flaws, so it honestly was all too easy to point them out and pick apart their arguments. What about the United Kingdom's international obligations? The economy? National debt? The Prime Minister questioned. I knew what he was doing, he had likely come with this plan ready if he felt he needed it. The key part of his question was the matter of debt. The UK had plenty of it, plenty of international obligations. His question was meant to maximize the number of enemies I would be making. Yet, I feared not the global response. I wasn't a mortal king, I was divine, a goddess. I alone could ensure that my people wouldn't suffer, so while he thought himself clever, I had no problem answering him. None of that matters to Camelot, the obligations and debts belong to the government and the United Kingdoms, not my Camelot. However, I believe the current United Kingdom extend beyond my realms. You can continue to rule that, and that what remains can shoulder those burdens. That sounds like you are breaking Northern Ireland off from the rest of the United Kingdoms. That, impossible, you can't simply do that. Prince Edward couldn't help but stand up at my words. Sit, I commanded, and after my knights all gripped their weapons, he did. I am no conqueror. Camelot is my realm, it is so by divine right. I said, bringing out the golden sword of the victorious Caliban. Whoso pulled out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England. I spoke aloud the inscription. I seek not to claim land that isn't mine, only what is. You, Prime Minister, can still have your democratic nation, just smaller. The sight of the sword caused a series of gasps to come from everyone. I couldn't blame them. Caliban was a beautiful sword, not to the same level as Excalibur, but still, something that would draw admiration. Words like amazing, questions like, how did you do that? Or, was that magic, came from my guests, but I ignored them. I don't force myself onto the throne was forced on me the moment I pulled this sword from the stone, it is my duty and burden to be king. I stated with an air of finality on the topic. The interview or question session continued for hours, lasting a full 4 hours before I finally called for it to end. Double what was planned, but I didn't mind, neither did anyone else. We got wide around, from the most important and serious questions to some more lighthearted ones. Chapter 49. Other than the policies for my reign, there was still an endless interest in myself and my knights, as well as the time I came from. Merlin, in particular, was brought up quite a few times. However, nothing could last forever. For while myself and my knights could continue with rest, the same couldn't be said for my guests. Those at home might be able to quickly run to the kitchen or bathroom, but the 10 people here couldn't. So, after such a long time, I decided to send them all out and home. However, while the guests were allowed to leave, escorted out of the city by enforcement knights, the camera crew was asked to stay for just a little longer before they could pack up their things. All around the world, billions of people were watching live as Agravain stepped forward, the scroll of decrees held firmly in his hand. He bowed deeply, his voice carrying a reverence that demanded everyone's attention. Let it be known that Camelot rises once more, he began, his tone deliberate, every word weighted with authority. Its light extends to the lands where its spirit has always endured, the hills, rivers, and shores of Albion, where the echoes of chivalry and justice have never faded. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. From the ancient forests to the high crags, from the great rivers to the storm-touched coasts, the realm of Camelot unites those who have long called these lands home. These lands, steeped in legend and bound by shared heritage, now stand under the protection of His Majesty, Arthuria Pendragon, the rightful sovereign of Albion. The crew murmured softly, the poetic grandeur of Agravain's words stirring something deep within them. The embrace of Camelot is for all who seek its shelter, bound not by maps but by shared ideals of unity, fairness, and hope, Agravain continued. To those who walk the highlands, dwell near the valleys of dragons, and live along the waters of the western seas, know this, you are His Majesty's people, and Camelot's light shall shine upon you. Agravain paused again, letting the weight of the proclamation settle. Then, he unfurled the scroll further. In the name of His Majesty, the following decrees are proclaimed to ensure the prosperity, stability, and justice of this realm, Agravain announced, his tone shifting to one of resolute command. Decree number 1, the standing armies of this realm are hereby disbanded. All who have served with honor are called to join the ranks of law enforcement, where their valor shall uphold peace and protect the innocent. Camelot shall stand for justice, not conquest. Fury sat in his office and had been watching the entire interview without looking away even once. He tried to gain as much information as possible out of this event Camelot was hosting. He had cursed loudly when he realized that everyone but Agravain was wearing a helmet. It limited the amount of information that could be gleaned from facial expressions. More so the fact that now this King Arthur or Arthuria, as it seemed to be pronounced, had declared himself King of England, yet there was no face to that claim, only a helm and a magic-looking sword. Now, as the interview itself had ended and these decrees were announced, he knew it would spell trouble. There was no way the UK government would allow this, never mind the military. This decree did nothing more than force them to act. Which might force him, and all of S.H.I.E.L.D. to act as well. Decree number 2, all public utilities, water, power, heating, and more, are reclaimed by the Crown. These vital resources shall serve the people, not profit. No household shall pay more than 10% above the cost of production. Camelot guarantees light, warmth, and sustenance for all. Within a splendid hall of an equally splendid castle in the very easily disliked nation of France, watched a pair of eager eyes the proceedings. Those eyes belonged to none other than Morgana Le Fay herself. My, what in the world is happening? She had been surprised and suspicious since the moment she had heard about Camelot's reappearance. She knew well that Merlin had done away with the city, and the one that appeared seemed far grander than the one she remembered. She had paid close attention to the city and those that called it home ever since then. And everything she learned only left her more confused. She couldn't believe Arthur would forgive Mordred for what he did, not that Mordred would be willing to serve his father once again. Then there was the fact that the face looking back from the TV, the face of Agravain was nothing at all like her own son. She had been tempted to pay the city a visit, but had been cautious, not willing to fall into a trap. Merlin could be behind all of this, and she would be a fool if she allowed herself to be bested by him. Yet the more she saw, the more curious she became. Their armor, it was well made, she could almost feel magic from across the screen, but it was nothing like what they wore in her time. Then there was Caliban, now that was an impressive sword. Its magic was so strong that even across the screen. The name of the sword appeared in her mind the moment she saw it. It was Caliban, magic told her so. Yet she had personally been behind the destruction of that sword, and even then, it was nothing like what this self-proclaimed King Arthur held. Though it was self-proclaimed, she couldn't deny that claim, the sword was real, even if unlike the one she had known. Once more, she was tempted to go pay her dearest brother a visit, yet the risk of a trap kept her away. Though if her dear brother was planning to take control of the entire UK, she saw an opportunity to learn more without getting too close to Camelot and whatever possible trap there might be. Decree number 3, the prisons of this realm shall no longer be places of idleness. Those who commit crimes against the crown or its people shall repay their debt through labor, contributing to the restoration of Camelot. Justice in Camelot is not merely punishment but redemption through service. Within what was more like a mountain of metal than anything else, a man and a woman watched the broadcast intensely. Eric, what are your thoughts on this? Eric had been paying some attention to this whole event. After all, there was a chance that mutants caused it, though it didn't seem likely. Even still, the situation was interesting. It all depends on how strong they are, if they are able to break free or not. They are winning the people, but they still need to beat the system itself. Eric had spent years trying to create a home for his people, to give them a place to call home, but not only did the system fight him, they turned the normal population against him. Even Charles fought against him. Eric didn't care much for the normal population, to him, they were nothing, beneath his notice, or even his enemy. Yet he wasn't stupid, he knew well the advantage they could give him. But he also knew that it was impossible for him to get them on his side. Still, he would be watching this closely. If they had the strength to break free from the system, then he could use that. After all, no matter how powerful, they were knights in armor, and that meant they were powerless against him. And the king, he noticed that they kept their face hidden behind a helm, meaning that anyone could easily replace them. Perhaps, this could be the start of a mutant nation, so yes, he would watch closely. Decree number 4, public works programs shall be established to employ all who seek honest labor. Roads shall be rebuilt, lands restored, and communities aided. In this, Camelot shall prosper through the diligence of its people. Within a small apartment in London, 2 women sat on the small couch watching the TV. What do you think, Cersei? The smaller of the 2 asked. I'm not sure what to think, it's all crazy, I mean, none of those can be real. The more mature one responded. Yep, that doesn't feel like the Arthur I remember at all, not to mention that sword looked even more impressive than Excalibur. Sprite said as she sat with her legs crossed under her. The 2 of them had been following the situation closely, there hadn't been much going on lately, they had honestly gotten pretty bored over the years. So this sudden appearance of a majestic city that claimed to be the legendary Camelot had them both intrigued. They had been in Camelot, they had known Arthur and his knights. Heck, they didn't remember the legendary king for his feats but for his one-sided crush on Thena. And the one they saw there on the TV screen looked and felt nothing like the men they had known. You think they will succeed? Making a real utopia? Sprite couldn't help but ask. Unlikely, humans are too greedy, even if those people truly want to help, others won't allow it. Cersei didn't have much faith in this attempt at making a better world. She had seen much since arriving on Earth, she had witnessed humanity since its first days. And every time someone stood up to bring about a golden age, it seemed that someone else worked to stop them. Just as had happened with the Arthur, she remembered. He had been a good human, noble, willing to work hard for the sake of others. Few people had earned the admiration of the Eternals, yet he was someone they remembered. So. Wanna go check it out? Sprite had also been bored, more so than Cersei. Sprite was stuck looking like a human child, and as human civilization progressed, so did the view of those with her apparent age. Once, it didn't matter much, but these days, it was troublesome. She couldn't go out without people asking why she wasn't in school. She couldn't drink, and people looked at her as if she were lesser. Sure, it had been fun at times, but now it was just a pain. You know we aren't supposed to meddle in human affairs, but if things work out for them. I guess it wouldn't hurt to pay this Camelot a visit. Cersei herself was just as curious as Sprite, and she couldn't see any harm in going. Decree number 5, the health and education of the people are the foundation of a strong realm. Hospitals, schools, and transport systems shall receive the crown's full support. No citizen shall be denied care, knowledge, or opportunity. In the golden nation of Wakanda, within its golden city, few cared much about the outside world. Everyone thought little of it, finding it beneath their notice. Yet, the royal family knew to keep a close eye on things happening outside their borders. The royal family had to stay on top of things, being the ones interacting with the outside. Even the current crown prince, Chala, had only recently returned from studying in the outside world. In England even. The current Princess Shuri was supposed to get her own degree at Oxford. Yet now, that nation seemed poised for a massive change that might make that unlikely. They really did it. I honestly hadn't thought they would do something like this. Taking over a country. Using tricks, old tales, and grand speeches. Ramonda, Queen of Wakanda muttered. Did we figure out how they did it? We haven't found anything, but we did find a possibility. Shuri, the brightest mind of Wakanda, began. There is a compound, something called the Pym particle, it allows someone to reduce objects in size. So if someone were to build the city secretly, then shrink it down and transport it also in secret, one can make it appear like a city was built overnight, or even instantly. Chala finished for his sister. Ramonda looked impressed as she heard about that. That is rather impressive, I don't believe even we have that kind of ability, do we? We do not. King Chaka answered his wife. It doesn't work well with vibranium, and the knowledge of it is known to only a single person, it isn't worth the risks, so we never tried to learn it. Chaka made that decision. He wasn't a fan of the way Wakanda acquired outside technology, and given its limitations, plus the inventor's desire to take his invention to the grave, he hadn't signed off on his kidnapping. I'm sure I could figure it out, but like Dad said, it won't really work with vibranium, so it's not worth the time. Shuri boasted. Be that as it may, the fact that these people are attempting such a blatant takeover of England isn't something to be ignored. It could upset the current status quo. Ramonda pressed. Chaka sighed, he really didn't want to continue Wakanda's legacy of secretly acting against the outside world. He felt it was distasteful, yet he also knew that it was necessary. He couldn't allow Wakanda to be discovered, not unless they were willing to be discovered. It seems like they will focus internally and likely cause more harm than good. I don't see the need for acting, though we should keep an eye on them. There are questions that haven't been answered yet. Chala nodded at his father's words. He, too, agreed that there was too much still not known about this mysterious King Arthur and Camelot. We should just send the Hadit-Zirays in there, they would be able to find all the answers, even steal that sword, so we can figure out the tricks used. Shuri said, to which her mother nodded. No, for now, we watch from a distance, this play they have going will expose them, we can decide what to do after that. Chaka gave his verdict. Decree number 6. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. Decree number 6, the price of staple goods, bread, milk, and fuel, shall be regulated to prevent exploitation. Let it be known that the needs of the many outweigh the greed of the few. John Cartwright sat hunched over at his old wooden kitchen table, a cold mug of tea in one hand, his eyes fixed on the battered television set in the corner of the room. The reception flickered slightly, but the broadcast was clear enough, allowing him and every other person in the UK and most of the world to know the absolute madness that was unfolding. John was a farm, had been all his life, as had his father before him, and his father before that. John didn't really know when his family began farming, it felt like they always had. Though it wasn't always easy, with bigger and bigger farmers coming on, pressing prices down, but also up. He could get less for his goods, but everything just cost more. The prices of fuel alone were driving him mad, and it didn't help he had to compete with cheap foreign produce. He was a simple man who wanted a simple life, but no matter how hard he worked himself to the bone, he didn't see an end in sight. His kids had moved out, all of them wanting something else in their lives than farming. Even his wife had a job outside the family farm, working as a teacher. His own mother had gone home, taking care of the farm with his father. And John had never blamed his wife for wanting something more. But he hated the fact that it wasn't really a fair choice, she couldn't just join him on the farm. Sending their kids to university cost a pretty penny, without her extra income, they wouldn't make ends meet. When he heard about the tax cut, and the freezing of evictions, he had mixed feelings. He was happy that he wouldn't have to pay tax for the year, but also sad that he already fully owned his house, old as it might be. But he did understand that it would no doubt help a lot of people, even if he was slightly jealous. Now however, as more of these new decrees were listed off he had even more mixed feelings about them. Mostly he liked them, they seemed too good to be true. This latest one was one that risked impacting him the most. Fuel prices going down would be great, those were spiking like crazy, and the price of a barrel of oil had never been higher. So that would save him some money. On the other hand, the cap on his own produce risked cutting into his income. The price on that had been going up, even if he wasn't the one earning all that much extra. But it could be bad for him, depending on how things turned out, though honestly, overall, he figured it was all too good to be true, no way those rich fucks in London would allow any of this to come to pass. Decree number 7, all income taxation is hereby suspended for a period of 1 year. The fruits of labor shall remain with those who toil, so they may rebuild and prosper in this time of transition. In a private office high above the bustling streets of New York City, Norman Osborn watched the announcement unfold on a large monitor. The regal imagery and the poetic decree delivered with reverence all failed to impress him. But the contents of the decree? That was another matter. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the polished mahogany desk. No income taxes for an entire year, he muttered, smirking. That'll light a fire under the working class. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and his assistant entered, handing him a tablet with projections already being updated. He waved her away and reviewed the data while continuing to think aloud. No taxes means more disposable income, at least for a little while. People will be ecstatic. They'll spend more, businesses will see a temporary boom, and support for Camelot will surge. But after that? His smirk deepened, his mind racing through possibilities. He leaned forward, dialing a contact on his phone. A familiar voice answered on the second ring. Osborne, came the curt acknowledgement. Roger, do me a favor, Norman said, scanning the economic forecast on the tablet. Monitor the financial market reactions to Camelot's decree. And start compiling a list of any businesses or infrastructure projects that could benefit from government contracts or bailouts when this inevitably hits turbulence. Roger chuckled on the other end. Expecting them to crash and burn already? Norman chuckled darkly. I'm expecting the masses to start spending without pause, only for this King Arthur to fail at gaining control, and people having to pay taxes still, which will cause huge amounts of damage to the already hurting economy. He stood, walking to the large window overlooking the city. And even if they should succeed, she fails to understand the heart of people. When you give them relief, they'll love you. But when you take it away, they'll hate you twice as much. Roger hesitated before asking, so what's the plan? Norman grinned. We position ourselves to be able to take advantage of either scenario. One thing is for certain, tomorrow, the stock markets will truly bleed, the already hurting market will crash and burn, and there will be money to be made. Roger exhaled, catching the gravity of the moment. So, you're saying no matter how this plays out, Camelot's making it easier for you to win. Norman's grin widened as he tapped a few commands on the tablet, displaying charts and shifting projections. Exactly. The bursting housing market, the mortgage crash has already been good for business, at least long term, and this will only benefit us more. While many people around the world, particularly in America, were losing everything, governments were doing their best to stem the tide of losses, and those with money and power took advantage of that. Decree number 8, no rent, mortgage, or housing cost shall increase for 1 year. No family shall be evicted from their home without the express permission of the Crown. Camelot stands as a shield for the people. The TV flickered across the spacious office of Charles Whitmore, casting the room in an eerie glow. His fingers gripped the edge of his desk as Agravain's voice rang out over the broadcast. Whitmore's scowl deepened when the decree was read. No rent increases. No evictions without the Crown's approval, he muttered, his grip tightening. Who does this King Arthur think he is? He paced back and forth as the camera cut to Arthur silently sitting on their throne, the gleaming armor and helm obscuring any glimpse of their face. The golden sword rested in their hand like an unspoken threat. Whitmore's phone vibrated against the desk, and he snatched it up without looking. What? He snapped. Charles, it's Mark from Investments, came the nervous voice on the other end. Are you seeing this? They're freezing the entire housing market for a year. Of course, I'm seeing it, Whitmore barked, his eyes glued to the TV as Agravain continued the proclamation. This isn't just bad, it's catastrophic. We're getting hit already. Property shares are tanking, Mark continued. Landlords are calling, panicking. Worried that they can't adjust rents, can't get tenants out if they stop paying. Whitmore slammed the phone down on the desk, cutting Mark off. Idiots. He turned to the screen as Agravain continued reading out decree after decree, though it hardly mattered, that one alone was bad enough. The market was bad enough, people defaulting left and right, house pricing dropping like stones in water. People sitting with mortgages for more than the value of their property. Banks about to fail, government aid, it was all a mess. But this only made it worse. He knew what it meant, people would not pay rent or pay off their mortgages for a full year. Even if this King Arthur weren't legitimate, people would likely claim he was, just to get out of paying both income tax and for their homes. The entire market would fall apart, banks left and right would fail, and the government would struggle to deal with it. This truly was a major financial crisis, likely to be worse than the Great Depression itself. And all because some ancient magical knight and king didn't understand why the system had to be preserved, even if those poor fools suffered a bit. Decree number 9, the sovereignty of Camelot is absolute. It shall stand apart from foreign debts and obligations, answering to no power but itself. In Castle Doom's grand study, Victor Von Doom sat alone, the flickering glow of a crackling fireplace casting shadows against the ancient stone walls. His fingers drummed softly against the arm of his chair as he watched the live broadcast on a sleek, custom-built screen. Doom's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. Absolute sovereignty, he murmured, leaning forward slightly. How quaint. They've declared themselves immune to the world's leash. He tapped a small control panel embedded in the arm of his chair, pulling up a live financial feed showing the global market's response. Currency fluctuations. Trade agreements thrown into question. Investment firms scrambling to interpret what Camelot's withdrawal meant for their debt portfolios. A soft knock echoed through the chamber, and Boris, Doom's loyal servant, entered quietly. Your Excellency, I've received reports from the Latverian Treasury. It appears the European Banking Union is already shifting its attention toward Camelot's announcement. Some speculate that similar demands for sovereignty could ripple across smaller states. Doom chuckled softly. Let them. The West has grown fat, comfortable on its throne of debt and dependency. Camelot's declaration will disrupt that balance, perhaps even break it. But, my lord, Boris continued cautiously, does this not present a danger? If they destabilize the markets, it could affect our own projects. Doom stood, his imposing frame casting a long shadow across the room. He walked to the window, where the view of Latveria's capital city stretched beneath him. It is not danger, Boris. It is opportunity. He turned back to face the screen, where the image of Arthur standing stoically behind Agravain still lingered. Arthur understands what few modern rulers do. A nation bound by foreign debts is a nation enslaved. Latveria knows this truth well. He clenched his fist as he thought of his own struggles. So long have we struggled with this very issue, forced to work hard and play around it. But this might just be what we need to allow us to do this without too much undue attention. Boris nodded respectfully. Then you approve of their stance, Your Excellency. Doom's gaze darkened, and his smile faded into something colder. I respect the audacity. But whether I approve depends on how long they can hold their ground. He took a step forward, the flicker of the fire casting shadows against him. The world will not sit idly by while Camelot tears up contracts and nullifies obligations. His voice lowered, sharp and deliberate. Banks will retaliate. Governments will conspire. Doom's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. If Arthur is not prepared for war, economic or otherwise, then Camelot's sovereignty will collapse faster than it was declared. Still, he added thoughtfully, there is power in a symbolic gesture. The West will see this as rebellion. I see it as a test. If Camelot survives the storm, then so can Latvia. Decree number 10. Chapter 51 plus announcement. Decree number 10, the practice of magic and witchcraft, in all its forms, is hereby forbidden within the realms of Camelot. Only those with permission, such as the masters of the mystic arts, shall wield such powers. The misuse of magic shall be met with swift and just consequences. Within a surprisingly modern room of Camartage sat a group of masters of the mystic arts, including the Ancient One herself. They were all watching the TV, a nice large flat screen. It was completely out of place in this old temple. But the Ancient One wasn't one to care about such things. She had gotten this TV at a good price. One of the joys of being able to open portals around the world, one could always take advantage of the best sales. I knew you went to speak with them. I didn't know you had reached such a deal. Caecilius said. He himself was also interested in the city, or more so with the people living in it. If they truly were the ancient knights, then that meant they had returned from death. Anyone who could return to the realm of the living was worthy of speaking with, as he was very eager to learn just how they had accomplished it. Mordo, too, was impressed. Indeed, with rulers aware of the magical side of the world, it is good to be on the side of the law, even if getting called out on international TV isn't the best for a secret order. The Ancient One for one, just calmly sipped on her tea. We were never meant to be secret, it just happened that way, and even if our name becomes known, it hardly matters. In truth, she hadn't made any deal with Arthuria Pendragon or Camelot. This was entirely them doing this, though she had a feeling that she would end up owing them a favor all the same. Still, she was more than able to bullshit her way around it, letting herself maintain the image of all-knowing in her disciples' eyes. Caecilius leaned forward, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest of his chair. Still, is this even something that can be done? Magic is rare enough as it is, how are they to prevent its use? Not to mention, they don't get anything out of this. The Ancient One knew the answer but remained silent, allowing the others to think for themselves. No. Mordo muttered. It does make sense that they are doing this. I mean, think about it, the only reason the rest of the world doesn't have laws against magic is because they don't believe it's real. Caecilius leaned back, considering Mordo's words. I see, they are merely regulating it as if it were weapons. Or, they could be attempting to gather magic users, make their own force of them. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow but said nothing, letting the conversation flow. She wanted them to reach their own conclusions. Mordo nodded slowly. Yes. If you can't suppress something, you control it. Camelot's decree doesn't just outlaw magic, it centralizes it. They've left themselves an opening to collect those with magical potential under their authority. Caecilius crossed his arms. It's unlikely to work. Those who use magic care little about secular laws. Finding them is also difficult, and leaving is easy. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly, a faint smile touching her lips as she sipped her tea. Perhaps. But what is important to Arthuria isn't the result, it's just to put down some rules. And as to why she feels the need for that. Mordo furrowed his brow. She knows about magic, she has it, even if she isn't a mage. That means if it's easy to get permission, her realm will be the one place people can use magic openly, a haven of such things. Caecilius frowned slightly. That's a dangerous game if it is even what she is planning. Most magic users aren't the kind type. They are often those who have bathed in blood. I mean, how often do we not have to deal with them? Mordo fell silent at that. He knew Caecilius spoke the truth, so many who used magic did so recklessly and without regard for the order of things. Disregarding the rules entirely. Many times, they had to deal with those fools who caused death to the innocent, attempting to gain greater power by dealing with all kinds of demons. The Ancient One placed her cup down gently, the clinking sound echoing softly in the room. That is true, she said, her voice calm but firm. Many magic users seek power without understanding the cost. But that isn't a flaw of magic, it's a flaw of human ambition. Caecilius leaned forward. Exactly. And Arthuria is opening her realm to those very people. How long until that ambition turns Camelot into a battlefield? She's not opening her doors blindly, the Ancient One replied. Arthuria understands the dangers of magic better than most rulers could. Without this, magic users would still flock to her realm, if for no other reason than to study Camelot. Mordo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Because of the legends. The knights, the relics, the magic woven into its very history. Camelot is like a beacon for anyone seeking ancient power. Even if Arthuria didn't invite them, they'd come anyway. Caecilius exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair. And now, instead of chasing them away, she's containing them. Clever, I'll give her that. But containment only works if you have the strength to hold the lid down when things boil over. The Ancient One smiled faintly. And she does. Was all she said, leaving the other masters wanting for more, but unable to ask it. No, she was very aware that no rogue mage, no witch, or no sorcerer could hope to match the divine being that was calling itself Arthuria Pendragon. Even after going through great effort to use the Eye of Agamot to watch a possible future where she fights her, she can't help but find herself with no way of dealing with her. The sword Excalibur's output was enough to shatter any magical defense she could put up. The divine lance Rongaminiad was no less powerful, able to dispatch of any foe she tried to drag into the fight. And with the scabbard of Excalibur, Avalon, any damage that didn't outright kill could be healed in moments, all curses cured in seconds. Not to mention its ability to negate any and all harm by transporting Arthuria into Avalon. Truly, she wasn't someone easy to deal with. And that damn tower, any attempt at sealing always resulted in that tower appearing. The lance was the tower, and the tower connected through worlds, allowing Arthuria to break any seal with ease. Leaving even the Ancient One without any way of dealing with her, at least none that didn't have worse costs than they were worth. Just thinking about it made her shake her head, which the other masters all took as a sign to end the conversation there, though privately, they all had different thoughts about everything. Agravain raised his head, his voice rising in finality. Let these decrees guide the rebirth of Camelot and the restoration of justice and prosperity to these lands. Albion is united once more, under the protection of His Majesty, Arthuria Pendragon. With Agravain done, I rose from my seat. Today's event ends here, yet a new dawn breaks. For Albion awaken, the red dragon rises anew, and the people shall once more be the treasure of this proud nation. Sir Gareth, please guide our guests out, and Sir Percival, please help these fine men. I motioned to the camera crew. Pack their things and then guide them out. Sir Agravain, Sir Mordred, Sir Gawain, people follow me. With strangers in my throne room, I had to take my talk with my knight somewhere else. Mordred, ever restless, crossed her arms, her posture slightly tense. So, what's the next move? You know they'll try to stop us, don't you? Gawain, calm as always, rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Mordred isn't wrong. The Prime Minister may have kept his composure today, but he'll be rallying forces behind the scenes. I exhaled, removing my helmet and letting the cool air brush against my skin. Of course he will. The world won't sit idly by. The decrees we announced today weren't just to set policy, they were a declaration of intent. They know that. Agravain nodded solemnly. And some will see that intent as a declaration of war. Mordred scoffed, leaning against the stone wall. Let them. They can't stop what's coming. Sir Mordred. I said, my tone making her lower her head slightly. You are correct. Yet my next words quickly had her looking back up at me. They will try to stop me, unwilling to give up the power they hold over this land and its people. So we will act first. Sir Mordred, go outside, and break the barricade, let the people inside, and stop at nothing. Mordred's eyes lit up, the gleam of battle already sparking within her. As you command, Your Majesty. She pushed off the wall, straightening her posture with a sharp nod before heading toward the exit, her armor clanking softly with each determined step. Gawain watched her leave, his expression neutral but thoughtful. Breaking the barricade will draw attention, not just from those outside but from the world. Are you sure it's the right time? I met his gaze steadily. There is no point in waiting, the military has been disbanded, so if they resist, they rebel, might as well deal with it sooner than later. Gawain considered my words for a moment, then gave a small nod. You're not wrong. Any resistance after today will be seen as defiance against the crown. Agravain, ever practical, folded his arms across his chest. But that defiance won't just come from the military or police. The old power structures, banks, corporations, political allies, they won't let go easily. Once the barricade falls, they'll act. That's exactly what I want, I replied, my voice steady but firm. Waiting is pointless, it just gives them time to plan, to act, to further harm the nation and its people. And for that reason. Agravain, I want you to summon more enforcement knights, send them out into the realm, they shall keep the peace, and let the people know that Camelot is never far away. I said with determination in my voice. Agravain bowed deeply, the flicker of approval in his eyes as he straightened. It shall be done, Your Majesty. The people will know they are protected, and those who conspire against us will know they are watched. I turned to Gawain, who was still deep in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the hilt of his sword. And you, Sir Gawain, shall make ready the city's guests, they will not know how to act, and accidents can happen, that will be your job. Gawain nodded, his thoughtful demeanor unchanged. Understood, Your Majesty. I'll make sure the guests are guided safely, and the people know that this isn't chaos, it's the beginning of order. Any misunderstandings will be dealt with swiftly, but peacefully. Good, I said, meeting his gaze. We can't afford unnecessary violence, not here in Camelot. The world is watching, and how we act now will define how they see us. He placed a fist over his chest, bowing slightly. I'll see to it. For a few weeks now, the once would-be widows have enjoyed all of Camelot for themselves, treating it like an amusement park. Those war-scarred kids felt safe in the city, yet with new people entering, they would easily feel unsafe. I didn't want that, and at the same time, I wanted the outsiders to respect them and the fact that the city was someone's home. Gawain could handle that; if not, he wasn't above asking for help. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Mordred walked through the halls of the castle with quick and steady steps. Having been entrusted with a mission by her father, she was eager to perform it. She had already been entrusted with a task twice. Clearly, that was proof that she was the most trusted knight, the best and strongest. So she was determined to carry out this task perfectly. And it just so happened that the task did suit her tastes as well. To enforce her father's will, to open up Camelot to the world. It was only fair the entire world got to witness her father's greatness. And they should all just serve her obediently. She smirked, her thoughts racing ahead to the barricades awaiting her outside the castle gates. She couldn't help but scoff at the fact they built walls against Camelot, treating like some threat or something to keep separate from the rest of the realm. How dare they? This land was all her father's, and one day it would be hers. It didn't take her all that long before she reached the gates, which swung open before her, letting her see what lay beyond the white walls of Camelot. Mordred narrowed her eyes, her smirk turning into a scowl as she took in the sight. The barricades were crude, wooden beams reinforced with metal sheets, and barbed wires. Hardly worthy to be near Camelot. Her gaze flicked to the guards stationed behind the barricades. Large jeeps and heavy weapons are mounted to vehicles and placed on the ground, all to be turned against Camelot at a moment's notice. She had watched them before, those ant-like people, from atop the towers and walls. And she could already see the change. Normally they were bored, spending time just hanging out, not training or anything. Now however, they seemed alert, on edge, ready to attack at any moment. With a snort of disdain, she started walking towards them. They had naturally long since spotted her, and that only made them all the more nervous. They knew the appearance of her armor, they knew who approached them, Mordred, the Knight of Rebellion. Even she had to admit her mother did a damn good job when making it. It made her look scary as hell. Everyone knew she was trouble, and she liked that. It gave her respect, though she could do without the fearful peasants. When she got close, she didn't hesitate to shout loudly. "Hey! By the order of your king, tear down the barricade." The guards flinched, exchanging frantic glances as her voice rang out like thunder across the field. One of them, a man with sergeant stripes on his sleeve, stepped forward hesitantly, his rifle trembling slightly in his hands. "We can't do that," he called back, trying to steady his voice. "We have orders to maintain this position. No one enters or leaves without government clearance." Mordred rolled her eyes. "Well, I just gave you new orders. Also, hand over your weapons. By the king's decree, the military is disbanded, so you don't have permission to carry or use them." The sergeant's face paled, and the grip on his rifle tightened instinctively. Behind him, a few of the younger soldiers shifted uneasily, whispering amongst themselves. One of them lowered his weapon slightly, his fingers twitching as he considered her words. "You don't have the authority," the sergeant shot back, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his lack of confidence. "We answer to the government, not some ancient myth brought back from the grave." Her gaze narrowed, and the playful tone in her voice vanished, replaced by cold steel. "The military is gone. Disbanded. And unless you want to be marked as traitors to the crown, you'll drop those weapons now." While Mordred spoke to the file and rank, those in command were quickly discussing the situation. They weren't about to disband the military or start taking orders from some medieval king. But currently, the Prime Minister is still inside the city of Camelot, held up by the other curious people asking questions without a break and slowing down their leave. With him still inside the city, the military was hesitant about going too far, fearing for his safety. Yet capitulating here was also impossible, as it would be seen as them legitimating their claims and decrees. The whole situation was steeped in politics and far from simple. Yet Mordred was someone rather simple. To her, all problems could be solved with a sword, and her sword was something she was rather proud of. "Enough of this stalling. If you do not comply with the king's orders, I will enforce it," Mordred shouted, having lost her patience. The sergeant stiffened before finally making a decision. "We can't hand over our weapons, they would have to be properly disposed of and stored, but we will remove the barricade for now," he said, quickly shouting orders at his men. Mordred wanted to complain, but the men had already run off, leaving her unable to do more than huff again. Still, he didn't care too much, the weapons hardly mattered as long as her father's orders were carried out. Still, the soldiers worked slowly, far too slowly for her liking. "Too slow," she called out and walked up to a section of the barricade, a mix of wood, sheet metal, and barbed wire, and gave it a kick. The force of her armored boot was enough to send the wooden beam splintering apart, the metal sheets bending under the impact with a shrill screech. Barbed wire snapped and recoiled like angry serpents, but Mordred remained unfazed. She kicked another section, watching it crumble with satisfaction. "That's how you do it," she said, turning to the soldiers, her eyes narrowing with disdain. "Move faster, or I'll tear down the whole thing myself." The soldiers in question had to throw themselves to the ground to avoid getting hit by bits of wood or kicks sent flying. While those barricades weren't the strongest, taking them down like that wasn't easy. Even though they worked as fast as they could, it would take days to take it all down. After all, they had spent weeks building them. The actions of Mordred and the soldiers weren't unnoticed by the many people gathered around Camelot. They, too, had seen the TV interview, including the announcements, and had plenty of questions. Now, seeing a Knight of the Round Table, they surged towards them, eager to ask into everything that came up during the interview, in particular about the decrees. It all happened so fast. The soldiers were on edge, with mixed feelings about what they were doing. It didn't help that they had unclear orders, and now, a huge crowd was storming the area. A cacophony of voices filled the air as they bombarded Mordred and the soldiers with questions. Is it true we won't be paying taxes for a whole year? What's going to happen to the banks? Are the utilities really going to be owned by the crown now? Then, one soldier decided to stop them. After all, they had orders to ensure they didn't enter Camelot or move past the barricade. "Hey! Stop right there, you can't enter." There was nothing wrong with what he did. This had happened countless times since the barricade had been established. Yet, this time something was different. Mordred was there. And Mordred didn't take the aggressive tone lightly. So she stepped up and roughly shoved the guy's shoulder. "Hey! You can't say that, the barricade is done, the people can enter the city, so says the king." The poor guy could never have expected the force behind even a casual shove like that, and he wasn't just pushed back, he was thrown away, flying a few meters through the air before crashing into the ground. His comrades, initially frozen in shock, quickly sprang into action. Rifles were raised, boots hit the dirt, and defensive stances were taken as orders were barked over radios. The sergeant was the first to shout. "That's assault. Stand down, now." His voice cracked slightly, betraying his panic as he gestured frantically for backup. Mordred, seeing the rifles aimed at her, raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Really?" she scoffed. "You're going to point those toys at me?" The corporal from earlier stepped forward, his face pale but his hand steady on his weapon. "Put your sword down, Sir Mordred. This is a breach of protocol. We won't hesitate to defend ourselves." Mordred rolled her shoulders, loosening her grip on her sword only to grip it tighter moments later. The thrill of a fight was already building within her veins. "I don't care about your protocols. I follow one order, my king's." "You're defying it." "We're following government orders," the sergeant yelled, visibly shaken but determined to maintain control. "Stand down, or we will open fire." A few in the crowd gasped, some already backing away to avoid being caught in the crossfire, while others pressed closer, eager to see what would happen next. "Fire on me." Mordred's voice darkened, her smirk vanishing. "You dare point weapons at the rightful heir of Camelot? That's treason." She shouted angrily. One of the nervous soldiers, with their lacking training, ended up firing it, whatever on purpose or by accident. A bullet flew and hit the armor of Mordred. And before anyone could react to it, Mordred swung her sword, and the young man who had fired at her was cut in half. His body offered no resistance to the sharpness of Clarent. The world seemed to freeze as everyone took in what had just happened. However, it didn't last long. The silence shattered like glass. "Open fire," the sergeant roared, his voice filled with desperation and rage. Gunfire erupted, the deafening roar of rifles filling the air as the soldiers unleashed everything they had. Bullets streaked toward Mordred, sparking against her armor like firecrackers. Just as the chaos unfolded, and bullets started filling the air, a powerful voice cut through the chaos. "By my oath as a guardian, I shield the innocent and crush the wicked. Pater Eternum, shield of the eternal steward." At some point, Sir Ector had appeared, and he unleashed his noble phantasm, manifesting a large golden shield in the air, which shed golden light onto the innocent crowds. The bullets that had been haphazardly flying toward the crowd were absorbed into the shield, vanishing into its protective light as if they had never existed. The air buzzed with the energy of Sir Ector's noble phantasm, and for a moment, the battlefield was painted in divine gold. "Nice one," shouted Mordred, who hadn't thought about how she should protect the crowd from the bullets, but now, with that taken care of, she could instead jump into the fighting. She unleashed her own powers, red lightning flashing around her as her mana churned, and she flashed between the attacking soldiers, moving with speed far beyond a normal human. She was little more than a blur as she cut them apart, men by men, woman by woman. She showed no mercy to her enemy. The sharpest sword on the round table flashes again and again, reaping life after life. The soldiers were in disarray, unable to fight back at all. The protective powers of Ector's noble phantasm weren't something normal guns could overcome. And Mordred reaped their lives as easy as a farmer does wheat. Blood sprayed across the dirt as Mordred slashed her way through the chaotic battlefield, clarent dripping with blood, as did her armor as it got covered in blood showers. Sir Ector, holding the glowing shield in place, glanced at the carnage with a grim expression. Mordred, enough. They're defeated. His voice carried authority, but it didn't slow her assault. Another soldier fell, his rifle clattering uselessly to the ground as Mordred twisted midair, her armor gleaming in the afternoon light. The ferocity in her eyes burned like a wildfire. They dared to raise their weapons at Camelot. Mordred shouted, her blade slicing through the barrel of another gun before embedding itself into the chest of its wielder. This is what happens to traitors. Ector gritted his teeth and stepped forward, planting the shield firmly in the ground. Its light expanded in a wave, not just protecting the civilians but radiating an aura that pushed back Mordred's bloodlust like a calming tide. Mordred, he called again, his voice deeper this time, resonating with power. The king doesn't need corpses, he needs obedience and order. Do not tarnish our cause with slaughter. Mordred froze mid-swing, clarent crackling with residual energy as her blade hovered inches from another soldier's throat. The man trembled, tears streaming down his face as he awaited death. Slowly, Mordred pulled back her sword, her breathing heavy. The red lightning that had been dancing around her like a storm faded into crackling sparks before disappearing entirely. She looked over her shoulder at Ector, annoyance flickering across her face. They deserved this, she muttered. Ector approached, his gaze stern but understanding. Perhaps. But we fight for a better future, not for vengeance. The soldier at her feet gasped for breath, scrambling backward as Mordred turned fully to face Ector. Next time, don't stop me, she warned, though her tone carried less venom than before. I won't. Ector replied. Should there be a next time, I shall join you in bloodying my blade by your side. Mordred nodded and returned her sword to her side. Fine, and you lot, get that barricade down, this is the command of your king, now you know what happens to traitors, so better obey this time. The soldiers dared not hesitate, they were so scared that they had all lost their grip on their weapons, many could barely stand, yet at Mordred's orders, they couldn't help but jump to work. The crowd saw everything that happened. Many fled in a panic, but those more brave stopped once the golden light appeared. Once they confirmed that it was safe and protected them, they stayed to watch. Among those people weren't just normal civilians but also reporters, who had captured everything live on camera. So now the entire world had seen what happened. Billions had seen it, the short but brutal battle, or rather the one-sided slaughter. In this day and age, such a thing isn't seen by most people. They lived far removed from such bloodshed. Many people were frightened, sickened, or fascinated by this rare sight. While Mordred cared little for such things, Ector was far more wise to the feelings of those around him. So he knew that this moment was important. Sir Mordred, why don't you report what happened here to the king? Let this old man deal with the cleanup. Ector had raised Arthuria, so he knew how to handle her, and he figured that handling Mordred wasn't all that different. And he was quickly proven correct, as when Mordred heard that there was cleaning to do, she quickly took the bait to rush back to Camelot. Ector could only sigh as the blood-soaked night ran off, leaving him with a ton of work to do. Chapter 53, Chapter 53. I had seen it all happen from my high tower. Everything that happened, I saw. I watched as Mordred killed them. I could have stopped her, saved those lives, saved innocent children all around the world from witnessing it. Yet I did nothing. I merely watched. Part of me wanted to help, the King of Knights wanted to step in. But I was more than just her, I was also the goddess Rhongomyniad, someone who had once decided to let humanity die, save those few deemed worthy. That distance, the godly perspective, further removed me from what it meant to be human, yet the human soul that was the base of my reincarnation, myself, in other words, kept me human. It was strange, I was Arthuria, yet not. I always felt both uncertain and certain, the King of Knights was full of doubt, never truly believing in herself. Yet the same couldn't be said for the other Arthurias that had merged together to make me. It made me feel so, human. I shook my head, banishing those thoughts away. I needed to focus on the here and now. On what would be happening in the following days. I had accepted it, though it still pained my heart. Behind me, the sound of boots against stone echoed, someone was running. I didn't even need to turn around to know who it was, only one person would come running like that. Mordred. You did well, don't doubt that. I spoke out, knowing that Mordred sought my approval, I did my best to give it. Mordred skidded to a halt. I didn't come here for a pat on the head, she muttered, though the hint of a smirk betrayed her satisfaction. But if you're giving it, I won't complain. I turned to face her, the golden light of the setting sun casting a warm glow through the large windows of the tower. For a moment, her armor, stained with blood, seemed almost holy under the soft glow. If you want that, maybe you should fight someone able to fight back. Though maybe you will get your chance soon, they won't let this go. I said and waved a hand, summoning an enforcement knight. Your armor needs to be cleaned, give it over, and your squire will fix it for you. Mordred glanced down at her blood-stained armor, frowning slightly. "TCH, fine," she muttered as she unclasped her gauntlets. "But only because I wanted to shine when they send their armies next." She tossed them to the approaching enforcement knight, who bowed slightly before gathering her equipment. As the knight left with her armor, Mordred stretched her arms, rolling her shoulders. "So, what's the plan, father? We both know they'll come for us. The world doesn't like kings who don't play by their rules." I turned back toward the window, gazing out over Camelot. "They will come," I said softly. "And we will face them." Mordred smirked, leaning against the stone wall with her arms crossed. "You want to hit them first, don't you? Before they regroup?" "Not exactly," I replied, turning back to her. "We will let them act first. But the moment they make a move, we'll respond with force. Swift and decisive." Mordred's eyes gleamed. "Good. I was hoping you'd say that. I entrust the city to you, defend it well," I said, turning to face the outside again. "I shall use my lance and strike them from afar, showing them that they are safe nowhere." Mordred's smirk widened, her excitement barely contained. "Oh, they'll regret ever pointing a weapon at us. I'll make sure of it." "I know you will," I replied, keeping my gaze fixed on the horizon where the world beyond Camelot lay, a world that would soon see just how far-reaching our power was. "But don't lose sight of what's important. Our goal isn't destruction, it's order." Mordred clicked her tongue but nodded. Yeah, I get it. You want your perfect kingdom, and I'm the sword that defends it. I'll keep the walls standing." I allowed a small smile to touch my lips. "Good. That's all I ask." She pushed off the wall, her posture relaxed but her eyes sharp. "What about the lance? Rongaminiad. You really plan to strike them from here?" I could hear the mixed feelings she had as she mentioned the lance. It was, after all, the weapon that had taken her life. She likely felt it was special because of that. Much like how she believed that only she was worthy of killing me. She, too, must feel like only she was worthy of getting killed by the lance. She both feared it, hated it, and respected it just like she did me. "Yes," I said, my voice firm with conviction. "Camelot must show the people, and the world, that we have the power to protect them, protect our nation. Only then can we be left in peace, only through force may justice be served." Strength and the ability to defeat one's enemies was important even in the time of the original Arthuria, and that hadn't changed now. If anything, it had only become more important than ever. I had no doubt that people around the world were analyzing Mordred's show of force and trying to devise ways of defeating us. Only by showing that our defeat was impossible, or at least too costly, would the rest of the world leave us be. So I would show them the power of the Round Table. The dimly lit conference room hummed with tension. The large oval table was surrounded by world leaders, representatives, and military officials from across the globe. The holographic display hovering above the center of the table flickered, replaying the key moments from Camelot's announcement of their decrees and the battle at the barricades. Mordred's one-sided slaughter played in grim silence, followed by the aftermath, the towering golden shield of Sir Ector and the terrified soldiers scrambling to obey the knight's command. Finally, the screen froze on an image of Arthuria Pendragon standing atop the high tower of Camelot, gazing out over the world. A deep voice broke the silence. "So, the myths are alive," said General Ross of the United States, folding his arms as he leaned back in his chair. His eyes narrowed at the image of Arthuria. "And they've just made a declaration of war disguised as justice." Sitting across from him, a French representative tapped his pen against the table, his jaw tight. "This isn't just about England. Camelot's decrees shake the foundations of global economic stability. Public utilities nationalized. Debt wiped away. Foreign governments cut out. If they get away with this, other nations will start thinking they can do the same. They're not just rewriting England's laws, they're rewriting the global order," added the Chinese ambassador, her voice calm but firm. "And you all saw what this Mordred did. This isn't diplomacy. This is power on display." Nick Fury, seated quietly near the back, finally spoke up, his tone measured. "It's not just power, it's a message. They're telling the world they'll defend their sovereignty, no matter the cost." His single eye scanned the room. "We've seen what happens when people underestimate that kind of conviction." The Russian defense minister leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "Then the question becomes, what do we do about it?" A German diplomat cleared her throat. "Not much we can do, this is still an internal issue, sending in NATO forces will be a bad signal to send, and it isn't like the UK has failed to stop Camelot on their own yet." General Ross leaned forward, his gaze hard. "That's optimistic, considering what just happened at that barricade. You saw it, British soldiers cut down like they were nothing. This isn't something they can handle on their own." Fury sat back, watching the discussion. Trying to figure out everyone's motives. Ross was easy. He clearly wanted blood, maybe even a knight captured alive, if not the king himself. Also, he could further his super soldier program. He wasn't the only one, plenty of others wanted to figure out the secrets of Camelot and its knights. Fury wouldn't mind getting his hands on a knight or two, he was sure they would fit right into the Avengers program he was planning to make. However, that was for the future. For now, Camelot, and the future of not just Britain but the current world order needed his attention. The French representative adjusted his tie, his face tense as he addressed the room. Then let's assume the UK can't handle it. What's the next step? Do we send in troops? Or do we first attempt to win the support of the people back? General Ross leaned in. If the UK falls, then we will blockade the entire island and put pressure on them. Once the people are back on our side, we will send in a strike force to deal with Camelot itself. The discussion continued, plans being made in case the British were able to win and if they weren't. Fury knew well what the first step would be. A military assault on Camelot, nominal to arrest Mordred for the attack and murder of several soldiers. And that was what really bothered Fury. Without that excuse, it would be far more difficult for the UK government to act too aggressively. After all, King Arthur had thrown shade at them and won major support. Had they not done this, had they kept to themselves, they could have taken their time and increased support even more. Yet they hadn't, they had taken the worst possible path and done so willingly. Clearly, they wanted an aggressive response, the question was, why? Were they really that confident in their ability to resist modern military forces? The UK might not be the USA, but they could still easily reduce a city to rubble, and no magic swords could stop that. So why take that route? And there was another thing that bothered him, the final decree outlawing magic. Fury was no stranger to strange, impossible things. Yet magic. Now, that was hard to believe, yet if it truly did exist, then what did that mean for the world at large? I had made a mistake, and not a small one at that. I had expected and prepared for people to come rushing into Camelot once I threw down the barricades and opened the gates. Yet, clearly I had wrongly judged the effect Mordred's actions would have on the general population. The government was quick to issue national and local alerts, mobilizing the remaining trust people had in them to clear the area. Never before, since I rebuilt Camelot, has the area around it been so devoid of life. The military also took up the challenge, establishing a far wider and far stronger blockade of the city. That, combined with the fact that Agravain was slower at summoning enforcement knights than I was, meant that for a while, Camelot was cut off from the outside world, save for my widows, that is. I had hoped to deepen my connection to my people, to let them experience the splendor of Camelot. It would have made things easier. Would have been better, yet even without it, I would make do. Still, though, the emptiness of my city was saddening. Not for long. I promised myself. I would fill the city with life, as I would fill the nation with joy and hope. Say the word, Father, and I will go beat them all. Mordred said from his spot next to me. All in good time, Mordred. Once they attack, then you shall show them your might. I calmed her down. The sooner this is all over, the better, and I did intend to finish it quickly. But I couldn't act first, I needed them to be ready. I needed them to have all their weapons rolled up to Camelot. Only when I fully demolished a modern military would the world fear me, and only then could I make my own people feel secure. So come with everything you have, for I am waiting. I turned toward the balcony overlooking the city, the cool night air brushing against my face. The stars above shimmered like the dreams I was determined to bring into reality. I thought of Rangaminiad, the divine lance, a weapon capable of piercing dimensions and ending wars in a single strike. When they come, they won't be expecting this, I whispered, my voice carrying across the wind. Behind me, Agravain entered the hall, his armor polished and his expression as serious as ever. Your Majesty, he said with a bow. Reports indicate that British and Allied forces are nearing final preparations. They will move soon. Good. I turned to face him fully. Send Sir Percival and Sir Gawain to reinforce our defenses at the outer perimeter. Sir Bedivere will handle internal security. Let no weakness be left unchecked. Agravain nodded. And when they strike? I glanced toward the horizon. We let them unleash everything. Then, we crush them so thoroughly that no nation will ever consider challenging us again. Agravain hesitated, then spoke with quiet determination. The world will call it tyranny, Your Majesty. They'll say you are a warmonger. I met his gaze, my voice unwavering. Let them. For when the dust settles, they will also call it peace. He bowed again and left, his footsteps fading into the distance. Mordred grinned beside me. I like this plan. I thought you might, I replied, my gaze locked on the horizon. But remember this, when you fight as a knight of the Round Table, not as a conqueror. We are protectors first. Mordred sighed, rolling her eyes. Fine, father. Protector, defender, then destroyer. Got it. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. She was stubborn, but she was mine, and I wouldn't have her any other way. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. One thing that was far more impressive than in my time was how fast the military moved. Back then, it would take days, even weeks, to move an army around. But now, it could be done in hours. Over the past day and night, the British military and government had been very busy. Once more, I was seated on my throne, my knights standing before me. Proud knights of Camelot. My voice, strong and firm, filled the hall. Enemies stand at the gate, weapons aimed at our walls, our people, small children, are covering in the homes. Will you stand for that? I slammed my gloved hand onto the armrest. No, X-13. Sir Tristan. I want you on the wall, let your arrows shoot down all that flies towards our home. I commanded the Knight of Sorrow. Tristan stepped forward, his fingers dancing across the strings of his harp bow. He knelt on one knee before me, head bowed. As you command, my king, he said solemnly. Their skies will be mine. He rose and turned sharply, the echoes of his boots fading as he made his way out of the grand hall, each step bringing him closer to the battlefield. The legendary bow of Tristan would ensure no aerial threat reached Camelot's walls. I shifted my gaze to another of my knights. Sir Percival. I need you among the people, keeping them safe in their homes, helping those who cannot protect themselves. They must know Camelot's knights are their shield. Sir Percival's broad figure straightened, his warm yet determined smile breaking across his face. I'll ensure no harm comes to them, my king. The people will know we fight for them. With a nod, he marched out of the hall, ready to guide those who needed aid into the secure depths of Camelot. Sir Gawain. I barked next, meeting the gaze of my most steadfast knight. Lead the ground defenses, secure the gates, and ensure they don't breach our walls. Hold the line. Gawain's fist slammed over his heart in a salute. With the sun at its peak, I am invincible. None shall pass the gates of Camelot. He turned to leave, but not before giving Mordred a sharp glance. Try not to cause too much trouble, Sir Mordred. Mordred smirked, leaning casually against a pillar. No promises. I let my gaze linger on her, knowing she was itching for battle. Sir Mordred, while Gawain leads the defense, you shall lead my attack, be my blade, and strike into the hearts of the enemy, show them that they are nothing before Camelot's finest. Mordred's eyes lit up, the familiar glint of battle-hungry excitement flashing within them. She pushed off the pillar, her armored boots clanking loudly as she stepped forward. Now that's what I've been waiting to hear, father. Her hand rested on the hilt of Clarent, fingers tapping it with anticipation. Consider it done. I'll cut through them like they're not even there. I nodded, my gaze unwavering. Strike swift, strike true. But remember, this is not a slaughter, it's a message. Show them our strength, but leave enough alive to retreat and carry fear with them. Mordred tilted her head, a mischievous grin forming. Fine. I'll let a few live to tell the tale of their humiliation. But only a few. She spun on her heel, her red cape flowing behind her as she strode confidently toward the exit, already visualizing her path through the enemy lines. Before she reached the doors, I called after her, my voice softer but resolute. Mordred. She paused, glancing over her shoulder. Return victorious. Her smirk softened into something genuine for a brief moment. Of course I will. Is it wise, my king? To encourage Sir Mordred like that? Sir Ector couldn't help but ask. I turned to Sir Ector, my gaze steady. Mordred's fire is both her greatest weapon and her greatest challenge. Containing it would mean extinguishing part of who she is. I'd rather direct that fire where it's needed most than risk stifling it. Ector folded his arms, nodding thoughtfully. I understand. But you know as well as I do that she walks a thin line between control and chaos. I trust you, I said, my voice softening as I met Sir Ector's gaze. You will help her control that fire, help her temper it when the time comes. She respects you, even when she pretends not to. A small, knowing smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Agravain, you continue to deploy your noble phantasm to produce more of your enforcement knights. As soon as we are done with today's attack, they shall set out to every corner of our realm. I said, offering him a small smile. It wasn't easy to produce as many knights as were needed. I had honestly underestimated the sheer number we would need. I didn't know the number of cities in my realm, but when I was informed, I was shocked. Agravain nodded deeply, his expression calm and dutiful, though I could see the strain behind his eyes. It will be done, your majesty, he said, steady as ever. No matter the cost to me, I'll see it through. I stepped down from the throne, walking past him slowly, the weight of what we were doing settling on my shoulders. I appreciate that, Agravain. But you're not just a tool to me, nor even a servant. You are my sister's child. You are family, so please don't push yourself beyond what you can give. My hand briefly brushed his armored shoulder, a rare gesture of affection. He stiffened slightly, then relaxed, offering me a small nod of acknowledgement. For Camelot, I'll endure. I smiled faintly. I know you will. But if you need help, ask for it, and everyone shall lend it, even myself. All the remaining knights were quick to agree, offering him help. Agravain was both proud and capable, but he often tried to shoulder everything himself. None of my knights were perfect, which just showed that they were human at their core. So different from me, the ideal king, a perfect knight and king, yet a flawed human. Breaking myself free of that line of thinking, I continued to assign missions to the rest of them. I honestly doubted there would be much need for them, but I still wanted to let them feel like they had a job to do. Modred, she should be enough. The atmosphere around the perimeter of Camelot was suffocating. The morning mist clung to the ground like a second skin, muffling the sounds of boots on dirt and the low hum of armored vehicles stationed along the edge of the ancient city's walls. British soldiers stood ready, their nerves hidden behind helmets and combat gear, but no amount of training could fully mask the tension hanging in the air. Lieutenant Michael Barrett stood next to his commanding officer, peering through binoculars at the towering gates of Camelot. He had heard stories of how medieval kings defended their strongholds, but nothing in his training prepared him for this, sieging a city straight out of myth. See anything? Asked Major Collins, his superior officer, a man with decades of military experience but a weariness that came with fighting conflicts that were never as black and white as they should be. Nothing unusual yet, Barrett replied, lowering the binoculars. The gates are shut, and there's no movement on the walls. But with what we've seen so far, they could be watching us right now and we wouldn't know it. Collins nodded, his lips pressed into a grim line. HQ confirmed it. Mordred is the priority target. Officially, we're here to arrest him for killing British soldiers. Barrett scoffed, shaking his head. Unofficially. Collins' gaze hardened. We're here to take Camelot. Secure the king, neutralize the knights. We get them alive if possible, but HQ won't shed tears if we don't. Soldiers checked their weapons, tightened their gear, and steeled themselves for what would come next. The roar of engines echoed faintly as the tanks repositioned on the ridge overlooking the city. Bloody medieval fairy tale, Barrett muttered, kicking a loose stone with his boot. Half the lads don't even believe this place is real, let alone that King Arthur is leading it. Collins didn't respond, his eyes fixed on his radio. Then, it crackled to life. All units, this is command. The Prime Minister has authorized the operation. Move to capture the city. I repeat, move to capture Camelot. For a moment, everything was still. Then, the gears of war began to turn. The low rumble of tanks rolled forward, infantry units moved into formation, and helicopters hovered above the treetops, casting long shadows over the fog-covered fields. Barrett tightened his grip on his rifle. This is madness, he muttered. We're storming a city with knights and magic. Madness or not, we follow orders, Collins said as he adjusted his helmet. Now, let's move. The soldiers advanced cautiously, their boots crunching over gravel and wet grass. As they neared the gates, Barrett's heart pounded in his chest. The walls of Camelot loomed over them like the teeth of a great beast, ancient yet seemingly indestructible. Suddenly, the gates creaked, their heavy wooden frames groaning as they slowly opened. The soldiers halted, rifles raised, fingers hovering over triggers. Out stepped Mordred. The armor was impossible to mistake, silver and red, with an intimidating helm with bull-like horns. Barrett's breath hitched. That's him, he whispered. Mordred stopped just before the leading tanks, her armored boots kicking up dust as she planted her feet firmly on the ground. She scanned the line of soldiers with a smirk that promised violence. Slowly, she unsheathed Clarent, the shining in the light. Who's first? She called out, her voice carrying over the field like a battle cry. The soldiers shifted uneasily, their weapons trembling in their hands. Collins stepped forward, his hand gripping the radio tightly. Mordred of Camelot. By order of the British government, you are under arrest for the murder of British soldiers and for defying the sovereignty of the United Kingdom. Surrender now, and we can guarantee your life. Mordred laughed, a sharp, cutting sound that echoed like thunder. Sovereignty, she repeated mockingly. Camelot is sovereign. It always has been. And your government doesn't dictate terms to me or my father. She pointed Clarent toward the advancing forces. Go back now, and you live. Stay, and I'll carve through your army until there's nothing left. The soldiers waited, tense and uncertain, as the wind carried the weight of her threat across the battlefield. Collins swallowed hard and lifted the radio to his mouth. Command, this is Major Collins. Target is refusing to surrender. Do we proceed? There was a brief pause, the static crackling as command deliberated. Then came the cold, clinical response, proceed. Open fire. Collins roared. The world exploded. The roar of gunfire filled the air as bullets tore through the field, but Mordred was already moving. Red lightning crackled around her armor, and in an instant, she was among them. She slashed through bodies and armor with terrifying precision, her blade left a river of blood behind. While she moved fast, she wasn't able to dodge all the bullets. Yet, even armor-penetrating bullets had no effect on Mordred. Not even a scratch was left behind. Mordred unleashed her fury, her mana transformed into red lightning as she charged around like an angry bull. Mordred's boots pounded against the earth as she charged forward, Clarent gleaming with blood-red energy. The battlefield blurred around her, the tanks, the soldiers, the chaos, none of it mattered. All she saw was her path through them, and nothing would stop her. A group of soldiers knelt behind a sandbag barricade, rifles trained on her. The first volley of gunfire cracked through the air, bullets whizzing past her head or clanging uselessly off her armor. She didn't slow. The red lightning dancing across her armor intensified, crackling louder as it gathered around her blade. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. One soldier, braver or more foolish than the rest, stood and fired point blank. The bullet struck her shoulder plate, deflected harmlessly into the dirt. Before he could blink, Mordred was upon him. Her sword cleaved through his rifle, the blade continuing through his torso with sickening ease. He fell without a sound. The others scrambled backward, but Mordred spun, her cloak of red lightning whipping around her. She brought Clarent down in a vicious arc, splitting the sandbag barrier and the men behind it in one clean motion. Dirt and blood sprayed into the air as she advanced. Behind her, a tank adjusted its turret, the cannon groaning as it aimed directly at her back. Mordred didn't need to see it. She felt the rumble and tremor in the ground as the shell prepared to fire. With a burst of speed, she dashed forward, dodging just as the shell exploded where she had been standing. The shockwave sent her cape billowing as she sprinted toward the tank. The crew inside frantically tried to reload, but they weren't fast enough. Mordred leapt onto the tank's hull, her boots denting the metal as she landed. With a savage snarl, she drove Clarent into the turret, the enchanted blade piercing through steel like paper. Sparks and smoke erupted as she wrenched the sword free, twisting it to tear open the top of the tank. The crew inside screamed as she raised her blade once more and plunged it into the exposed engine. The resulting explosion knocked her backward, but she landed gracefully, sliding to a stop as the tank burned behind her. More soldiers poured in from the flanks, attempting to encircle her. Grenades were tossed her way, their explosions shaking the ground. She dashed through the chaos, her speed making her nearly impossible to track. One soldier tried to cut her off, lunging with a combat knife, but she sidestepped and drove her gauntlet fist into his gut. He crumpled, gasping for air as she kicked him aside. Clarent hummed with power, growing hotter with each swing. Mordred reveled in it, the way the blade cut cleanly through armor, weapons, and bodies. She wasn't just fighting, she was making a statement, carving her name into the battlefield. She caught sight of another missile locking onto her position from a distance. This time, she stood her ground. As the missile closed in, she raised Clarent and channeled her mana into the blade. The red lightning erupted, forming an arc of destructive energy as she swung upward, slicing the missile cleanly in two. The explosion rippled around her, smoke and fire swirling as if she were standing in the heart of a storm. Mordred emerged from the smoke unscathed, her armor glowing faintly from the heat. She flicked her sword to the side, the remaining blood and debris scattering off the blade. Ahead, the rumble of engines intensified as more reinforcements arrived, tanks, armored personnel carriers, and rows of soldiers advancing with heavy artillery in tow. Helicopters circled overhead, their rotors slicing through the smoky air like ominous drums heralding the escalation of war. Finally, Mordred muttered, her smirk returning. "Let's see what you've got." A line of soldiers dropped to one knee, their rocket launchers locking onto her position. With a synchronized shout, they fired. The rockets howled through the air, leaving trails of smoke in their wake. Mordred braced herself, red lightning crackling around her armor as she dashed forward. The first rocket closed in, but she leapt into the air, flipping over it gracefully as it detonated behind her. The shockwave propelled her forward, and she landed with her sword already swinging. She carved through the second missile mid-flight, its explosion sending debris cascading harmlessly around her like petals in the wind. More rockets rained down, but they couldn't catch her. Mordred was a blur, weaving between the projectiles, each step leaving scorch marks on the earth. The soldiers below shouted in frustration, their aim scrambling to keep up with her speed. Even though she wasn't able to move faster than bullets, she could move faster than the people targeting her, allowing her to always be ahead of their attacks. From above, a helicopter unleashed a barrage of heavy machine gun fire, bullets spraying across the battlefield. Mordred didn't bother dodging, she raised her arm, letting the bullets ping off her armor harmlessly. Sparks danced around her as she grinned up at the pilot. "Oh, you think you're safe up there?" She crouched low, her mana surging through her legs. The ground cracked beneath her as she launched herself skyward like a missile. The helicopter pilot barely had time to react before Clarent slashed through the cockpit, cutting the aircraft in half. Flames erupted as it spiraled out of control, crashing into the forest with a deafening boom. Mordred landed smoothly, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust around her. But she didn't stop. Another tank was rolling toward her, its turret already swiveling into position. She sprinted toward it, lightning trailing behind her like a burning comet. The tank fired, the shell ripping through the ground mere inches behind her. With a powerful leap, she landed on the tank's hull, her armored boots denting the metal. She drove Clarent straight into the hatch, twisting the blade as mana pulsed through it. The tank exploded from within, the force of the blast launching her backward, but she landed gracefully, unharmed, amidst the smoldering wreckage. The soldiers regrouped, desperation clear in their shouts as they formed firing lines. Mortars boomed in the distance, and artillery shells began raining down, tearing up the ground around her. Mordred laughed, the sound wild and untamed, as she charged through the chaos. Bullets and shrapnel filled the air, but they couldn't touch her. She carved through the ranks of soldiers like a whirlwind, each swing of Clarent leaving arcs of red lightning in its wake. She moved with lethal precision, decimating their numbers before they could even react. Suddenly, the roar of engines signaled the arrival of another wave of armored vehicles. Multiple tanks rolled into position, their cannons lowering to take aim. From the ridge above, a line of missile launchers locked onto her, the whine of targeting systems cutting through the noise. Mordred came to a stop, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. The battlefield around her was littered with wreckage and bodies, but the enemy still kept coming. Enough, she growled, gripping Clarent tightly. Red lightning crackled along the length of her blade, growing more violent with each passing second. The air around her shimmered with heat as her mana surged to its peak, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. "This is your end," she whispered, raising Clarent high above her head. "Witness the full might of my rebellion." Her helm retracted back, showing of her face and blonde hair, her green eyes, so similar to her father's yet the look in them so far different. The red lightning surrounding her exploded outward, forming a swirling vortex of energy that distorted the very air. The soldiers watched in horror as the power built to a deafening crescendo. Her voice rang out, clear and commanding, as she began the chant. "O blade bathed in the blood of betrayal. O weapon of rebellion that defied the crown. Let the power of my wrath ignite the heavens. From the sins of kings and the fire of fallen knights. Rise now, my vengeful strike, unleash destruction upon my foes." Clarent pulsed violently, and the lightning crackling around her spiraled into a vortex of raw energy. The glow intensified as the very earth beneath her feet splintered, unable to contain the sheer force of her mana. Her eyes glimmered with crimson light, reflecting the fury building within her. Clarent blood Arthur, crimson lightning of rage. The ground erupted as the beam of energy shot forward, a devastating torrent of red lightning ripping through the enemy ranks. It burned brighter than the sun, tearing apart tanks, vehicles, and artillery like paper. Entire squadrons of soldiers vanished in the inferno, their screams lost beneath the deafening roar of destruction. The wave of energy carved through the ridge where the missile launchers had once stood, reducing it to molten rock and ash. The shockwave expanded outward, flattening everything in its path, trees, equipment, and even the earth itself. When the final echoes of her chant faded, Mordred stood amidst the wreckage, her armor scorched but untouched, Clarent pulsing softly in her hand. The storm of crimson light dissipated, leaving behind only silence and the smoldering remnants of what had once been an army. She exhaled, a slow breath escaping her lips as she surveyed the battlefield. Satisfied, she sheathed Clarent, its glow dimming. Turning back toward Camelot, she muttered. "Your turn, father. Let them see just how far their defiance will take them." The British Military Operations Command was a hive of tension and rapid coordination as live feeds streamed across massive monitors, each displaying the assault on Camelot. General Andrew Harrow stood at the head of the room, eyes glued to the feed from the front lines. "Begin the advance," he ordered, voice calm but steely. "Engage all ground units. Keep Mordred pinned down." "Sir, tanks are advancing," a communications officer confirmed. "Infantry following behind. Air support on standby." "Jesus," one officer whispered. "He looks like something out of a nightmare." "Focus," Harrow barked. "If it bleeds, it can be killed." On the screen, Mordred stopped just before the leading tanks, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. The audio crackled as his voice came through loud and clear. "Who's first?" "Engage," Harrow commanded. The first tank fired, its shell screaming through the air. It exploded against the ground where Mordred had been standing, except he wasn't there anymore. He was a blur of motion, streaking toward the tank line with red lightning crackling around him. "Sir," a panicked officer shouted. "He's breached the front line, he's too fast. Deploy air support." Harrow barked. "Apache units, light her up." The screen showed helicopters roaring into view, their missile pods locking onto Mordred as he danced through the chaos, cutting down soldiers and tanks with terrifying ease. "Missiles away," the air controller confirmed. Explosions bloomed across the field as rockets slammed into the ground around Mordred, kicking up dirt, smoke, and flame. For a moment, the feed was obscured by the chaos. "Direct hit?" someone asked hopefully. The smoke cleared. Mordred stood unharmed, Clarent resting lazily at his side. His helmet turned toward the helicopters as if he were staring directly at the command center itself. What in the bloody hell? Harrow cut himself off as Mordred leaped into the air, his blade igniting with red lightning. He tore through the nearest helicopter, cutting it in half like paper. The burning wreckage spun to the ground, exploding on impact. Pull them back, the air controller shouted. We're losing air support. Negative, Harrow growled. He's one person. Keep firing, overwhelm him. The room watched in horror as Mordred blitzed through the remaining helicopters, their desperate attempts to escape proving futile. He was a force of nature, his movements fluid and deadly. Tanks are down. Infantry is scattered, another officer reported. Casualties are mounting. God damn it. Harrow slammed his fist on the table. Get artillery online. I want everything within range shelling that position. And scramble the jets, we're hitting him from above. Sir, artillery is locked on target, an officer confirmed. Firing. Explosions peppered the battlefield as artillery shells rained down, but Mordred continued his advance, weaving through the chaos like a storm incarnate. And then, it happened. On the screen, Mordred stopped mid-charge, planting her feet into the ground. And Clarent in the air, red lightning surged around him, crackling with raw energy. The feed cut to close-ups of him as he raised Clarent high, the battlefield glowing crimson. Clarent blood Arthur, crimson lightning of rage. The world exploded in crimson light. The monitors flickered as the energy wave expanded outward, consuming tanks, vehicles, and soldiers alike. The feed struggled to keep up, showing glimpses of vehicles being tossed like toys, soldiers vaporized in an instant, and the ground itself ripped apart. The shock wave hit the drone providing the feed, sending the screen into static for several seconds before it stabilized. When it returned, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Smoke and fire stretched as far as the eye could see, with craters dotting the scorched earth. What remained of the military force was a scattering of wounded survivors crawling through the wreckage. Mordred stood at the epicenter, his armor glowing faintly, Clarent resting at his side as he surveyed the destruction. The command center was silent, save for the alarms, which beeped to signal the loss of communication with multiple units. Casualty reports coming in, someone whispered, their face pale. Tanks, helicopters, infantry, most of them are gone. Over 70% casualties. General Harrow stood frozen, his face pale with shock. His hands trembled as he reached for the radio. Scramble the jets. Launch a full aerial bombardment. I want every bomber we've got in the air. Sir, an officer hesitated. The city. I don't care if we level the entire bloody city, Harrow snapped. He just destroyed a brigade. If we don't stop him now, there won't be anything left to fight with. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. Standing atop the highest tower in Camelot, I watched the battle unfold. The full might of a military ground force was unleashed. And Mordred effortlessly withstood it all. While it wasn't the entire might of the UK, it wasn't far from the best this age had. While the Marvel universe would have powers far beyond this in the future, right now, it wasn't that different from the universe where Marvel was but a comic. It wouldn't be until after the events of the Avengers that the world would really start to gear up. Using alien technology to increase the power of the military. For now, this was the best they had, and it wasn't good enough. Yet, they didn't give up just yet, I could see it. Far away from Camelot. I watched as the RAF Breise Norton airfield whirled to life. Given that the mission had been against a city within England itself and against knights. They hadn't sent jets, at most a few attack helicopters. Now, they had nothing else to use. Their ground forces were defeated, and while the military had many more to call upon, it would take time. They couldn't afford to lose. So, those in charge clearly decided that they would hold nothing back. And neither would I. I took a deep breath and held out my empty hand. Willing my lance to manifest. I have expanded the land, built cities, and crossed the boundless sea. I split the heavens and chained the stars to anchor fate. But what is this light for, if not to judge the fallen world? Holy lance that anchors the edge of existence. Pierce through creation and cleave apart destiny. Let the boundary of paradise shine eternal. 13 fangs, unleashed. Rongaminiad, beacon of the end. Unleashing the light of my lance, the light of the storm, and of the end. I forcefully brought forth the very end itself onto the airfield. 1 minute, it was a hive of activity, with jets on the runways about to take off. The next, a bright pillar of light fell from the heavens and reduced the pride of the British Air Force into a smoking crater. But I wasn't done. I had shown my fangs onto the UK, but I would show the world the power of my bite. I turned to the side and faced the sea. Far away, a US aircraft carrier was moving slowly towards me. My widows had informed me of it, and with the lance in my hand, my eyes could reach it. The USS George Washington. The pride of the Navy. Sent to enforce a trade blockade should Britain fall to me. Knowing what I knew about elements within the US military's lust for all things superhuman, whatever it was, super soldiers, Hulk, mutants, and aliens. I was well aware they wanted more than to blockade trade. Many heroes might respect the government or fear it. But I would rather take the role of a villain than bow before such corruption. Yet, I wasn't some villain, for a mortal does not have the right to cast judgment on a god. Let the heavens bear witness, and the earth stand silent. The lance of light shall pierce all falsehoods. And the sins of the unworthy shall be burned away. O holy spear, shine upon this final battlefield. I am your judgment, Rongaminiad. All things were an equal distance away from the end, so to my lance, distance meant nothing. My words filled the sky, and so too did light. In the North Atlantic Ocean, a massive ship was sailing, a true behemoth of human creation. The USS George Washington was a more than 1,000-foot giant demonstration of US naval power. Originally, it had been scheduled for deployment near Japan but had instead been the ship chosen to go to the UK. Picked due to the name. As George Washington had been a man who fought to liberate the US from the UK, it would now help liberate the UK. Yet, this nuclear-powered mobile fortress and its support fleet were suddenly struck by a pillar of light from above, and the sea itself roared in protest. Yet when the light died, no trace of the ship or its fleet remained. It was with classic English weather that a massive group of journalists stood gathered in raincoats outside number 10 Downing Street. They were all waiting eagerly for the doors to open at any minute and for the Prime Minister to give his speech. Gordon Brown came out with an umbrella in his hand. He looked every bit the defeated man. He looked at the huge crowd for a moment before he sighed and began the most important speech in his life. This weather here today matches my mood, he said, voice heavy with emotion. Raindrops pattered against his umbrella as he adjusted his stance. I earlier today took part in a series of important votes behind closed doors. These votes were of Parliament, both the House of Lords and the House of Commons. He paused, letting the significance sink in. Some journalists shuffled awkwardly, leaning in closer, sensing the gravity of his next words. Later, I spoke with Her Majesty the Queen. His voice wavered slightly but quickly steadied. It is with great honor that I have served as her Prime Minister, yet also with great shame, that I say this. A hush fell over the crowd. But the Parliament has reached an agreement, the two houses have approved of it, as has the Queen. Brown gripped the podium tighter, as if holding onto it for support. I hereby announce that I have dissolved the government, and the Parliament has resigned. The houses, too, have taken steps to devolve themselves. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd like waves crashing against a shore. Cameras zoomed in, capturing every twitch of his lips, every tremble of his hands. The United Kingdom, our great union, he continued, his voice cracking ever so slightly, was the first great nation of Europe to become a democracy. So it saddens me deeply that it is also the first to fall. A lump visibly formed in his throat, and he paused to swallow it down. His gaze lifted slightly toward the gray sky, as if seeking strength from above, before returning to the faces of the stunned crowd. The last act of Parliament was to return all power, legislative, executive, and judicial, to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. His next words rang out with an air of finality, long live the Queen. The press erupted into a cacophony of murmured disbelief, but Brown raised a hand to silence them. As a royal subject of Her Majesty, he said, softer now, I have been asked to announce that later today, the Queen too will have an important announcement. And due to this, the Queen, using her power as absolute monarch, has declared that today is an official holiday, so everyone can watch it. Some journalists exchanged wide-eyed glances, their pens scribbling furiously, their microphones capturing every breath he took. This does not extend to those who hold essential roles, he added, but those individuals are instead given a paid break during the announcement itself. He exhaled sharply, the weight of the moment bearing down on him. Finally, I urge everyone to remain calm in the coming days. The finality in his tone sent shivers down the spines of many listeners, as if they were standing at the edge of an irreversible change. Thank you, he concluded, his voice now solemn. And may God be with us. God save the Queen. With that, he stepped back, his umbrella lowering slightly as the doors of number 10 closed behind him. Later that day, almost every person in the UK sat before their television, and even around the world, countless others watched alongside them. The anticipation was palpable, with silence filling living rooms, pubs, and streets. Finally, the royal crest faded into view before transitioning to a quiet, grand room in Buckingham Palace. Queen Elizabeth II sat poised and regal, her pearl necklace resting gently against her navy blue dress. The soft light of the room cast a warm glow around her, creating an atmosphere of dignity and grace. A Union Jack stood behind her, but it was the steady, determined gaze of the monarch that held the nation's attention. Her hands rested gently on the table before her, but as she began to speak, her fingers tightened briefly, revealing the weight she carried in this moment. Her voice, calm yet imbued with sorrow and resolve, filled the air. My beloved people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, she began, pausing briefly as if to gather the collective strength of her nation. Her eyes softened for a moment, but her gaze never wavered. Today marks a moment unlike any other in the long history of our nation. It is a day of change, uncertainty, and reflection. She drew in a quiet breath, the weight of the next words settling over her like a shroud. It is also a day of great responsibility, one that calls upon us to summon the courage and unity that has carried our people through the most trying times. Her gaze shifted downward for a brief second before lifting again, her tone growing firmer. For centuries, this nation has stood as a beacon of democracy, resilience, and pride. It is with a heavy heart that we acknowledge the circumstances which have brought us here. Her lips pressed together momentarily, as if containing the flood of emotions within her. Yet, as your queen, we do not stand before you in sorrow, but in duty. She straightened her posture slightly, her head held high with dignity. We need not explain why we are speaking to you today or about what we will speak of. Her fingers clasped together tightly, betraying the strain hidden beneath her composed exterior. It is with a heavy heart indeed that I must announce that I, Queen Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor, disband the Commonwealth, disband the United Kingdom. Her words hung heavy in the air. For a moment, the room itself seemed to breathe as the nation collectively held its breath. I recognized the claim of His Majesty King Arthur Pendragon of Camelot as the rightful King of England, Wales, and Scotland, she continued, her tone steady but filled with quiet acceptance. I give up the title of monarch to His Majesty. Her voice softened, and for the briefest moment, the Queen's eyes glistened with emotion. I remain the monarch of Northern Ireland and gracefully accept the title of Duke of Lancaster for myself and Duke of Windsor for my eldest son. She paused, allowing the enormity of her words to sink in. Her gaze moved, scanning the invisible audience through the camera, as if she could feel the weight of every person watching her. It is with the greatest sadness for the past and with great hope for the future that I declare the United Kingdom no more, she said, her voice cracking slightly before she steadied herself again. And instead declare myself a Lord of Albion, the great nation which I and all my former subjects now call home. There was a long silence, one that seemed to stretch across time itself, as if honoring the passing of an era. Finally, she straightened once more, her shoulders square, her voice ringing out with the unwavering strength of the monarch she had always been. Long live His Majesty the King. Long live Albion. The screen faded, leaving the nation in silence as the world processed what it had just witnessed. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. I couldn't help but sign once again as I looked at the massive pile of paperwork still needing to be done. Ever since I unleashed the holy light of Rangaminiad, I had been swamped with work. Taking over a major nation and economy wasn't easy. The sheer amount of work was staggering. Then again, tens of thousands of people worked to keep Britain and the UK running, and now that had been reduced to Agravain and me. While I would fight anyone to the death who claimed that Agravain wasn't worth 10 men, there was still a limit to what the two of us could do. Even with most of the day-to-day work still being done by those hired to do so, the amount of work that made itself to Camelot was still immense, enough to keep hundreds busy, much less just two. Father. I'm back. Those damned rebels didn't last a moment. Mordred burst into the room with enough force to cause the towering piles of paper to wobble. Ah, Mordred, good that you are back. As you can see, I'm drowning in work, and as a future king, I'm sure you can help me with the paperwork. My face was all smiles as I looked at my son. And my son instantly froze at the idea of being trapped doing Agravain work all day long. It was funny seeing his face, all the excitement instantly drained away as he tried to come up with any excuse at all to avoid the more boring parts of being a king. Ah. Well, father. I still have to report it to Gawain and Hector. So I have to go do that. He said while backtracking out of my office, and then finally turning around and took off running. Ah, even my son has left me to face this battle alone, if only a brave knight would come to save me, I said dramatically just in time for Bedivere, my personal assistant, to enter and hear. I'm afraid the best I can do is offer you a different type of work, my king. He said, handing over a letter. Reading it quickly, I stood up. Well, it's better than nothing. Take care of my work here, and I will personally handle this. I quickly changed back into my full armor. My red cloak fell down my silver armor as I walked out to meet my guests. Outside the castle, in the now bustling city of Camelot, stood Sir Tristan with 2 other men. Those who before me had been in charge of the economy of Brighton, and now would help me ensure my realm didn't fall to ruination. Your Majesty. Tristan greeted me with a bow, which the 2 men mirrored. I present you Sir Mervyn Alistair King, the Governor of the Bank of England, and Alistair MacLean Darling, former Chancellor of the Exchequer. Sir King. Lord Darling. My voice was steady, measured. I trust you understand why you're here. King, the elder of the 2, adjusted his glasses, his gaze flickering to the towering walls of Camelot before returning to me. Yes, Your Majesty. To ensure that Albion's economy does not collapse under the weight of its unprecedented transition. Indeed, Darling added, his voice carrying a mix of respect and caution. And, if I may be so bold, Your Majesty, to advise you on avoiding any further disruptions that could drive the global market into a spiral. A small smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Wise words, Lord Darling. But I didn't call you here to lecture me on what's already been done. I understand the worry of the people, and wish to reassure them, and for that, I request your help. Now come along, I said, turning around and heading back inside the castle. Normally I would meet you in the throne room. I made small talk as I walked. But I figured it would be a waste of time asking you to walk up there, only to bring you down here after that. Camelot was an amazing city, but it also wasn't friendly to the disabled or the infirm. The trip up to my throne required one to climb many stairs, and for older people, that could be a challenge. King bowed his head deeply, sincerity in his tone. Your Majesty, your thoughtfulness humbles me. It's an honor to serve a king who considers the burdens of all. Darling hesitated for a moment, clearly not used to addressing royalty, before nodding with genuine appreciation. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's not every day you meet a king who shows such care. I won't forget this kindness. You are here because the people are worried, the world, and many within my realm are spreading fear. People worry about being paid, being able to afford what they need, much less anything else. I slowly continued. Prices have risen on many things, and even if I force them down, people's fears aren't as easy to calm, yet as I have stated many times, the crown will carry their burden for them. You are here to finally help reassure them. The two men were well aware of everything I said. They had both been featured quite a bit in the news, making statements here and there. In the current day and age, a nation didn't just fall without the economy feeling it. And while any attempt at a trade blockade was stopped, prices still spiked as uncertainty rose. The already bleeding global economy only further destabilized. And while Albion was part of the cause for that, they were still hit by the effect. The fact that income tax was absolved for a year, and that evictions were banned, didn't stop people from seeing rising prices. Particularly in industries that had been claimed by the crown: power, water, heat, all those and more. People worried if the crown could afford to foot the bill, or if they would be the ones paying the price. I knew that it would take time to earn the trust of the people. My display of power had them scared, so I needed to give them something more positive to think about. I really didn't want to fight those little rebellions all the time. While I do intend to get rid of the pound and make a new currency, I won't do that just yet. For now, I will entrust the two of you to oversee the transition from an open economy to a more closed one. I slowly explained why I had summoned them here while I walked, leading them deeper and deeper into my castle and into the depths of it, far under the ground. Soon enough we reached a large set of doors, which responded to my approach. The large iron door creaked open, revealing a grand stone staircase spiraling downward into the heart of Camelot's depths. Darling wiped his brow, clearly unsettled by the ominous descent. Where exactly are we headed, Your Majesty? I smiled faintly, glancing over my shoulder. To the answer you've been waiting for. The reason why I can afford to take the risks I have without the world crumbling beneath us. King adjusted his glasses, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. A show of strength, then. No, I have shown my strength, now I shall show my wealth. I reached the bottom of the staircase, where another shorter corridor greeted us. On both sides stood huge enforcement knights, gleaming like golden statues. At the end of the corridor, awaited another set of doors. Ornately carved with depictions of Camelot's history, knights, dragons, and battles won long ago. Few people will ever get to see this sight, I said as I moved forward. There were no locks on the doors, instead they opened only with my permission, and I gave it with a light push, throwing the thick and heavy doors wide open. The chamber before us was vast, its ceilings arching high overhead, supported by intricately carved columns. On the other side of the door was a small balcony, and to both sides, wide stairs leading down. While the rest of the path had been lit by fires, magic they might be, but still just normal fire. This room was different, it was bright, as if outdoors on a bright day. And the sight that greeted us were countless towering piles of neatly stacked towers of gold and silver bars. The room was easily the size of a football field, if not more, and it was filled up with treasure. The stacks were separated by small pathways, but due to the way the room was sunken, the stacks reached more than 6 meters in height. Darling stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes going wide as he took in the sheer expanse of wealth before him. His lips parted, but no words came out for a moment. He finally managed to whisper, This is beyond anything I've ever seen. King, more composed but equally impressed, adjusted his glasses once more, stepping forward and leaning slightly over the balcony rail. This isn't a treasury, it's a monument to prosperity, he said, all lacing his tone. I walked slowly along the balcony, my gaze steady as I admired the wealth I now commanded. In my time, my people starved, yet it wasn't because we were poor, back then we just didn't have anyone to trade with. I couldn't help but think back to then. My people suffering, starvation being common, yet nothing I could do could stop it. I was someone who unified the land, defended it, but the land itself wouldn't aid my people. Other nations were enemies, and even if they were friendly, they wouldn't have enough food to spare. Food was just rare back then. And I had gathered much gold, much wealth. It wasn't quite this much, not by far. This amount was hundreds of times what I had back then. But the world was different. Back then a single bar of gold could buy countless times more than in this age. So with the Grail I had given myself the wealth of a nation, not an ancient one, but one fitting this time and age. Darling chuckled softly, shaking his head. Most leaders would hoard this, Your Majesty. They'd flaunt it, but they'd never spend it. Not like you planned to. I nodded to his words. Yes, who in this day and age would spend their wealth on others? Who would use their own wealth to pay the taxes of others? Only I would do that. I made a promise to my people that they would not shoulder the cost of this transition. This, I gestured to the mountain of gold and silver, is how I intend to keep that promise. King rubbed his chin thoughtfully, finally recovering from the initial shock. With reserves like this, Your Majesty, Albion could cover its expenses for years, even with the income tax suspended and national utilities under the crown. Exactly, I replied. Utilities will remain affordable. People will have their basic needs met. I'll fund the reconstruction of public works, stabilize food and fuel prices, and ensure businesses stay afloat. Darling tried to count the stacks of gold and silver, but the sheer number made him unable to get even close before he had to give up. Though, this much gold and silver is likely to affect the prices. King adjusted his glasses, his eyes still flicking between the endless rows of gold. Flooding the market with this would indeed destabilize prices if we aren't careful. But if we control the flow and spend wisely, it could be managed. I clasped my hands behind my back, my cloak brushing against the stone floor as I paced slowly. That's why you're here, Lord King. You and Darling will ensure that this wealth does the most good. Darling exhaled, rubbing his temples as he looked once more at the colossal fortune. We'll have to be careful with how we present this, Your Majesty. Too much optimism, and people might take it for granted. Too much caution, and they'll still panic. Not just them. King added. If the rest of the world knew how much gold there is, they might try to lower the price of it, making this worth less to take as much as possible. I nodded, acknowledging the weight of their concerns. True. Albion cannot afford for the world to see this as a limitless fountain of gold. We need to project strength, but not excess. King adjusted his tie, his brow furrowed in thought. We'll have to strategically release portions of it without raising suspicion. Keep enough visible to reassure the people but obscure the full extent. That won't be difficult, I said, gesturing to the seemingly endless sea of precious metals. We have plenty to work with. Just ensure that any gold we release is done with intention and control. Darling crossed his arms, his gaze settling firmly on me. And what about foreign interests, Your Majesty? Once word spreads, they'll pressure us economically, try to force us into deals or trade agreements where this wealth becomes their gain. I smiled faintly, my voice resolute. Let them try. Albion will not be bullied. While we might be forced to pay a higher price for certain goods, they best not press their luck. Darling nodded firmly. We'll begin with stabilizing essential industries first, energy, housing, food supply. The rest can follow. And the message to the people? King asked. I turned toward the massive vault once more, the glimmer of gold reflecting in my eyes. Show them enough to believe, enough to hope. Let them know that their king's promise isn't just words. It's a reality.